Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We are going to start now with the second day of the EuroDIG. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome Marina Kaljurand, the Undersecretary Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Estonia. Unfortunately, the minister could not come due to urgent issues in the country. So we are very happy to have Marina here participating today, and it's my great pleasure to let you know that she will not only give us a keynote speech, but she will also actively participate in the workshop on cybersecurity, workshop 5, which is very much appreciated that we get such a great expertise into the equal-footed and overall EuroDIG discussion. Marina, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Sandra, thank you so much for a kind introduction, and I'm really sorry that our foreign minister couldn't join us today, but I'm privileged and honored to deliver speech on behalf of her, and I wish that more people could join us. I understand that yesterday you had a great evening. I'm sorry I missed that. I'm very pleased to address the EuroDIG 8th annual meeting today here in Sofia. It was fascinating to read how it all started. A couple of friends meeting in a brasserie in Paris, drinking wine and using the paper tablecloth to visualize the concept of European dialogue on internet-related matters. It reminded me of another story. A few youngsters in the late 90s in an apartment in Tallinn developing a file transfer program called Kazaa. These were those guys who later used the same idea of peer-to-peer technology for creating internet phone calls, an invention that billions of people today use as Skype. Even if the dimensions are different, and I bet that the block of flats in Tallinn was somewhat less elegant than the brasserie in the French capital, there is something similar about big things. Unfaltering commitment, constant innovation, hard work, and above all, passion. This has made EuroDIG a forum that has impact, a forum with a growing number of participants and blended mix of stakeholders. I'm also very happy that the event is taking place in Sofia, in the beautiful capital of Bulgaria. I know it's maybe not very trendy to start with rumors, but I do not know how much truth there is in the rumor that Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg had a Bulgarian grandfather, or that Bulgarian roots were what inspired John Atanasov to design the first electronic digital computing device at the University of Iowa in the late 30s of the last century. But what I know for sure is that our hosts have always been inspiring with their spontaneous creativity and innovation. Thank you very much for all your work in contributing to the program, and of course also for your warm hospitality. I would like to make a few points on what is important to Estonia when it comes to the internet. Human rights, cybersecurity, the internet as an engine for economic growth for Europe and beyond, and internet governance as the connectivity framework. I will start with freedom of expression on the internet. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Much better now, thanks. I will start with freedom of expression on the internet. Perhaps I'm stating obvious in this forum, but safeguarding freedom of expression and opinion on the internet is an inseparable part of fundamental rights, dignity, and the worth of humans. It forms an essential part of the 21st century human rights, Freedom of opinion and expression is as much a fundamental right on its own accord as it is an enabler of other rights, such as economic, social, and cultural rights. Adopted by consensus, the United Nations Human Rights Council Resolution on Human Rights on the Internet recognizes that freedom of expression, which is valid offline, should also be valid online. It should therefore be simple, yet everybody in this room knows that it's not. Governments violate both freedom of expression offline and online, on the European continent as on all the other continents. In the context of technical development and increasing internet penetration, we see that the vibrant and rapidly growing online community is often a leeway for alternative voices and popular political dissent, particularly in authoritarian countries, where traditional media outlets continue to fall under strict government control. The Freedom House report, Freedom on the Net 2014, shows that freedom of expression on the internet is deteriorating, and in fact has been doing so for the third year in a row. In too many countries, citizens face intimidation, threats, arrests, and fines from the state because of their activities online. Even in Western democracies, there are worrisome legal developments that seek to grant the government broader power to restrict online contact. What could be done? What should be done? What should we do? We share the view that we do not need new documents. We need the implementation of the already existing commitments. There are a number of international instruments that are at our disposal. At the UN level, we have to use the UPR process to reiterate the condemnation of restrictions on freedom of expression and call the countries in question to fully respect international human rights law. Estonia has done so in a number of UPR cycles already, and we are encouraging other governments to do the same. The Council of Europe has recently launched a couple of interesting initiatives. For example, a platform for the safety of journalists and freedom of expression, which is an alert mechanism where organizations of media actors can post information regarding violations. I would also like to praise the work of the OSCE representative on freedom of media, Dunja Mijatovic, whose engagement is particularly important in dialogue with different governments of OSCE member states. Estonia is very strongly engaged in the Freedom Online Coalition, a group of 26 countries who have committed to working together to support internet freedom and protect freedom of expression and fundamental human rights more generally, in close cooperation with all the stakeholders, governments, civil society, and the private sector. The coalition is supporting the digital human rights activists on the ground through funding and through moral support, which is often as vital as financial. Estonia chaired the coalition in 2014, and we are proud of the Tallinn agenda that was adopted last year at the high-level conference in Tallinn. From here, I would like to continue with the limitations to freedom of expression. Indeed, freedom of expression is not absolute. Article 19 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights provides that exercising the freedom may sometimes be subject to restrictions. These restrictions have to be exceptional, prescribed by law, be precise and clear. Last but not least, these restrictions should pursue a legitimate aim and allow for effective remedies. One example of where restrictions may be necessary is hate speech. We have witnessed recently a wave of hate speech against women on the internet, which is accompanied by threats including murders and sexual assault. This form of hate speech targets female politicians, journalists, human rights activists, but also ordinary women who dare to express their opinion or campaign for equal rights. I share the view that if we do not combat this particular form of discrimination, we will never be able to eliminate violence against women, which is one of the most extreme forms of violation of women's rights. And I stress again, also in this context, the restrictions should be imposed based on a strict and predictable legal framework with due judicial oversight and be proportionate to the aim. On the European continent, it is the European Court of Human Rights which has been tasked to find the right balance between freedoms and restrictions. It is therefore in everybody's interest that the court has enough resources, is efficient, and of course independent. Member States should implement judgments and contribute to the raising of public awareness of court case law. In straight legal terms, judgments are binding, only in regards to the state, not only in regards to the state in question. However, they surely have wider policy implications. I would also like to touch upon internet trolling as another fairly new phenomenon. I read a story in the New York Times last Wednesday, this week, of how the government of one country has developed a complex myriad of trolls who get paid based on a fixed rate per comment or post for spreading state propaganda, sometimes hate speech, and also war propaganda. Of course, we cannot close our eyes in regards to such a practice. At the same time, we cannot respond by closing or restricting open spaces, since the same measures may have adverse effects and worsening the conditions of freedom of expression further. I think our answer to this should be more freedom of expression and not less, accompanied by raising awareness of the threats. When talking about freedom of expression, one should also focus on the protection of privacy. Privacy and freedom online must continuously be advanced, equally and together. There are complementary values and fundamental for the realization of other human rights and the basis of democratic societies. We all are aware that while opening up new possibilities for global citizens, the internet can also strengthen the hands of governments in some areas where many of us would not like to see them intervening. This is not true only with respect to savvy authoritarian states who squash protests and censor dissent, but also with respect to democratic countries where governments have built the capacity to gather massive quantities of information concerning their people. It is not assuring anymore that phone calls, emails, and social networking data are collected because they are relevant to crime investigations or essential in protecting citizens against international terrorism. The former UN Special Rapporteur on freedom of expression, Marc Larue, among others, has in one of his reports warned that broad interpretation of outdated laws are enabling sophisticated and invasive surveillance measures to flourish around the world, and governments should draw new regulations that properly acknowledge their growing power. More pessimistic views have predicted that the world is galloping into a new form of totalitarianism, where the power of entire populations is transferred to an unaccountable complex of transnational spy agencies and corporations. The key word in this debate is democratic control. I agree that some surveillances may be needed in certain justified cases, but in a democratic country, it can be legitimate only if it is based on informed consent, not on blind trust in the government. The level of public scrutiny of the legal basis of any kind of surveillance has to be adequate. In simple words, it should be citizens or their elected representatives, not spies and secret courts, who ought to decide what is right and what is not. Unfortunately, there is some mistrust also between partners in Europe and beyond. Therefore, international cooperation is more needed than ever in ensuring that surveillance practices by state security, law enforcement agencies and private companies are in line with international human rights obligations and standards. There is a need to monitor, analyze and report about the situation in respect of the right to privacy. We therefore strongly support the creation of a mandate of the UN Special Rapporteur for the right to privacy. A new Special Rapporteur will bear a huge responsibility by creating the first image of a mandate and by being able to make recommendations to states on the implementation and realization of the right to privacy, including reporting on violations. We hope that the right person will be found to match this challenge. At the Council of Europe, Human Rights Commissioner Muznieks has expressed his interest to look into the democratic control of surveillance. Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe has made some reasonable recommendations what governments should do. We very much support this work. Now some remarks about cybersecurity. Given the important and increasing role that ICTs play in economic growth and social progress, as well as in the shared goal of protecting human rights and freedoms online, security constitutes an integral and necessary element in developing and sustaining modern information societies. Estonia can speak from our own experience about how an ICT-centric lifestyle and social progress can be threatened by motivated and international state and non-state actors. Modern states need to be vigilant, resilient, and prepared against the threat of cyber attacks. There are several reasons why we need to take cybersecurity seriously. First and foremost, ICTs are vulnerable. And our dependence on the societal and governmental functions of these advanced but inherently vulnerable technologies will only deepen at a national level and expand globally. Secondly, the cyber realm constitutes an operational domain. Many states have announced the development of military cyber capabilities. Many more states are de facto engaged in the development of such capabilities. Thirdly, we are facing serious challenges in the fight against cybercrime. Our failure to get cybercrime under effective control directly inhibits trust in, and therefore the development of, ICTs and the information society. We are seeing an alarming tendency of deepening links between cybercrime, transnational organized crime, and serious national security threats. The broad use of digital services demands a high level of digital security. McKinsey and the World Economic Forum published a joint paper last year estimating that the material effect of slowing the pace of technology and innovation due to a lack of cyber resiliency could be as high as $3 trillion annually by 2020. Cybercrime is also on the rise and already extracts between 15% to 20% of the value created by the internet. Data breaches have been causing substantial monetary loss for years. The number of lost or stolen data records increased by almost 80% in 2014 compared to 2013. These are worrying numbers and threats undermining the potential and value of digitalization. Besides the fact that many countries are developing and deploying offensive cyber capabilities through their security agencies or through proxy organizations, there has been a fundamental shift to what is called advanced persistent threats. Stealthy cyber attacks directed at business and political targets over a prolonged time. Such attacks' objectives typically extend beyond immediate financial gain. We are fundamentally concerned of APDs. Furthermore, criminal syndicates and hacktivists are using the territory and infrastructure of state to launch attacks for political purposes or illegal gain. Again, these are worrying trends that will affect regional and strategic stability and international relations. In this rather gloomy state of affairs, what can states and non-state actors do to preserve openness and improve security online? A comprehensive and systematic approach to cybersecurity has to start at a national level. It's not an easy task. The complexity of cybersecurity interdependencies is a growing challenge for all states to comprehend and manage. First of all, states must be willing to make dramatic changes to their perceptions and practices of internet security and governance if they are to prevent cyber attacks. Governments need to assume the role of both the protectors and the exploiters of technology. They are to protect their economic environment, critical infrastructure, as well as private and public users. As in many other cases involving cyberspace, public-private partnership is crucial for strengthening cybersecurity, starting from a basic cyber hygiene regime and extending to national infrastructure support of energy, financial, and healthcare systems. Like with other internet-related issues, the key is to invest in public awareness, training, and education, the latter covering a broad base of e-skills. This would empower citizens to grasp how their information, communication, and transactions are handled online. This would also help citizens and companies to understand what damage cyber attacks can cause and thus encourage taking action. The good news is that there seems to be a general understanding that when it comes to ICTs and cyberspace, we are dealing with an ecosystem in which everything is interconnected. It functions as a whole, and it must be defended as a whole. However, the biggest disagreement, both nationally and internationally, is not what the outcome ought to be, but how to get there. Building international and interdisciplinary cooperation is essential to have and maintain a free, open, and safe cyberspace. We already have several good forums for discussions and to develop our security measures. The EU has issued its first comprehensive policy document in this area. The OSCE has come up with measures to increase transparency, cooperation, and trust at the regional level. The continued expansion of the Council of Europe Convention of Cybercrime demonstrates the growing realization of governments that by developing and utilizing a consistent and proven legal framework, we can tackle cybercrime head and eventually eliminate criminal safe havens. Large-scale cyber exercises hosted by the NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center in Tallinn are an excellent example of how countries prepare together to overcome cyber threats. Estonia is also a member of the United Nations group of governmental experts that is currently working to find common normative ground on responsible state behavior in cyberspace. What are we learning from international cooperation is that we need to be more inclusive if we want to succeed. We need to listen to other regions. We need to approach developing countries, not only like-minded allies or the major cyber powers. we need to hear not only what the IT sector thinks, but what concerns many other sectors. And we need to reach out to academia to broaden our horizons. We, the governments, also have to start asking policy-relevant questions from our academia, civil society, and the private sector. We all have agreed that international law applies to cyberspace. Now we have to agree how. We think that we do not need new international treaties, but rather a consensus on how existing international law applies to cyberspace. This can and should be a gradual process where we examine the existing norms, both international law and politically binding norms, to find common ground on some basic questions that concern us all. This is an area where scholars and experts can make a substantive contribution to the dialogue going on at the government level. In the absence of commonly agreed upon standards of responsible state behavior, it is a task, not an opportunity, as well as a duty for policymakers, academics and other experts, to contribute to the ongoing discussion about norms and what is normal. We consider it essential that countries obey the norms and spirit of international law and do not take advantage of the still bending international consensus of norms of responsible state behavior or the existing legal lacuna. Yes, we agree that cyberspace has unique characteristics compared to other domains and kinetic activities. But such characteristics should not be viewed as impediments to the application of international law. Instead, they suggest the need for more detailed analysis of the preconditions for and implications of the implementation of relevant norms. We call on states to define and implement responsible behavior. This is required not only to maintain international peace and security, but also to secure the social and economic benefits that ICTs bring. For Estonia, the socio-economic and political military aspects of cybersecurity are tightly intertwined and equally important. I would also argue that the socialization of cybersecurity is the next big thing. It often seems that we're repeating the same slogans, but without necessarily understanding each other. We need policymakers, technologists, lawyers, activists, academics to start speaking the same language. What's more, we need for the average citizen in our countries to talk the talk as well. This is the language that starts with basic, individual cyber hygiene and ends with universally respected rules of responsible state behavior in cyberspace. This is the language of progress and stability in the cyber age, walking the walk. Security is never absolute. At the end of the day, it's about tolerating and managing real risks. We should not forget what cybersecurity is for. The world has experienced incredible economic and social growth as a result of the development and use of ICTs. The internet and interconnectivity have become powerful tools for social progress and economic benefits. I heard that yesterday you had a very interesting opening panel on how to shape the European digital market. Keen adopter of the benefits of information society, we are firm supporters of this process. We also realize how much potential is still unused. In this context, we welcome the release of the European Commission's Digital Single Market Strategy, an ambitious plan on how to advance European digital single market that crosses the borders, but also ensures cybersecurity, the protection of personal data, and helps disruptive digital enterprises to fit into the regulatory model we have developed over 60 years. We all have to work together to make this plan a reality. Again, it will not be easy, but I'm confident that Europe will continue to follow an open, liberal model that is based on the rule of law. I am also sure that we will be able to develop the regulation which is necessary to protect the interests of different stakeholders. The debate about the European digital single market is closely connected with another major theme very important for Estonia, the preservation of the multi-stakeholder internet governance model. Internet governance should be seen as the platform from any issues that I have already touched upon today: freedom of expression, right to privacy, cybersecurity, and economic growth. There have been many discussions, what does the multi-stakeholder model mean? In different fora, also during the last days here in Sofia. In Estonian language, by the way, we need 6 words to describe what we mean, and even then, I'm not sure whether all understand what we're talking about. But I think the essence of it is actually not so complicated. This has been very well captured by the German Foreign Minister Frank-Walter Steinmeier in his opening speech of the last year's EuroDIG in Berlin. He said, I quote, "It takes many to run the internet, and it takes many to make sure it remains free, safe, and open." We believe that Europe should be one of the main actors defending open, free, and bottom-up internet in the major global internet governance process this year, be it VISIS +10, with the extension of the mandate of IGF, ENA, transition, or ICANN accountability. Furthermore, we should not forget that 2015 is European Year of Development and the year when the Sustainable Development Goals will be agreed. We have to provide development assistance to less developed countries in order to connect the unconnected billion and address different issues from cybersecurity threats to employing information and communication technologies for growth, public health, and education. International organizations and the states should review their development cooperation and technical assistance programs and direct them more towards information society-related capacity building projects. Our experience is that this will be money well spent. We also need a better coordination of efforts between donors and bringing the development cooperation and cyber community, the public and private sector. Estonia has initiated cooperation with countries who would like to build a well-functioning e-governance system. We have been approached by many developing countries who have made setting up an e-government their national objective. The first cooperation projects have already been implemented in Moldova, Georgia, Ukraine, and with the Palestinian National Authority. And work is continuing with the governments of many other countries, including the region of Southeast Europe. Our proactive approach means that we have also opened up our e-government applications to the world through our e-residency program and making many central solutions open source. We want the entire world to benefit fully from the digital revolution, and we are ready to work with any and all countries who share our goal and dream of a free, open, and secure internet for all. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to end my speech by thanking everybody for being part of the EuroDIG. It is the participation of each one of you that makes this conference so special and a great venue to speak. I will later be discussing in some more details in the panel on cybersecurity and hope to see at least some of you there. And I would like to wish us all a good continuation of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. This was a very great speech, and I think it would be in the sense of the EuroDIG community if we could open this text on the EuroDIG wiki, so for those who were not able or who like to read again it. So would that be possible? Then wonderful. Now we are going to start with the next panel. It's Frederick Donk who is doing the moderation. How can the open internet coexist with new IP services? It's basically about net neutrality. There was already a session, an early morning session today, discussing the outcome paper, which is, well, in a sort of an experiment how to produce meaningful outcome within the EuroDIG, which can be later submitted to a global fora. This panel will not necessarily talking about this document, it will be a net neutrality panel, but Frederick will explain at the end of this panel more regarding this document and how we are going to proceed with it. So Frederick, the floor is yours. Please invite your panelists.
Thank you very much. And indeed, I would like to invite, if they are in the room, the panelists for the EuroDIG, for the network neutrality session. I have Eva Ponova, Amelia Andersdotter, Luca Belli, and Gonzalo Lopez. And Fred Sorensen, of course. Sorry, Fred. So please, have a seat. Thank you. So, yes, it will be about network neutrality. You know, this is still a very sensitive topic. It's just a bit less sensitive, if I may say, than 10 years ago. At least we have people who agree, like today, to sit around the same table and discuss the topic. So it's already a great improvement. Everybody knows that this is still under discussion at the European Union level. We're in the middle of a trialogue. We should see something soon, maybe not white smoke from the Latvian presidency, I don't know, I'm not in the secret, but yet there are a lot of discussion going on. This is something I'd like to come back on, actually. This is the paper that we produced in the working group ahead of this EuroDIG meeting. Is that okay? Wow. Is that better like this? Okay, cool. Network neutrality, we all agree, is a very difficult concept. It's an ill-defined concept we used to say for years, and actually it's true. Whenever I go in a room or we stand discussing network neutrality, you understand people actually have different things in mind. Freedom of speech, competition issues, non-discrimination, traffic management, bandwidth management, etc. So what we've done in the working group ahead of this meeting, and that might just become a draft statement for the EuroDIG, was to address different angles. And actually we thought it would be a good idea not to try to tackle network neutrality as such, but try to take different angles. We will do the same here, hence the title of this session, which is How Can the Global Internet Coexist with IP services or specialized services, whatever you call them. I anticipate that we will address much more than this, but this is the angle we wanted to take. To help me doing this today, I have a wonderful panel, really multi-stakeholder, experts in their field, starting with you, Eva Ponova. You are a member of the European Parliament from the EPP group. You also are one of the founders of the Digital Agenda Intergroup. You're part of IMCO, among others, meaning Internet Market and Consumer Protection. You're Bulgarian from Sofia. You're one of the youngest MEPs, so we're very happy to have you here. Thank you. Amelia Andersdotter, for most people, you're still an MEP. You were an MEP not far away. You are now having many hats like most of us. You are a student, you are a member of FITUC. Thanks for joining. Frode Sorensen, you are with the Norwegian Communications Authority, but for many people, including myself, you're also one of the leader experts within the BEREC, which is the group of the European regulators on network neutrality issues. Thanks for being with us. Luca Belli, you also have many hats. I guess that I might say that your DNA is being an academic, although you've done many other stuff. You are one of the founders or the founder actually of the IGF Coalition on Network Neutrality, you know, working with the Vargas Foundation in Rio. Thank you for joining us. And last but not least, Gonzalo Lopez, you accept to step in very last minute on behalf of Christoph Steck. Although we regret Christoph is not among us, I'm very happy to have you because you have been instrumental in the drafting of the paper that we all talk about those last days on network neutrality, and you are from Telefonica. Thanks a lot for joining us. I will start. I need to say that I will be helped today by a remote moderator. She stands far away over there. Thanks to Liana Galsian from ISOC Armenia. You also are a specialist in network neutrality in your country at European level. Thanks for, making bridge between remote participants in this panel. And last but not least, I have my colleague Dan York, who will actually have the difficult role of making bullets at the end of this session. Thanks a lot, Dan. I'd like to start with a very general questions and turn to you, Eva. And by the way, for complete transparency, I understand that you have limited time right now. We start late, and you have to dash out in 1 hour. So let's take benefit of your presence right now. I have a global questions. I understand that within the DSM, the digital market strategic plan from the European Union, network neutrality might be an important issue. So my question is, how important is it for having the European Union as a leader in the digital economy? I mean, and the contrary might be true. If we fail to have a compromise in the European Union, would it be detrimental for the whole plan, the strategic plan of the European Union? Please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for having me. Very happy to be here. When you were presenting the panel, you said we have a number of experts here. Well, I definitely do not qualify as an expert on the topic, but I'm someone that I'm very passionate about developing the digital single market across Europe as much as we can in the forthcoming years. And yes, I do believe Europe can be a much more of a leader in this type of a sphere. So I will just give you a couple of remarks that I've thought about that I would like to present to you, but I would be curious to hear the other speakers that are much more in-depth into the topic and share different perspectives. And we as policymakers tend to listen to all, at least I do. We all know that the people that created the internet, they were people with a vision. And without it, you would never create such an innovative new space for individual to openly share innovation and knowledge. And the vision of these creators was to ensure everyone, regardless of their location, to be able to have an effective platform for sharing. From today's perspective, although accessing internet everywhere, we take it something as for granted. But some years ago, some of us, and I remember the times when I was having difficulties, getting on the internet, and once I would be online, I felt like, wow, there's so many opportunities, and it's such a wonderful place. And I got reminded that it's something to some people looked like at some point in like falling into a rabbit hole like Alice in Wonderland once fell, and she found herself in Wonderland. But, she entered through a rabbit hole. We enter on the internet through all sorts of devices we can find, all different type of internet gadgets. But the success of the internet, to a large extent, is based on its openness and ability to really set a low burden in order to access it. So people have endless possibilities to improve competition and innovation in this way. And these are my 2 key words today. This is why we need this space to remain open in order to provide and to ensure that we have a fair and balanced access between users and service providers, which ensures equal treatment and no discrimination. And this is why I think open internet has to be the ultimate goal of every policymaker. And this is why the people that draft those laws, they need to understand one thing, including me. We need to understand what digital by default means, that digitalization is and internet is our fifth freedom nowadays. And sometimes I have difficulties, and you've been in the parliament as well, and you know, sometimes you have difficulties explaining this to some of your colleagues. And when you're at the point where you need to negotiate and talk, you find yourself into a dreadlock, like we do currently with the Connected Continent discussions in the Council for quite some time now. My last point that I want to make is that and I will wrap it out there, that you know, we need more innovation in Europe in order, if we want to be this competitive continent, if we want to be a leader, we need to invest in innovation. The market is constantly expanding, and in order to meet the needs of the existing demands, we have to support absolutely development of specialized services between users and providers. Consumers must have a choice, and me as a member of the Internal Market and Consumer Protection Committee, this is the #1 thing I hear from numerous people and organizations across the continent. They have to have the freedom to easily access content and share information. So going back to Alice in Wonderland, her journey ends 5 miles away from where it started. Today, in the wonderful space that the internet offers, you can start it and end it wherever you want, or not even ever end it. And if we want to continue to have an open internet, it is of absolute importance to protect both the providers and the consumers. And this is what I'm trying to work on in the Parliament. And only a clear principle of net neutrality would help us in order for us to achieve that goal.
Thank you very much. So, thank you for this. We have a political view, and we understand it's fairly difficult. Actually, when you explain it, it seems crystal clear. So, where is the problem? Fraud. It should be easy, actually, to make sure that people understand that having choice, transparency, and different options open in order to achieve an open internet, that should be just 2 statements. So where is the issue?
For me, it seems like the net neutrality debate in Europe today is stalled by some confusion about the concept. How can we understand the discussion? What is the internet? What are the services provided outside the internet, etc.? So I'm looking forward to a deeper discussion today. As far as I understand, this panel is supposed to dig a little bit into these issues. But as a starting point for the discussion, why do we want to strive for net neutrality? The main objective of this is to preserve the internet as an open platform. That's obvious. But if you look a little bit more into the details, what are the success factors of the internet? To me, it seems like the internet allows for innovation without permission. It's a statement said many times before, and it thereby provides low entry barriers for new stakeholders. In addition to that, internet users have been able to control their own access to the internet. That's important, and it's a new dimension of the freedom of expression for us. Furthermore, internet applications, they are decoupled from the internet. So you're able to use the internet for different purposes. And finally, internet communication provides global connectivity. So you can communicate over the whole world using the internet. Note that I use the phrase user control instead of user choice, because it seems like today the phrase user choice is misleading people in this discussion. It's not about choosing an access that is open, it's a question about having an access that is open. So you can use it for whatever purpose you want. Thereby, your access is in your control. You can use it without any predetermined purposes provided by the provider. However, of course, there are some exceptions, so-called reasonable exceptions. Taking a typical example would be blocking of child pornography, for example. So it doesn't mean that it's open for whatever purpose, of course, as we have with all types of freedoms, they are you have to weigh one purpose against another one freedom against another one. So before we go deeper into discussion, I think I leave it by stating that it's important that end users have control of their own access. That's the purpose of the internet.
Okay, let's start with that. Users in full control of their access. So, which are the conditions for this? Is it something we already have now? Should we protect this? How would it work? Luca.
Thank you, Fred. So I think that if we have to analyze the topic of today, so how the open internet can coexist with specialized services, it has to be very clear what is the open internet and what are specialized services. So the internet was, we all know, it's a connection of a multiple network, is a network of networks, and it has been conceived with a layered structure and with an end-to-end architecture. So what does it mean basically? It means that to the different layers of the internet correspond different functions, and it means that the transport of the data packet is dealt by network operators, whereas the aggregation, the treatment of the information is dealt at the application level. That means that is why it is called an end-to-end structure, because the intelligence of the network is at the application level that are run by users. So what is the side effect of this end-to-end layered structure? The side effect is that the internet is a general purpose network. It means that it is not up to the network operator to regulate how the internet will be used. The network operator simply conveys the traffic, and this is why they are considered mere conduits, because they simply convey the traffic. And it is at the application level that the information are organized, and it is the application level where the user is that has the intelligence of the network. So this other side effect of the internet, of an open internet, is that it dramatically empowers users. Is that thanks to an open internet where traffic is managed in a non-discriminatory way, and that was the default of the internet over the first 20 years. In that open structure, the internet user has, for the first time, the freedom, the real freedom to seek, impart, and receive information without restrictions and without, regardless of frontier. So this structure is what really empowers the user. This is essential for freedom of expression for the user. So what is the problem here? The problem is that over the past 10 years, network operators have acquired the technical capability to handle traffic in a discriminatory fashion, for instance, blocking, filtering, or even prioritizing or slowing down specific application. This is not a problem per se. The problem is that at the same time, network operators vertically integrate with content application providers. So besides having the capability to discriminate, they also have an economic incentive to do so. So this could be a simple hypothesis, but since 2012, BEREC has shown with the report that in Europe, 22% of the fixed connection are interested by these discriminatory practices, and up to 50% of the mobile connection are interested by these specific discriminatory practices. So that means that breaches of net neutrality, discriminatory traffic management is the norm for half of mobile users and 1/5 of internet users in Europe. That is what happens in this moment. That is why we need policies and regulation on net neutrality to protect the original end-to-end open structure and not allow intermediaries to decide how we use the internet. And by the way, if one, I'm concluding with this, if one reads the jurisprudence of the European Court of Human Rights, that is exactly what the European Court of Human Rights says since the 90s. The European Court of Human Rights, since the Autronic case in 1990, is repeating that interference on the means of distribution of information determine a restriction of individuals' freedom to impart and receive information. So the fact that an operator has the possibility to restrict and to manage traffic in a discriminatory way has an impact on the freedom of expression. And it is what has been repeated by the European Court of Human Rights since over the past 25 years, especially 2 years ago with the landmark case, the Ilderim case, where besides repeating this principle, the court has also said that restriction to freedom of expression have to be foreseen in a specific, clear and predictable legal framework. So what the court actually says and what the court actually says applies at the Council of Europe level, so at the Council of Europe member states level, so the 47 members of the Council of Europe, is that the restrictions on the means of distribution, so also electronic network, have an impact on freedom of expression. And those restrictions have to be regulated by law.
Thank you, Luca. So it's a fairly good statement. I'd like to come back on what we try to achieve here, and this is often a conversation on how is or are IP services a threat for what you describe. So we got the open internet. To my knowledge, it functioned quite well. I was able to receive a lot of services, including Skype or Netflix on my open global internet. So now I see a new race, a new sort of services, IP services, but I understand that it might be a threat. So we just developed and described the open internet. Is someone want to take a ride on what are IP specialized services? Because I want to make sure that we're talking about the same technical concepts. Who want to try it?
Can I just conclude my thought saying that...
I thought you did, but okay, do it again.
Unless someone else wants to start with what are specialized services. The thing, what I'm saying is the internet, an open internet has to be preserved like that, but that is not incompatible with specialized services. As long as those specialized services that require some enhanced functionalities, for instance, high definition, high quality, or high security, they are kept separated from the open internet. If those two things are kept logically or physically separated, they are perfectly compatible. ISPs can experiment new business model. The open internet is protected. So as long as those two things are kept separated, everyone is happy. But maybe now someone else wants to comment.
No, I'm happy that you're saying this. So it seems quite simple. So actually, we just solved the whole issue. But let's continue. Frode.
I understand specialized services as a kind of a regulatory concept. It was, for example, defined by BEREC, the umbrella organization of the European regulators, as a service where the communication is separated from the internet on the network layer, which means that the traffic is separated from the internet. And the reason for developing this concept is that there is a clear demand for quality of service-based services, says the ISPs. And in order to acknowledge that, we developed this concept. And at the same time, if we have a view of preserving net neutrality, it's important that specialized services are separated from the internet. If we don't separate them, they are actually a kind of prioritization over the internet, which is exactly what we wanted to avoid with net neutrality. So if we accept that the goal is to achieve net neutrality, then we need to separate specialized services from the internet. And of course, they also can't degrade the capacity of the internet.
Thank you. Thank you for this clarification. Does someone want to take it from here? Amelia?
Very good. Thank you very much. So I would like to come back to a thing that Luca Belli mentioned at the beginning of his presentation, which is the internet was created to be a network of networks. When we're talking about net neutrality, very frequently we talk about protecting consumer rights inside of one network. We're effectively not talking about protecting net neutrality on the internet. We're talking about protecting consumer rights on an intranet that belongs to a single ISP. And so I think where this discussion would benefit a lot is from having this distinction clearly made. When are we talking about protecting consumer rights in an intranet that belongs to one operator, and when are we talking about protecting consumer rights or even innovator and entrepreneurial rights on the internet, where networks can be all interconnected and where there's choice, not only in terms of what services you receive, but also in terms of what services you provide. The technical development that's been happening for the last 10 years, and very quickly in the last 2 or 3, is actually going towards software-defined networks, which I think is the elephant in the room that we're not talking about a lot. When an internet service provider is looking to make it appear as if their network is a network of networks inside of their single network by using software to create different compartments of that network. It sounds a bit technical, but it means you have one thing and you make it come across as if it's actually several things. Where both legislators and the debate at large needs to take a lot more care is to always remember that one network is one network. If you're having a telco intranet, it's exactly that. And if we want to talk about protecting the internet in any meaningful way, we need to start thinking about this network of networks, the plural second network term in that sentence. And so this is what I would like to bring for the beginning of the discussion, and I'm looking very much forward to hearing other inputs from the panelists or from the audience on the network of networks and intranet ideas.
Thank you, Amelia. I mean, that is really spot on. So we're talking about two different things. We got IP services and the internet. Those are two different things. Now, how comes that many people believe that there is a threat with those IP services on the global internet? So how comes that we can see this? Because I quite like your differentiations. They are indeed two different things, and I hope this is clear for the audience. So, Gonzalo, how do you think we should best protect network neutrality? What's your take, and how do you see those both going forward? I heard the word separation, so how would it work from your perspective?
Well, I think that mainly the network neutrality is a competition problem. We had already, for example, been served in the IGF at Istanbul, stating that network neutrality was being born in the US as a problem where basically users, clients were not able to have different options for the ISP, and they would be just able to contract their services through only one provider. So that meant basically that this provider had the possibility to influence and to have some restrictions on the service because the customer would have no choice. And in fact, I think that this framework is completely different in Europe. We think we have many more providers, and users have the freedom to switch from providers from one to another. So I think that the competition issue, it's completely different here than the one that we have in the US. In fact, Vince was already talking about solutions to protect network neutrality, such as the unbundling of the loop, such as wholesale service providers, all which have been already present in Europe for many years now. So I think that customers, for example, have many options, like 3, 4 different broadband providers to have access to the internet. So I think that the best way to protect network neutrality would be basically guaranteeing that this competitiveness of the market is in place and that the customers have the information to make informed choices, and they have the information enough to be able to choose the different providers, and that there's a switching mechanism from one provider to other, so that they can choose and they have they have a good chance to choose the best service that best covers their needs. And in fact, with this competition environment, us providers will be willing to offer the best service possible to our customers. So it's against our incentives to block, to neither throttle the services that our customers are willing to get, because otherwise they'd be switching to other providers. And in this respect, I would like to say that at Telefónica, we do not throttle, we do not block any kind of service to our customers. And also, I would like to mention regarding human rights that we at Telefónica, and I would probably add it to most of the ISPs, we do not have any intention to restrict human rights. It is not something that we are not doing at any point.
Thank you. I see many hands raised within the panel. I forgot to mention we have 6 panelists that would be the audience remotely and yourself. I really, and we all would like all of you to contribute and participate to this panel in a very interactive way. So do we have any request or comment from the audience? Please. Do we have a mic? I can give you mine.
I will.
Please introduce your name and speak.
Louise Bennett, BCS Information Society. You just mentioned that in the US there is less competition between providers. What's the view of the panel on the fact that the European competition commissioners are now allowing much more consolidation of telco companies and providers in Europe, which will reduce the competition we currently have in Europe enormously?
Thank you very much. Can I ask 1 or 2 other comments from the audience, and then I will try to give the back to you. Okay, please.
Yeah, we have a remote. We have questions from the remote participant. I would like to read the question from Zdravko Jukic. A question for the panelists, if possible. Imagine a market with 6 players, 5 are offering internet access service and some specialized services, while 1 player is offering just some specialized services, but not the IaaS. Would that be a problem of network neutrality?
Thank you. Thank you for the question.
And also another question, just I'm reading on a Twitter, there is a discussion about the one internet, one is open and one is a bit closed. So please regard as questions and while discussing in the panel.
Thank you. I have seen this tweet as well, and I would like to thank the one who tweeted this, because there might be a problem in Europe and elsewhere, is that there is a temptation to label this intranet, like you describe it, Amelia, as being the global internet. So we might need to fix this here. I would like to take yet another question. Elvana?
Thank you very much. Elvana Thaci from the Council of Europe. I have a couple of comments. First, I find the title of this session quite misleading, and it has been changing, I think, throughout the updates of the program.
No, it didn't, but please comment.
It was net neutrality before, I think, at some point. But anyway, the other point I'd like to share here is that I don't see in the panel any of the intergovernmental organizations where legislation on network neutrality is being negotiated. In the European Union, we have a trilogue going on now on regulation on network neutrality. In the Council of Europe, there is an intergovernmental negotiation going on network neutrality policy. So this is, governments are really a key stakeholder, and intergovernmental organizations are a key stakeholder here. And if you wish all the views to be taken into consideration, the views that have been just expressed, I think it's useful to have governments and intergovernmental organizations on board. Now, I'd like to share with you the Council of Europe's perspectives on the network neutrality policy and the principle. Yes, indeed, we need the network neutrality principle because this is a derivative of the right to freedom of expression and access to information. And it was explained, I think, in the panel that traffic management can be an interference with freedom of expression. And if it's an interference, then it has to comply with the requirements of the European Convention on Human Rights on the legality, necessity in a democratic society, and proportionality. Now, how do you translate these requirements to this very technical and very, very complex, legally speaking, complex situation? In the Council of Europe, we have taken so far in a draft policy, and I stress it's a draft policy, it's not finalized yet. The approach we have taken is to consider the principle of network neutrality as underpinning the right to freedom of expression. As the right to freedom of expression, the principle is not absolute, it has exemptions. One of the exemptions is traffic management for purposes of to address network congestion. Prioritization of services, which I think in this title of this panel is the IP services, as far as I understand, are also not prohibited. These can be an exemption, but there should be safeguards in laws and policies about protecting the right to freedom of expression, about notifying the users, about the quality of service that they are getting, so that they receive what they're paying for. And they have information about any type of filtering or blocking of information that might be taking place in this context. So I'd like to stress this: safeguards for freedom of expression in whichever law or policy or regulation on network neutrality we will have in place. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Please.
I would like to make a statement as well as ask a question. In regards to what has been addressed already on the ongoing discussions on net neutrality in the TSM file. When it comes to network congestions, we talk about traffic management on the network, not on the content of the network. And service providers, specialized services are about content as far as I get it. My question is towards all of the panelists. What do you think are the dangers when it comes to saving the net neutrality? That's it.
So
what do you think are the dangers?
Can I
net neutrality?
Hold on right now? There are many more questions, and I thank you a lot for this. But if you agree, I would like to push back to the panel now. So we have three main avenues here, right? I expected the question, thank you a lot. I would like to park it a little bit right now. This is a US-EU comparison. We will certainly address this, but I would not like to hijack the conversation now. So we had a question about competition in general, and by the way, is it sufficient to ensure network neutrality? I guess there are lots to say. We had a comment on traffic management from the Council of Europe, and with the different aspects that we can take in terms of exemptions. I would like to hear from you on that one, and more generally on network neutrality and the danger. And then I'd like to myself add something, Elvana, you nicely commented. We all eagerly would like to hear from you where you are with the Council of Europe about your recommendation, network neutrality. I mean, what's the status of it? But that's for later in the panel. Who want to take the three angles? We start with you, Luca.
Okay, I would like to start with the competition question, stating that competition is essential for net neutrality, but it is not sufficient. So it is an essential condition, but competition itself, as well as transparency itself, does not solve the problem. In Europe, we have a highly competitive market, and with transparency obligations since 2009 with the telecom package. But as the BEREC report in 2012 has proved, there are still some players that use discriminatory traffic management despite of competition. This is for two simple reasons. First, if every player in the market throttles and has anti-competitive measures, you don't have a choice. Everyone is throttling you. So competition is useless in that case. Secondly, users do not realize that they have been throttled or blocked, because I would like to make a quick survey, even if the ISP says explicitly in his contractual agreement that he's throttling you. How many people in this room, there are I think 200 people, how many people have read the conditions of their internet access service provider? Of those 3, 4 people, 5, how many work for an internet service provider, or how many of you have no connection with internet service provider? 2, 3. Okay, so we are 200 people, and there are 3 or maybe 4 persons that have read that condition for personal interest. So that makes it a very tiny fraction of the internet users with the unforeseen survey that read and know that they have been throttled or not. So transparency, it is not efficient simply because if you have 200 pages of conditions saying how have you been throttled and blocked, you will not read them and you will not understand them. And competition is essential, but not efficient, because if everyone in the market is throttling you, you will not have a choice. And besides that, as I was saying at the very beginning, the internet is a network of networks. So if you have some network that block, it also reflects on the other network's possibility to access the information that are in that network. So if we do not consider the internet as broadcasting, but as a network of network, competition itself is not sufficient. Can I also provide a quick comment on the intention to keep prioritization as an exception? I perfectly agree there are exceptions to network neutrality. As freedom of expression, network neutrality is not absolute. You have expression, for instance, when you have a court order that tells you that something has to be blocked because it is illegal. For instance, for temporary and exceptional congestion measures. But hearing that prioritization is an exception, it is something that I do not really consider as compatible with net neutrality. And it was obvious in the recently issued FCC order that prioritization would ban, and it is obvious that prioritization has an impact on freedom of expression. So I'm very happy to know that the policy of the Council of Europe is still a draft, and I hope that will be corrected.
Thank you. I'd like to have Amelia.
Very good. So, first, on the competition and consolidation strategy of the European Commission, that's bad, right? Even the competition authority of the European communities knows that it's bad. They've received heavy criticism from competition policy think tanks. They know themselves that they're making the bad choices, and they're still making it because somewhere someone has convinced top-level politicians that you need consolidation in order to have investments. Now, Luca Belli mentions that the European Union is a place where we have a highly competitive telecoms market. That is only partially true. The highest level of investments we see in the truly competitive markets of the European Union, which is mostly Scandinavia. Like in Sweden, you can go out on the countryside and you still have 100 megabit symmetric fiber connection. Whereas in Belgium, when I came there in 2010, and I was a naive and young Swedish 22-year-old believing that I had landed in Western Europe civilization, and we had a 4 gigabyte traffic limit per month. I could not watch YouTube videos, every day and still be within my quota, which was incomprehensible to me at the time, but which is still the case for some Belgian households. There are no fiber-to-the-home connections in all of Belgium. In Germany, less than 1% of all the households have fiber-to-the-home connections. This clearly is not because they have too much competition, it's because they have too little competition. And so I disagree that we've succeeded on the competition part in the European Union, and I think the net neutrality discussions that we're having are largely actually caused by the fact that the vast majority of European citizens do not have as many choices as they need, the investments are far too low, and it's because politicians down-prioritize competition for whatever reason. Now, as regards with the freedom of speech and human rights protections, like traffic management has privacy implications, it has freedom of speech implications, but my feeling from the European Parliament, which I know Eva is more updated than me on this, but when I was there last year, we ended up talking about these dreary kind of business model selections for ISPs, like imagine you're an ISP and you have a network, then what kind of business model would you like to inflict on your consumers? And the legislator is not the most appropriate actor to be discussing specific business models. They could choose something like, in the e-privacy directive of the European Union, the ISP should not in general monitor communications. That would be perfectly sufficient to not have any unreasonable traffic management. People like the Norwegian Telecommunications Authority would afterwards go in and scrutinize the telcos and ensure that no undue traffic management is done. And the legislation, the policy debate as it's framed in Europe is too far from these general principles of what the legislators actually want, and too much into the grimy details of whether or not you can imagine an extra surcharge to be imposed on an end consumer in an intranet in a specific circumstance where some criteria are fulfilled. This we should leave to the business executives of Telefonica, because first of all, the discussions are boring, and the European Parliament is not the right institutions to have them in either case. Now, the danger of network neutrality discussions in the European Union is exactly that legislators and even ministers have been dragged into these business model discussions rather than the principled discussions of how do we deal with privacy, which is a big issue, how do we deal with freedom of speech in networks, which is also a big issue, and then, of course, the competition policy issues, which are also not being discussed. So it's like you have these three major principal issues that are so suitable for political discussions, and instead we're discussing everything but those three big topics that would be most adequate and relevant for both legislators and I think, well, at least this part of the panel and, you know, for us to be discussing. So that would be my comments on that.
Thank you, Amelia. Actually, it's a good transition, if you allow me, to Eva. So this is a clear message from a previous MEP to a new MEP. So why don't you just stick to very strict principles that we can all agree on?
You know, there are some people that are interested in discussing the 3 points Emilia mentioned. The point is, how do we make sure that we just do not stay at the stage where we discuss them, but we actually act upon, and where legislation is necessary to legislate on that, and not to lag behind and be slow in our procedures and processes, because this is what we're witnessing right now. And we can never be as fast as technology, but we don't necessarily need to be as fast as technology develops. But still, we need to make sure that we go enough in depth when it's necessary and bring all stakeholders around the table and make sure that we get to a balanced approach. I would just make one point on the question on competition. The way the Commission gives clearance, clearance decisions have been given with very strict Commission sitcoms. And in order clearance to be given, there needs to be a divest of certain assets to allow a new competitor to enter. And these clearances are only given if they allow a new competitor to use their network. So this is the way the Commission functions, and let's not undermine DG competition, which I think is a very good DG in one of the DGs that actually does most of the work in order for the single market to be properly functioning. But my main appeal before I leave, and I'm very sorry I have to leave, but the debate got shifted, I have an interview to go to record, is that we have to act in the European Parliament a little bit more fast with all developments that are happening and not stay stuck in the Council or in a committee or somewhere in between, because this does not help anyone. And then we might end up having the same discussion in 3 years here with not much development having happened in the Parliament or the Council when the discussions, trialogues are taking place. I'm very sorry.
Thank you very much, Eva, and thank you for being with us. Gonzalo, many people talk about you, actually, or Telefonica, Telecom, so up to you now.
First, I would like to touch upon the BEREC report. The BEREC report was released in 2012, and it was based on findings of 2011. So when we are talking about an internet wall, 4-year times, it's a lot of time, and things have changed there a lot since then. And we have more recent reports from, I think it's the ITRE committee, saying that net neutrality concerns in Europe are speculative and overblown. And to that, I might like to add also that if net neutrality was such a big problem, how is it that we had a company buying WhatsApp, which is a company relying on the internet? How would they be buying that for the amount that they did? And if net neutrality is a problem, if ISPs were blocking services for OTTs, how would Facebook be willing to make such an acquisition if we were to block those services? In fact, we had already Facebook launching a voice over IP service through the WhatsApp, and so far I have not seen any problems saying that the service is being blocked. So to be honest, I would consider that net neutrality, with regards to blocking, throttling services, and even from a human rights perspective, nowadays it's not a concern in Europe.
Further, I know you want to jump on this because I heard many things here, including that we have no competition in Europe, so it's just a bit what did the regulators do? But more importantly, competition might not solve everything. So what's your take?
we've heard this argument many times before that net neutrality is a problem we have to solve in the US. And even though, as Gonzalo say, the Barrack investigation is rather old, that's correct, it clearly showed that 1/5 of the fixed accesses in Europe had blocking or throttling, and correcting Luca a little bit, 1/3 of the mobile accesses had similar problems regarding net neutrality in mobile networks. So there is no such investigation in the US showing that there is such a problem in the US. So to me, this indicates that the competition that we have in Europe, which we actually have, it doesn't solve the net neutrality problem. In addition to that, I would also like to mention that even though if you can choose a neutral internet access as a user, and you don't, let's assume somebody don't, because they obviously don't, some of you in Europe don't do that, and you are yourself choosing a neutral access, and then you want to use Skype, for example, to call a person, and he hasn't chosen a neutral internet access. This means that also some persons not choosing a neutral access, they are also influencing the others. This is the so-called network effect. So this is a way of reducing the size of the open internet. So that is why net neutrality is a question about an open internet access to everybody who are connected to the internet. It's not something for a few of us, it's something that everybody should have.
Thank you. Please continue.
I would also like to say to Gonzalo that you referred to an ITRA report. I don't know exactly which one it is, but I assume I know which one it is. And there is no investigation referred to in that report. And it also reports to that regulators are not complaining about the situation. And why is that? That is because the current framework allows operator to do blocking and throttling of traffic. So that's the current situation. You can't report that there is a breach to this framework because there isn't. When we discuss net neutrality, we are discussing the next phase, which we may enter into in the near future, but maybe not. There is obviously a large problem regarding this discussion regarding the new framework.
Okay, thanks. I have Luca, Amelia, and then I would like to get back to the audience because I see people moving and I'm sure we will have other comments. So, Luca.
I have many comments, but I will try to be very concise and just to focus on one very important issue that was raised by Amelia and also someone else, I guess. The fact of traffic management being also dangerous for privacy and data protection purposes. So this famous Barrack report, which is very pedagogic, I suggest all of you read it, in the 2012 report, explicitly explains that blocking or throttling are done mainly by using deep packet inspection. What is this packet inspection? It's a specific traffic management techniques that analyze the content of the packet, not just the header information, not only the destination, not only the addressing information, but what is inside the packet. So it is an analysis of your personal communication done by an operator in order to decide whether to block it or to throttle it or to prioritize it. So that is an obvious breach of data protection and privacy, and it has been clearly highlighted at least twice by the European Data Protection Supervisor. I suggest you also read the 2011 opinion on net neutrality, the 2014 opinion on the Digital Single Market Regulation. The Data Protection Supervisor explicitly says that deep packet inspection is not compatible with the protection of privacy and data protection in Europe, with the current European framework, and explicitly says that beside the telecom regulators, also the data protection authority should scrutinize internet traffic management practices, because those practices have the potential to hinder and jeopardize the full protection on the fundamental right to privacy and data protection.
Thank you.
Right, so first of all, I have never said that there was no competition in Europe. I have said that there are some jurisdictions in which the competition is very good, and then there are, unfortunately, a lot of jurisdictions where the competition is not good, which is largely because of inactivity of the regulator. You can compare the number of cases that the BIPT in Belgium has drawn towards Belgacom and the amount of cases that the Swedish regulator is pulling towards TeliaSonera or even Tele2, who's not even a former state monopolist, right? The Swedish regulator is active, Swedish competition is good, investment is high, the Belgian operator is inactive, the Belgian regulator is inactive, so the Belgian investments is low. On the over-the-top service providers, the European Commission and specifically DG Competition have actually launched a survey into how electronic services and information society services are competing. So we will be expecting within the next couple of years a thorough competitive analysis of how these services may or may not interfere with competitive practices. And that will come, and I'm sure that if the Commission finds big problems, somebody will find reasons to act on them. But I don't think that we need to, if we're already in the problem now that we're discussing the vertical integration of the network of networks with the content delivery services, I think going even further up and conflating the discussion with more layers of market integration is not very helpful. I mean, our main objective here is, I guess, to be discussing the vertical integration that happens between access services and network owners, right? And so the net neutrality discussion is about when people who simultaneously own networks and provide access services are trying to use this vertically integrated structure to impose anti-competitive restraints or privacy constraints or whatever kind of restraints they are on their users. And I think we can keep it there. And then for these big IT services and the network effects, this is a competitive problem which we need to deal with separately. It's not an unimportant problem or even an irrelevant problem to raise, and I'm sure we'll find a reason to more heavily regulate whatever WhatsApp, Facebook, or Google. It's just not so useful to conflate it in this discussion, I think. And I wanted to raise that point, which was basically...
Okay, I'd like to make another tour, Luca, and then get back to you. I have questions over there.
Richard Tilt from the Internet Watch Foundation. It's a UK organisation which works to combat the use of the internet for child sexual abuse material. We work by having material removed and or blocked. And this is really just a plea for whatever policy emerges from the EU that there should be a proper exemption for the kind of work that we do because of its significance. And I'd really very much like to hear from the panelists that they agree that such an exemption would be a proper way forward.
Before you answer, we have Thomas there, and I have some other question there. Thank you. I take two other ones. Christopher, yeah.
Thanks, Frederick. Thomas Grupp, also member of the drafting group working for Deutsche Telekom, and I have studied economics. So just a few comments on the interesting theory that where there is competition, there is investment. Actually, it's not. Where there is profitability, there is investment. That is quite basic. And I don't think that regulatory activity has, if you do the empirical test, anything to do with the level of investment in Europe. But that just as a remark. What I want to touch upon is another point. If we look at the greater picture here, you probably are using devices that have been manufactured in Asia. We're looking at services here on the wall that are done by US operators. Now, I understand you want that the European industry is investing, that we have the best networks, but at the same time, we shouldn't make any money with it. So I think we have a slight conflict of goals here that need to be resolved. And by the way, Luca, I don't think people have read the terms and conditions of Twitter, Facebook, and Google services either. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Can I have, I got another question here.
Good morning, Silvia Serrano from IGF Spain. I would like to share with the audience at EuroDIG some key messages from our annual IGF in Spain that took place last week regarding net neutrality. There are 8 key messages that I would like to share and perhaps can give some light on the debate. The first one is that the concept of the open internet is subjective and open for debate, but it must cover all aspects of the value chain of the internet, from user terminals to networks, platforms, and information in the network, as we have discussed. The second message is the protection of the open internet must preserve the freedom of choice of the users and respect human rights, as well as encourage innovation broadly. The third one, regarding access networks, the US case is very different from the situation in Europe. In most countries in Europe, the formula of well-executed competition and transparency can be enough in most cases to avoid ex-ante regulation for net neutrality. The fifth message is that in Europe, zero rating rates represent a commercial formula in which operators do not receive any kind of compensation from managing the data traffic consumed by the clients. But this is different in other regions of the world, so this is a difficult issue. Regulation, neither in the US or Europe, has been able to address the similarities between electronic communication networks managed by operators and content distribution networks, the CDNs, used by other economic agents that intervene in the internet value chain, which is generating asymmetries. The seventh message is that Europe needs to tackle the problem of internet openness as a whole, with a review of sectoral regulations to study what aspects need to be protected through sectoral regulation and which ones should be covered with a horizontal scope. And last message from the IGF Spain Annual Forum was that innovation must be taken into account while the decisions are being made facing the review of the regulatory framework, given the difficulty that the generation of new startups in Europe is difficult in Europe than compared with other regions like, for example, the US. Thank you.
One last question, Christopher, you want to say something?
Thank you, Frederick. I do not want to repeat what I said earlier today about the draft document, but I do think as moderator you should have reported that there was very little consensus around that room of the draft produced by the working group. First of all, for millions of people in Europe, specialized services is for the birds. I have regular, daily, everyday experience of at least 3 different networks. On a bad day, they don't even deliver email spontaneously, let alone a voice conference call. Until there's enough investment to provide serious access to the internet as it is, the idea that the industry can hold the European population hostage to only invest if you get your specialized services, it's really not serious. Secondly, and I echo something which was said earlier, there is very little competition, network competition in the fixed lines for millions of people. Now, you can say that in certain cities and certain jurisdictions that there are exceptions, but that's the experience, the everyday experience of most people for fixed lines. There's more competition in G3 mobile, but G3 mobile is not capable of supporting the kind of specialized services that you're talking about anyway. So I really think we should go back to basics, and before the industry starts asking for more, please deliver a basic service for everybody now.
Thank you. So, who want to react to this? Who want to take the floor? Luca.
I had a comment about a couple of comments, but again, I will try to be concise. Focusing on what also Gonzalo was saying about the fact that Facebook purchased WhatsApp and that OTT service can be purchased. And I think there is a very clear example at the European level about what traffic management distortion could have an impact on the market, which is Skype. Skype was regularly blocked in several countries before being sold to Microsoft. Skype was, in 2011, Skype, an Estonian company, was sold for 11.5 billion euros. It's a lot of money. But if it hadn't been blocked in, I don't know how many, I think 11 countries in Europe, that would have been sold for 20 or 25 billion. So the thing is that it is not only about blocking an application which is perfectly legal. It's about also having an impact on the market. At the same time, you don't allow users that would like to use voice over IP, I mean, I'm not speaking about you, those that were blocking that specific application were impeding users to legitimately, freely communicate with a legal application, and at the same time, they obliged the Skype shareholders to accept a very good price, but that could have been the double. So that there is also a direct impact on the market. Speaking about what Thomas was saying, that investment are where there is profitability, obviously, but if the profitability entails human rights violations, I don't think that we should focus on that kind of profitability. Maybe a little less profitability, but respect of human rights would be a better compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Frode, please.
A few responses from me regarding answering Internet Watch. Obviously, your example is an example of reasonable traffic management, to make that clear. But I think the main problem in the political discussion we have these days is that there is some misunderstanding regarding how the Internet is supposed to work alongside with specialized services. And therefore, I agree with Christopher's comment regarding specialized services, that it's important to secure the basic Internet access. And that is why it's important to differentiate between specialized services and the other services. They should be clearly separated, isolated from each other, so you know how much capacity you have for your Internet access service. Because if you don't know that, then there is no need for net neutrality. So you need some basic capacity which should then be neutral. Also regarding traffic handling for this Internet access service, there are a couple of exceptions, the so-called reasonable traffic management, apart from exceptions based on law or on court orders. You have, of course, problems with security and integrity of the service, user-initiated aspects like spam filtering, etc., are examples. And we also have this very difficult congestion management. And to make it clear, on the Internet, there is already a lot of congestion management. So this is why the Internet works. The congestion management on the Internet is end-to-end based. It means that your computer, it doesn't send more traffic into the network than there is capacity for in the network. So there is no need for deep packet inspection to reduce the traffic. The traffic management should be congestion agnostic, which means that the traffic should be handled independent of which application you are using. And this works today on the Internet. So there is no need for interference regarding that when it comes to handling the amount of the traffic on the Internet. Thank you.
Luca, and then I'd like to take the floor back. Thank you.
Maybe, okay, I will be very fast just to say that obviously there are exceptions to non-discriminatory management. Obviously, when some content is deemed as illegal, or there is a court order, or there is congestion to be managed, there should be exception that should be clearly defined. I would like however, to highlight that that should not be randomly categorized as reasonable traffic management, because you can use the term reasonable as long as what is reasonable is defined. Because otherwise, what is reasonable to me is probably not reasonable to Gonzalo, and maybe it is not reasonable to Frode. So reasonable is very subjective. And to stress this, I would like to, maybe you can directly read the submission that the ISP operator Comcast did in 2008 when the FCC was scrutinizing its management practices, saying that deep packet inspection, analyzing the content, plus sandvine technology to throttle peer-to-peer application was reasonable. So obvious violation of privacy and obvious throttling of some legal application was reasonable. So I suggest we are very careful and cautious when we use the reasonable term.
Gonzalo, then Amelia, then I take it back. Please.
Okay. Well, I would like to remember a basic principle of competition, that one thing is having the power to put restrictions, and other thing is exerting that power. So, of course, ISPs have the power to block, to do many nasty things, but that doesn't mean that we do it. So, we cannot just force a strict regulation that will prevent from ISPs from delivering services, just to prevent that these anti-competitive practices are implemented. We have a competition law that watches, that is very observant on the practices that all the operators do, and if something, an anti-competitive practice is arising in the market, they shall act upon it. Also, on the traffic management, I fully agree. I mean, traffic management implies that not all traffic is going to be treated equally. That means that we should be, for example, to provide the best user experience, we should be able to block spam, we should be able to block attacks of denial of service, we should be able to block child pornography. That means that not all traffic is going to be treated equally. That also means, for example, that in the UK we had a problem with iPhones when they were launched, and in specific applications were congesting the network. So we had to block those applications. So this means that traffic management sometimes requires some practices that might not be application agnostic, because some specific applications, some specific content might be the ones that are introducing the traffic congestion.
Amelia, do you want to add something, or I take it back?
Well, so one of the parts where the European Union has actually succeeded with competition law is exactly that we have access obligations on network owners. This means we have a lot of operators that don't necessarily own their own networks, but they're able to operate on other people's networks. This means in Europe, the competitive situation is slightly trickier than in the US, because a telco may not only be impacted by its direct relation to its customers, it can also be impacted by its relationship to other telcos. And when you say that telcos can restrict, but they don't necessarily restrict, actually they do. That's what the BEREC report shows, right? Like the BEREC report says exactly that not only can telcos restrict access to certain services for customers and other telcos, they actually do it as well. And this is why we need maybe a more strongly formulated competitive legislation and sectoral regulation, as was requested by our Spanish friends, to ensure that the regulatory authorities have even better tools than they presently have to get to some of these competitive restrictions that we're currently seeing in European markets. Now, I know a lot of our ISPs in Europe suffer from universal service obligations, like in France and Spain, I think Germany as well. There's some large telco that gets the obligation to provide services to everyone, which causes them, of course, to have expenses from that. The European Union may want to, and would have perhaps revisited that had they made a proper consultation before proposing the present legislative proposal that is discussed in Brussels, since every possible experience from the European Union and its member states shows that it's the countries that don't necessarily use universal service obligations, but that have a proper competitive framework with a proper competitive oversight from a competent regulator with sufficient tools to engage in regulatory oversight, that have the largest investment, the best consumer services, the cheapest consumer services that are also the most net neutral. We literally stand nothing to lose from having a good and pro-competitive sectoral regulation oversight in the European Union, which helps our regulators and our consumers to get the ISPs that quite frankly, and I think Mr. Wilkinson say this, like that we deserve, right? All of these good services that we want from our networks, they're within our reach, but then we need our legislators to have a properly pro-competitive policy and not to listen to people that say, I read a book on economics once.
Thank you, Amelia. Look, I'm in a situation now where I would love to continue, because there were an elephant in the room. We touch upon this at many different occasions, and it is positive price discrimination, also known as zero rating, also known as, you have many vocabulary actually, sponsored data. We haven't really touched upon that one. It's really a big issue. It's a big issue in Europe, in the world. I understand that some data show that in the world more than 50% mobile operators zero rate, especially Facebook. So this is something we would need to address. But we have another 5 minutes, so I don't know if you want me to open the floor to this. If I do, I would just like to hear very quick statement. Is it good or bad? What do you think? Is it consumer choice? Is it something else? And then after this, I'd like to do what Christopher suggested, and I was about to do anyway, is to report to you about these documents that a working group has crafted the last 2 months, and I wanted to give you a status of this and propose a way forward. So, would you accept, but that's a deal between the audience, the panelists and myself, that we just address it, take the temperature of zero rating or sponsor data or whatever you call it. Do you accept that we do that in 4 minutes, or you prefer you just not address it and, okay, it's also a sign of something? What do I say?
How do we address it?
Is it good or bad? Yes, is it good or bad? Or if you don't find that the question is good, we don't address it.
I think, can we do a quick round to do if it is, to state if it is good or bad? Yeah.
In Norway, we have net neutrality guidelines, and the Norwegian regulator has taken a position that we consider zero rating to be against the Norwegian net neutrality guidelines. So we think it's bad.
If we have a framework saying that traffic management should be non-discriminatory, zero rating is obviously a breach of that principle, because it entails a discrimination of a specific type of traffic, and it has, by the way, also some negative consequences on data protection or on freedom of expression, especially when the zero-rated application is a social network, because in that case you have not only one filter, the ISP that decide how can you communicate free and impart and receive information. You also have a second filter, the terms of service of the application, that tells you how to communicate and impart and receive information. So that is a double restriction of freedom of expression. So for me, it's bad.
Thank you.
For me, it's like everything. It's not good or bad. It depends how you implement it. It's a commercial practice where we can offer discounts on traffic. That has been always the case. I mean, it depends how you implement this practice. For example, we have in Germany, we have providers offering Spotify services, which the related traffic to that is not charged. That's zero rated. In some countries, we have Spotify that is provided over a discount, while the traffic is charged. It's the same approach. It's a different approach, but with the same result. So it's a commercial practice that, depending on how it is implemented, it could and might be beneficial for users.
Thank you. Emilia?
I believe we need more vertical separation in the European Union and on its markets, not more vertical integration where services become interdependent on each other and the price structure and conditions for one service depends on another, which is more upstream. So I would, per definition, think zero rating is bad, since I see it as a vertically integrated competitive restriction on all market actors.
Thank you. I said, I know it's unfair. We won't start a debate on this. I just wanted to take the temperature of the room. I got already something. Is there anyone who wants to make a quick statement about that? And I apologize already, we won't have a debate on this. Maybe next year when we got some maturity on the issue.
Well, it's me again. It's a reference to the Telefonica person. The thing is that we talk about competition, right? And you talk about the lack of capacity of the network to actually maintain the traffic, to allow content to go on the traffic. So if you are about to decide what kind of content to go on your network and what kind of content your network can handle, this is censorship. So why not increasing your network's capacity? If you cannot offer a service, just don't offer it, right? Why not investing in increasing your networks? Slow internet is very convincingly used for censorshiping the content. And internet is numbers. They don't care about the content. They care about what the number says, right? You don't have the capacity to say whether a porn movie should go on your network, whether a politically sensitive article should go on your network, etc., right? It's about how big is this platform for your network. So please increase your network's capacity.
That's a good one. It might just be one of the conclusions of this today. Actually, I would like to thank the panel for their great participation and contribution. I have a duty now, and I would like you not to leave the room before I finish with you. I have a duty. I'd like to report on something that was a collective work that we started 2 months ago and that we called the draft statement of EuroDIG on network neutrality. So I'd like to, again, give you some background of this initiative. And I will do something which is quite difficult for me. I will actually promote something which is not my paper. So that's my duty. I mean, I tell you, if I would have drafted this paper myself, it would have been different. And I believe it's true from all the members of this drafting group. So you see what I mean. We were happy, yet we would not have done this way if we would have entire responsibility. So we started this process on a very open way, an inclusive way. We opened for a wide consultation in Europe, and we were hoping, and yet we received many comments from different persons. Yet it was at the European level no more than 15 persons, but we were happy because we had a truly multi-stakeholder participation into this paper. So I again would like to thank some of the key persons in this group. We got Luca, we have got Gonzalo, we have got EBU, and we have got for the technical side expert from the IATF. So what happened next was that we came here to the EuroDIG with this paper and still open process for people to comment, and we announced it, and we wanted this room and this audience to know that this paper exists. We opened up for another round of comments this morning, and we expected this. Some people who were completely unhappy with the paper. And I tell you, we expected it. I mean, I had most people unhappy because they felt that we would not be at the level they would expect we would be. That's a good compliment, by the way. They would expect much more from this group. Some other people were really disappointed because we just exclude the notion of zero rating. We actually recognize that zero rating is a really critical issue in network neutrality. Let's face it, it's a really important elephant in the room of the network neutrality discussions. But we felt that we didn't have enough ground to just continue the discussion, so we wanted to state it. So we wanted to say clearly, you know what? There will not be any inclusion of zero rating issues that would frame the discussion that we had. So it was something even in the wording that we discussed. So at the end, we had this morning conversation with people who were not happy, but I would like to state again what is a multi-stakeholder process. The outcome of this paper, I would not ask nobody in this room to endorse it. I would not ask a government or the European Commission or the European Council or the Council of Europe to endorse a position. It is, and it exists, we have worked on something that exists and we cannot ignore it. We have open process, we have a good group. I agree that we can disagree, but I would need to stand up firmly to tell you that I have got the chance to work with great experts, starting with you, Gonzalo, and you, Luca, who told me that at the end, even if the process was a quick process, you would agree with the content of this text. I have this from you, and I'm very happy to say it to you all that we have something. So my objective now is to just check, as we did this morning, I would like to check the temperature of this room. Again, it's something that happened here in the EuroDIG. This is a picture of here and now. And if I don't see in this room, and I understand that some people might stand up and say, I don't like it, but this is the multi-stakeholder process. If I don't see clear opposition from the majority of this room, I will consider that I will take this document saying, we have something in EuroDIG, and I would like to talk about that at the next IGF. No more, no less than this. Up to you guys. I assume they have, but this is the multi-stakeholder process. So who has a chance? I would like everybody attention. Who has a chance to read this paper? Okay. And how many of you who read it say, you know what, I agree to disagree, but I not only don't like this paper, but really I strongly oppose it. Not over my dead body. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 persons. So does it mean that I have from the rest of this room something that might say, look, I would never have written this document, but I have something that I can live with? And if this is the case, I would like to tell officially EuroDIG that even though we have an imperfect document that someone would call toxic, that someone would not like it, I would like to say to the EuroDIG no, that we have something that is a first stage in the network neutrality
I mean, I'm sorry, but in the spirit of multi-stakeholder consensus or even the IETF kind of rough consensus humming, it would seem to me that if we have at least, I saw maybe 7 people or up to 10 people strongly disagreeing with this text, which means they're not only saying there's a slight problem in the margins, they're actually strongly oppose it and would not have wanted to participate in a conference that later has this as an outcome. Now, in any normal multi-stakeholder process, whether it be technical or whether we've previously done it at the IGF or in the net neutrality dynamic coalition that I know Luca was in for a long time, that would indicate that we need to go back, revisit the text, perhaps now that more people are aware of the process, we can reopen an emailing list. I know you have the excellent expertise of Mr. Belli, who will be able to help you in setting up this digital discussion platform, and you can come back to it in a couple of months. Finally, it's not so important that EuroDIG adopts something now on this issue. There is no harm in you going back, revisiting some of the paragraphs, seeing can anything be improved, can we have these strong opponents, maybe slightly less antagonistic. You know, you have the time to do that. Don't worry, chill out.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I don't want to force. And again, Amelia, we are learning in the process. And seriously, as I said, it's not my paper, but I'm proud of the work that we've done. And you know what? We're quite cool right now. So I would like to just tell you that I see what you mean. I would like to just check with this room. I don't want to push for something that nobody wants. I just want to check if there is something that people like and want to just continue. Thomas.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. I think this is a very, this is the multi-stakeholder reality where also the rules of the game are not set by somebody at the top, but actually we somehow need to agree on what basis we discuss and so on and so forth. So that's part of the fun also of the multi-stakeholder exercise. I think we need to be very careful here in the sense that we don't create or give signals that are not truly reflecting the situation in either way. So what happened here is, as I said yesterday, based on Net Mondial, knowing that there is something similar that will happen for the IGF, we made an experiment. We're very thankful to those who participated in that experiment. That was open, it was transparent, that's a fact. It's also a fact that not everybody was aware of this, because we all have thousands of other things to do, of emails to read and processes to follow. So we should take care of the fact that not everybody was participating for several reasons. You're also right, there's no force that forces us to adopt something here. We may take this and use this. The question is how. So I think there are basically two, and having talked to some people, there are two possibilities. Either we say, okay, this is a draft, there will be a continuation in working on this document in that working group that will then probably be enlarged. We may not get to something, given the positions, very soon. So that may, the purpose of this to have a tangible outcome of this EuroDIG in the form of a paper may not work if we reopen the text, but we can reopen the text. If we decide that we want to have something now that we don't want to reopen, then we need to make sure that the text plus maybe the framing of the text reflects the situation where we are, that reflects the situation that this is a very hotly debated issue, that the fact that not everybody has been fully involved in this new experimental process so far. So I think that there are these two options, and we should get clarity before we leave from here how the stature of this text is, what the procedures are. And if we go for the second option, that we would say, okay, we leave the text as it is, as a mirror of the debate in this working group until the 1st of June, or whenever the working group ended, but then we should frame it, title it, accompany it in a way that people understand that this was a contribution of the working group. It's a negotiated text within a working group of EuroDIG. So we shouldn't maybe call it a EuroDIG statement. We can call it a statement or a document or an outcome of a EuroDIG working group. It should be clear who was part of that working group. And we should accompany it with some reflection of the discussion that we are having, that we've had here. And then this would be a package that we could say, okay, we can send this out. Say, okay, there have been some people that were starting to contribute in a written way. This was the basis for a discussion at EuroDIG, and the whole package can then move forward. So that's my suggestion at this stage. Either we continue to work on the document, or we leave it as it is, but frame it in a way that it's clear what the level, what the status of this text within the discussion, which is bigger than the group that was drafting it, where this stands. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I have a very big concern. I would not accept this being a paper from the working group. How the process was set is that we will be drafting a paper to be open to the public so that the EuroDIG community will accept it. We stated from the very first minute that it will not be a document to be endorsed by anyone. Having the document being addressed to be a working group document and having all the participants in the working group being referred means an endorsement of the document by all the different participants, which is not the case. This is a completely different situation than the one we started at the very beginning. So I fully oppose to that solution.
Who want to comment? And then we will close.
I think there are some parts of the document as currently drafted where there are probably very polarized views. And I think the thing to do at this stage is to admit that there are polarized views, to say there are different views and these need further discussion. And I think if you do that, everyone will be happy with something going forward for further multi-stakeholder discussion.
Thank you very much. Elvana Thaci from the Council of Europe. I don't have any objection to the text as it stands. I had some questions on it, and I think it's a document that is being discussed. I don't have any objections to the document being carried for discussions in the IGF either. But I would like to stress a point I made earlier, the disconnect of this process from the processes that are happening with legislators, with policymakers. This is something I would encourage you to bring to the attention, if you agree on this statement, to bring to the attention and try to influence the policies that are being developed, the legislation that is being issued in the European Union and in the Council of Europe. So not to stay in this isolation from the ongoing legislative processes.
Well, first, thank you, Elvana, for saying you have not a problem with this. And let me answer to you. I had the honor to chair this group. I'm from the Internet Society. I don't do lobby. This is not my job. So I don't want to be associated to a document which is something that might be taken as a lobbying document. This is not my job. So this is why I didn't want to link this conversation to influencing or trying to have this being endorsed by the Council of the European Union. And you know what? I was even right, because after this morning, I had representatives of institutions who came to see me and say we cannot endorse it, because we are in the process to adopt communication position to similar issues, and I completely understand this is not something any institution should endorse, even not yours. This is something produced in a multi-stakeholder way by civil society, businesses, academics, and a lot of different stakeholders. This is exactly it. We wanted to take a picture of where we are right now in this discussion. And the reason why I promote this document is I feel, we are as far as we can go. I have seen many people in the group making, a lot of concession. So it means that they're all unhappy with the document, and at the same time they're saying, okay, we can live with it. So to me, it's already something, we have something. Whether we might not agree, I would like to say we have something which many people here or some people here don't agree with. Perfect. But we cannot ignore that we have something. This is how multi-stakeholder process works. So now about the status, I would like to think like one of the leading lights in my professional environment used to say that we might have the first floor of a house here. So let's start building the rest of the house, but let's recognize that we have some building blocks that is a good start, even though we might not like everything in it. This is all what we ask. So I'm not pushing for anyone to be forced to endorse this document. This is not about that. It's just to recognize that today we have a picture, and on this picture I will see the face of people who make faces because they don't like it, but this is a picture that we have here right now. This is my point. I'm ready and I'm very open to continue the working group, but I would like firmly that we recognize that we have something, because we do. We do have something.
Frederic, I'm sorry, it's Miliana from Remote Moderation.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. We have agreement on remote participant that there is a need to rework on this document, on this statement. So just from the remote part. There is a need to rework, that is, to work on it.
Yes, thank you. My name is Hugo Schöttner, and I'm representing German government at ICANN. I have to admit I'm not a specialist on net neutrality issues, and insofar it's a bit difficult, but I just want to raise the issue that it is difficult for governments to endorse a document on an issue that is discussed in Council and in Parliament, where we as Germany have a firm position. And insofar, we are a bit in a very tricky situation. And if we talk about multi-stakeholder position, I wonder whether governments were involved in a preparation of the paper, and I also wonder whether governments here at the EuroDIG, which also are part of the EuroDIG community, are able, at least from the European Union, governments or commission are able to endorse a document like that. Thank you.
Yeah,
Frederick, just as a follow-up in view of the time. My first absolute requirement is this document does not appear in its present form with the EuroDIG letterhead. Secondly, I fully support, given the debate, Amelia's recommendation for further work in an enlarged working group. But that does require a certain amount of flexibility on all parts. And I think the debate this morning and here has clearly indicated that the document as it stands does not reflect anything approaching a consensus of this group.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to first thank you for this. This is what multi-stakeholderism is about. So again, we need to recognize that this is a great way to push things forward. So what I would like to do is to reflect this conversation, and that is we have still a draft EuroDIG statement, and this is ongoing work. Let's try to continue to work on this document, but let's recognize that we have a draft statement of the EuroDIG. So this is what I will bring from this conversation. We recognize we have a draft, a statement, and we will continue to work and hopefully improve it.
Fred, just to be very clear, can we also define how, or at least what is the support that allows us to continue to work? Because that I think would be very interesting for other interested participants.
Okay, so let's take that this is a list, and this is, by the way, why I want EuroDIG to state that we have a draft, by the way. We have a draft statement, so I need to see that on the EuroDIG website. We have a draft, and we invite, and this is a draft by the EuroDIG, not by the working group. This is a draft by the EuroDIG, and we would invite stakeholders to continue to comment on it. But I insist we have a EuroDIG draft statement. Do we have an agreement on this? This is a draft EuroDIG statement from now.
Well, but that can be changed. But the thing is, I think that was the option one of what I was trying to say, maybe not that clear. I think this is an open process. The working group has been open. Now everybody knows that this exists. We have a draft. If we agree that this is a draft and this is not the end, then you're right. We need to set some, as we go, we need to develop the procedures. Net Mondiale, nothing was clear in the beginning, and it got a little bit more clear during the process. And we can then decide when the community feels that the draft is ready to be a final document. But I think this, if it's a draft, it can be a draft EuroDIG statement, because we will at some point in time again come together electronically or physically and agree that either this draft will be final or it will cease to exist, in the sense that there will be no agreement. So everything is open and everything is transparent. And still keep this in mind that we have the discussion in December in New York in the UN about the continuation of the Internet Governance Forum as a concept, and so on and so forth, about having more tangible outcomes and so on and so forth. So what we are doing here is contributing to getting more experience in how could you produce a tangible outcome. So it's not only the text, the substance of the text that has a value, it's the fact that we are engaging in a process that is new. It's not really clear because it's new, it has not existed before apart from the Net Mondiale experience. So this is also the value of it, that we're trying to contribute to developing processes of multi-stakeholder, creating tangible outcomes. So please keep that in mind. Raul wanted to say something, thank you.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I would like to ask for permission to speak here because I'm an observer since I'm from Latin America. But as some of you know, I had the responsibility of serving as a co-chair of the executive committee of Net Mondiale, which was a great experience. You mentioned Net Mondiale a couple of times. And it was very difficult to set the rules for producing the outcomes, and we faced the same complexity that you are facing now in terms of what to do, what are the process, and of course for producing outcomes is we needed some kind of ambiguity, because as I said yesterday in the panel about Net Mundial, it was the first time that that an outcome were produced in a multi-stakeholder environment without formal negotiation process. So it is when it's very difficult to produce outcomes without voting, and we are learning. And so far as I know, you are the first regional IGF that are making this experiment, and I congratulate you. This is very courageous, I have been following all the work that you have done in this with this topic, because I was very interested in this work, and I think that there is a very valuable work that has been done, and it would be very really not very good to lose the work that you did so far. So in light of that, I think that's the way that forward that you are proposing is, I think this is very reasonable. And it's a way to keep, to save the work that has been done. I think that the objection that has been expressed by Gonzalo with regard to take this document as an outcome of the working group is very reasonable. It would be a way to endorse the document. I think that's much more open what you are proposing, and it's difficult. It's not easy, and but I think that's explicit in this, specifically in this topic, Net Mundial, as the colleague from Norway said at the beginning. It is there is. The issue is difficult to understand. There is a lot of complexity in the discussion of network neutrality. And so I think that's the way to move forward is just removing some things off the table where there are agreements, and to focus the discussion in those issues that are really the critical ones, and where the most important disagreements remain. So I think that this document is very important. It's a step forward that is very valuable. But I understand also the concerns that have been expressed. So I think that's, Thomas, your proposal is very good. I hope that you can save in some way the work you did so far, because I think it's very interesting, and it will be also inspirational for other people to continue working on that through the dynamic coalition and other environments where that this discussion can also feed the work that you are doing. And so, thank you. I'm sorry for my interruption.
Okay, so do we have Emilia?
Okay. I would like to endorse still the working group proposal. I mean, my experience is very meager from the European Parliament, but in the parliamentary environment we have committees, and then later on we send it to a plenary, and then we have a vote, and this is how we adopt stuff. I don't see exactly how having a draft which is from a working group to be discussed by a larger community is an impediment to any procedure. If some people feel very strongly about not having the plenary endorse the draft at this time, and they want further deliberations, I understand the impatience of ISOC in moving forward and having tangible outcomes to present for the United Nations in November or December, or you said December, right? So, but there is no harm in having a working group draft. That will have absolutely no consequence if you call it a working group now. On the contrary, I think it will make people feel more included, that first you say, okay, we have the small group, now we make it the bigger group and we discuss it until we move it to the largest group, which is the plenary. That would be also a very well tried procedure from other institutions. You have nothing to fear. And I would also like to propose that Luca Belli contributes more to that procedure on how the experiences were from the Dynamic Coalition.
Excuse me, before. I would like to mention that this is actually already more than a working group document, because it was open. It was not to everybody's attention, because not everybody had the capacity to follow our lists. It was open. We had comments on the website with a tool named Genius from people who were not part of this working group. So this was already beyond the working group. And I think that in this room, and also what I read on Twitter, I have the feeling that we can live with the approach to say this is a draft EuroDIG document. We have to define a process, how to work on it, and open-ended. We don't have to even set a limit, a time limit or something like this, not to put us under pressure. The EuroDIG Secretariat and among the partners with the community can propose a process how to move forward to work on this document. and it will be open. We might invent new tools on how to comment on it. We might improve the technicalities behind this. I think this is, from my understanding at least, the rough consensus or the consensus in this room how to move forward. It's already more than a working group document because it was open. We had comments from people which were not part of this working group.
Okay, thank you. So I guess we got a rough consensus, at least on the fact that we have an open draft statement here. Thank you very much. Can I have you clapping this panel, which make an extraordinary work?
And also a clap for Fredrik for managing this very difficult exercise. Thank you.
Just a housekeeping note, we are very much behind time and getting a little bit in trouble with the changing the rooms. But one short announcement I like to give to Marco Hogeboning, because we are doing the Internet 101 session, which is sort of how preparing for the last plenary of the day. Marco, make it short.
Yeah, I don't want to keep you long from coffee. But if you ever wondered what happens if you type www.eurodig.org in your computer, now's the chance to learn. So over lunch, me and my colleague Chris Buckeridge will talk you through, on a very high level, to some of the technical things that happen behind the scenes on the internet. How does your computer know where to send the packet, and how does that packet get to its destination? Originally it was planned for 1 o'clock. I say, because it is during the lunch break, we'll start 15 minutes into the lunch break. That allows you to grab some food and come to the Vitosha room, which is all the way in the end. So bring your lunch and enjoy our presentation there. Thank you, and enjoy the coffee.
Yeah, no, thanks.
Just any. Any other session will start 12:15. Yeah, I don't have them in my pocket. Oh, should I take it on where to leave it?
us with this.
So we can start. Good day. I'm Dusan Stojcevic from Serbian National Registry, CCTLD registry. I will start with acronyms to bother you, and I hope that my panelists will not use those acronyms, so you will get the clear picture of IDNs now. My panelists, I will start with Ilya Bazlyankov, Core Association. I must look at the screen because he wear a bunch of hats on his head, so he will explain those hats. So after that, Jim Beveridge from Microsoft, one of the guy who do universal acceptance in wider sense than IDNs. After that, Giovanni Seppia from EuroDIG, or should I say on .ua, EU, or Cyrillic one. Okay. Liana Galstian from Armenia, from it's written ISOC Armenia, but it's also CCTLD in Armenia. She will explain that. And Andrew Romanov, CCTLD RU. So, very crowded is here, so I will ask everybody, do you know what is IDNs, what it means, or what is it? Do you know what is the meaning of IDNs? Nobody? Yes, you know. Can you explain to us?
Well,
it's not too crowded.
It's not that I'm shy. It's that I'm sitting in a different part of the room, so that's why I was suggesting. Internationalized IDNs are the domain names that are internationally recognized and used universally across the countries, right? Yes.
Thank you. So I will start with Ilya, and he will explain IDN domains in Bulgaria or in the region. I don't know which hat you put on.
I can wear many hats at once. But international IDN domains in the region for the moment are only CCTODs. The first one was .rf from Russia. I think 2010 was delegated. And then we have .srb.
Don't steal the story.
.srb, .ukr, and also Kazakhstan and some other Middle Asian countries. Two of the IDN CCTODs that were applied together from the region were rejected. One of them was .bg for Bulgaria, and the other was .epsilon lambda for Greece. Thanks to ICANN for introducing the appeal procedure in the IDN CCTOD fast track. Since October 2014, both Bulgaria and Greece got their strings. What is my involvement with IDNs? From one side, I started in 2007 the project for Bulgarian IDN CCTOD. We did some public meetings, consultations. We selected the string BG. And the community said that they will not accept anything else. That's why there was a governmental decision not to apply for another string if BG is not approved. I guess in Greece the situation is similar. I also represent two new IDN GTODs, .site and online, which were applied through the ICANN new GTOD program. They are more universal, not like the CCTODs tied to the country. They are acceptable and recognizable in Russia, Bulgaria, Ukraine, and Belarus. From them, we see some interest, but not as expected.
Okay, Ilya, so we are talking about IDNs, let me explain a little bit more. We are talking about Bulgarian IDNs that was written on Cyrillic. So let me ask you one thing. Why do you need them? Why do you need Cyrillic on IDNs?
Well, because
it's a mess. Why?
Because first, with IDNs, you give access to the internet to more people that, for example, do not speak English. We had some polls that in villages, even people do not understand the Latin alphabet. I don't remember the percentage. So it will be very useful for them. I see the need for IDNs for very local projects, local websites like a local bakery or something that is not needed to be with a Latin domain and accessible from San Francisco, for example. It's also a matter of national, let's say, pride to have a domain in your own alphabet. Also, it's good for brands. You can get your brand or your name of the village written exactly as it is, not to transliterate in different ways. For example, the city of Panagurishte or Koprivnica in Bulgaria can have up to 6 transliteration options.
Thanks. You answer like it was something cultural thing or something like that. It was you want to have Cyrillic domain to bring all Bulgarian people to use those kind of domains. But I will ask Jim next about his opinion of universal acceptance. And we will define this term during this session. It's not written here, but we will define it. You will see why. So, Jim.
Okay, so thanks to Ishan. Thank you for that, and thank you for the invitation to today's session. So I have to start off by making a couple of confessions. So my first confession is maybe my voice isn't as strong as it should be, but that's maybe due to the karaoke last night. I didn't just sing enough songs. That's the theory. The second confession I have to make is I'm not an expert on IDNs by any means. I'm a newbie that comes to it. So please bear with me, because I have been meeting people who have said, I've said, how long have you been doing universal access? And they said, I've been doing universal access for 15 years. Well, I've been doing it 1.5 months. So please bear with me. So, and I've got a slightly different take.
You are learning now.
This is why I'm here, to learn from my peers.
It's educational.
This is an educational thing for me. So let me just start a little bit by saying that in Microsoft, universal access is quite, apart from the fact me being a newbie, it's a big thing for Microsoft universal access. And so how they define it is that everyone in their language of choice, anywhere at any time, and regardless of the device, an app, or website should have access to the services in the language of choice at any time. So that's the basic principle.
Wait for a minute.
Yeah.
Is that what Ilya told us about Cyrillic domain names in Bulgaria?
Well,
in a sense, or?
In a sense, we're getting there. I think it's work in progress. I think it's a good principle to have, but there's various different steps until we get there. And one of the biggest steps that we have worldwide is that there's over 4.5 billion people who don't have access to the internet. So when I worry about the universal access part, a big part of my worry is these people that don't have any access. So I spend a lot of time working on how I get them access. And the two main regions are Africa and Asia Pacific. They are the places that don't have it. And of course, language and character sets in Africa are okay because they're generally Latin access parts, but in Asia Pacific it's a big issue. So one of the ways that we're overcoming that, given that we want everybody to be on the web, because more and more services are coming from the cloud to the devices directly, is that some people, like Google, are doing balloons. They're sending up balloons and giving people access in balloons. Facebook are doing drones. What we're doing is we're repurposing spectrum. So we're lowering the cost of connectivity by repurposing the airwaves. And we have a little saying, there's a group we are a member of called the Dynamic Spectrum Alliance, and they say that 90% of the spectrum and 90% of the locations is unused 90% of the time. So we are effectively using that stuff to give low-cost connectivity. This is something that was started by Bill Gates. So we're using that to give connectivity to the people to bring them on board. Okay. I'm learning.
You're
learning. So, but that's part of our universal acceptance. And then we've also got universal acceptance characteristics and a definition for that. We've got 4 things: identity, which really talks to the culture, and the part it's effectively you can express yourself in your local language. That is part of your identity. There's email, which has got to be just more than the text. It's also got to be the addressing of the email. It's going to have the ability to browse the internet in your local language and character set of choice. And then when it comes to applications should also reflect that as well. You should be able to have these things in applications. So these are 4 characteristics of universal acceptance.
Thanks, Jim. So back to IDNs. Giovanni, why EuroDIG will have a Cyrillic domain? I don't understand you at all.
Okay, thank you, Dusan, and thank you for the opportunity to be in this panel today. It's a good question, and let me just clarify a couple of points as I see that there is a need for some literacy. So when we speak about internationalized domain names, we speak both at the second level and the top level. So to enable the end user to have a full, truly experience in their own language, we should have IDNs, internationalized domain names, both at the second level and at the top level. And in most of the cases, the rule should be that the second level script must match the top level script. So only Cyrillic domain names should be empowered under a Cyrillic top-level domain. And that is, again, to facilitate end-user approach, end-user access, and to make sure they have a truly multilingual experience in their own language. At EuroDIG, EuroDIG is the .eu registry manager since 2004, appointed by the European Commission. We are the registry manager that supports the 24 European Union languages, not only from the support perspective that we provide to our end users and our registrars, but also from the perspective of the scripts that we enable at the second level. So at the second level, we launched IDNs in 2009, and we have been supporting all the characters belonging to the all 24 official languages of the European Union since 2009. Later on, when ICANN started to allow the possibility for country code top-level domains to have their own extension in other scripts, we applied for the .eu in Cyrillic and the .eu in Greek. And I'm not going to tell you the entire story, because that could be until the end of tomorrow, but because ICANN procedures sometimes can be quite tricky. But when we applied, we were given the green light for the .eu in Cyrillic. So technically, that can be empowered and launched at any time. But there were some issues and weaknesses and troubles regarding the .eu in Greek, which is still pending in the ICANN beautiful procedure limbo. And that has been like that for the past 4 years. So I guess I will retire and I'll speak to my nephews about the .eu in Greek, and that's going to be not delegated yet to us yet. But it's a hope. So I hope to tell my nephews one day that there is .eu in Greek available. In any case, you asked me why. And since 2011, we have been investigating the beautiful IDN world. And this is a study that we have been developing with the UNESCO, because they are into supporting multilingualism at international level, and also with VeriSign, which is the operator of .com and .net. And what we found out is that there is an in-depth correlation between internationalized domain names and linguistic diversity on the internet. So that whenever there is an IDN domain name that is in the market, chances that the content of the website to which this domain name resolves to, that this content is in a language which is not one of the primary languages of the internet, but is in one of those other languages which are, in IDN, it's much, much higher. And we have done this study not only for our zone file, so for the scripts that we support, but also for the .com, .net, and also other top-level domains. And we have seen that the correlation is above 40%. So whenever there is an IDN, the content of the website linking to that domain name is very much linking to the script, the language of the IDN. So in our case, a lot of the domain names under .eu that are in Greek, chances that the content is in Greek is above 50%. The same about Cyrillic domain names, and the same about the IDN in the Latin extended script, which means the German umlauts or the French or Italian accented letters or Spanish. The content is there. The content is in a language which is not the standard language of the internet. So that's why we have been promoting really a lot the introduction of IDNs, both at the second level and also at the top level.
Thank you. Can I say like this? You're trying to get universal acceptance of domain names in the whole Europe. Is it?
Yeah, that's indeed the boundary, because because .eu domain names can be registered only by residents of the European Union. Yes. But we have also been working a lot to investigate universal acceptance from the IDN perspective with registries like the Korean registry or the Chinese registry, who have done a lot with providers like Microsoft, Google, to make sure that those who were going to have an IDN domain name, they were able to have IDN emails, which was one of the criticalities until last year. Were able to enjoy the possibility to have to use IDNs in social media platforms like Twitter and Facebook, which until the beginning of 2014 they were not able to allow IDNs to after a certain extent. So it's true that we are working in the boundaries, but thanks to the cooperation we have with UNESCO, we are also working at a worldwide level to promote multilingualism and IDNs.
Okay, so there is a problems. I see the problems in IDN world. Thank you, Giovanni.
You're welcome.
Liana, what are you doing there in Armenia? You have another script, I heard. So explain, please.
what are we doing? We're just starting to do things. We have received our IDN it has been delegated 1 month ago. We applied for it a year ago, but and now we're in a stage of preparation for launching, for having a sunrise period. So we are quite new in this thing. But we have a vast discussion in a country with the community. Do we need this idea? This discussion had a long story. Some years ago, community wasn't ready for this. As Ilya told, the IDN gives more access to internet if it would be an IDN. We had that discussion several years ago, and we had a contrary idea that people do not need the national script to have an access to the content, because it has no direct connection with the domain name. The domain name can be in Latin, but the content can be a national one. But later on, when the picture has been changed, we realized that there is a direct connection, actually, when you want to express something very specifically in that scripts, in that sounds, as you told, the name of the village or something, which has no reflection in the Latin, 26 letters. We have, for example, in Armenian, 39 sounds, 39 letters, scripts, and we cannot, we're trying hard to write it in Latin alphabet. Like we have Sia, the sounds like ts, ch, sh, well, sh is okay, ch. It's really difficult for people, and they try somehow to bring the correct pronunciation or correct writing, and it makes a problem for our users. That's why the community decided that it is time now to have Armenian IDN, and we're happy that it had been delegated from ICANN. And we are just on this stage of starting the process with IDN. But I wanted to come remark on that work you did with Twitter and Facebook. You succeeded. It's thank you for this great job, because I see the tweets and Facebook remarks in Armenian, and I love that. I see it in my own language, and it's great. And I hope to have this problem solved in emails as well. Hopefully.
Thank you, Liana. So, one remote, sorry. Oksana?
Alexander Tsaruk would like to ask what users and community should do to push software vendors to update their products to solve at least copy-paste and IDN email address problems.
Okay. What? Okay. Did you hear the question? Who wants to answer? Maybe Microsoft.
I'm a software vendor, so I guess it's, yeah. So I think there's already a lot of pressure being applied to this issue. I know that we've been doing a lot of trials in, for example, in May we went to Thailand and worked with the Thai government, and we did some really good script examples where the entire email address was in Thai. So we're doing that. We're working a number. It's when you've got a lot of products, it's complex to do that because there are interdependencies between the different products. So you can work on something that maybe works with Office 365,
Something else will work with Outlook 2013 and maybe not work with Outlook 2016. So there's a lot of, especially when you've got a lot of product lines as we have, this is not an excuse, by the way, it's just the principle and the intent is there. It just takes a little while to get all the stuff into place, because it's not just, you're just not targeting one device, you're actually targeting an entire ecosystem, and all the different parts of that ecosystem have to be in line to allow that stuff to flow through in a way that makes sense. So yes, please do keep the pressure going. It's always good to be pressurized, and we're working hard.
I will be answering also in front of Universal Acceptance Steering Group. I'm involved in solving those problems, and eventually I'm co-chair of one project group for IDNs, and we started to work with vendors and developers to solve those issues. So there is a place, and the guy can join, because this is bottom-up process. So next, I want to hear a good story from Russia, very successful story. So, Andrew, can you please explain?
It is a good choice to be the last speaker, because of everything was told by previous speaker. Thank you for Giovanni for the good coverage of the issue. And speaking about the story of .rf domain name, I want to say that we are operating till 2010, and sorry, I want to say that our operation was very successful, because of today we are the first ranked IDNs in the world, and maybe the .rf is 19th ranked in the whole Europe between the all CCTLDs, and this one we have above 843,000 domain names in operation, and it is a very good result based on our powerful marketing company at the initial stage of the registration, and we still do the promotion of IDN in Russia, and we promote our registrar, which do the IDN registration. And I need to say about our another project, I mean, Netoscope. It is, I think it's a unique project. This project is for analysis and reporting the malicious activity in the .rf and .ru domains also. And because of the cooperation with our major information company like Yandex and Mail.ru, and the cooperation with information security companies like Kaspersky Laboratory and Information Security Group, we do much. We do the Russian internet much safer, because of we stop the malicious activity in the different domain names. And I think the whole audience of our domain name is previously the Russian government and state institution, then the Russian companies, the companies in with the names in Russian language, and the project of national coverage, Russian media, and so on. I think we have a good success, and that's why we will promote the IDNs in Russia and in all over the world. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. So I will ask you one question, and I will ask the whole audience. when Ilya mentioned those names of the villages in Bulgarian, I'm starting to wonder, domain names, are the domain names addresses or content? What is your opinion about that?
I want to say that domain names is only the names. It's not a content, and in Russia we have the same problem as in Bulgaria because of, and in Armenia also, because of we need to transliterate the names of maybe different names, names of company, names of villages and cities and so on. And from time to time it's a good challenge to write down the name in the proper way.
So you don't think
that's why it's not a content.
It's not a content. Anybody else? Jim?
So I'm just going to say, I think maybe there is an issue in terms of, especially with new top-level domain names. There was a survey undertaken at the beginning of the year where they asked 10,000 people if they trusted the new domain names, and they found out that 49% of people don't trust them because they're used to the .nets, the .coms, so they don't really. So I think as part of this process, there's an educational process to go on as to explain what these things are, especially the new ones as the new ones come along in the local language. So I think there's a trust factor that has to be looked at. Not sure that answers it, but it's a...
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, I would like to ask. I used to work in a registered company for more than 10 years. And those people who come and ask me what is a domain name, they don't know what is it. And all I told them, it's a name, it's a website, it's the name of your website. But I want to add to your comment that it has a direct connection with content as well. Because it makes some relation with the name and the content. Yes, formally talking, it is a name. It is an address. Address is in a technical language, so that computers know the addresses only. For people, it's easy to say it is the address. But it has now a connection with the content as well. I think so, probably.
Okay, audience.
I'm here from Georgia, and we also have our own script, and we applied, recalled an IDN from ICANN. So our process might last longer than EU's one, so we're waiting for their response. We are changing what has been assigned already. And because there were some problems with the assigned name already, but the question is, and it's still discussed in Georgia, and because we're a small country and normally IDNs, or let's say local content and local language addresses are less popular than the international Latin ones, right? So I wanted to ask about your experience. As it was mentioned, there was a massive campaign, marketing campaign in Russia prior to take up, or what are the measures normally taken in your countries to promote IDNs? Normally it's not popular at all.
So basically what you are asking, is there money in this business? Okay. Okay. Yuri?
I am Yuri Kargapolov. I'm from Ukraine, administrator of ccTLD.ukr in Cyrillic. And I have honor represent Ukraine with 36 million population. I think that domain names is not only mark, is not only names, because with these names is born beyond, born with content. And this is a question. Is this Andrew Romanov only name? No. No. Is Dusan Stoichevich only name? Giovanni Sepia only name? No. I think it's a big content. It's a big human content.
It's a human.
We say now about internet plane. This is a big content. And IDN is very important thing that this content should be understanding for not more, much people in the world. Thank you.
Thanks. Is it okay? Panos, Greece.
Thank you, Dusan. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Panagiotis Papaspiliopoulos. I'm working for the Minister of Infrastructure of Greece. I'm not going to tell you again the stories that already Ilya and Giovanni said about the Greek application for the Greek IDNSS TLD. Fortunately, the result is positive for us. The reason that we applied for this is that Greece, although it's an ancient language, it is spoken only by Greeks, which has small population compared to the world population. But we would like to have our cultural identity in the global internet community. And we don't expect to have money, as you asked before, but we should be there providing our linguistic and cultural diversity through our language in the internet. Together with my colleague from Georgia, I would like first to congratulate .rf for their success and in IDNs. And I would like to ask you also, what kind of measures have you taken by the government side in order to promote the use of IDNs? It was only an advertisement campaign. It was measures that the government took. It was some initiatives that first were applied in the government field. What did you do so to make so successful the IDNs in Russia? Thank you very much.
Okay, I saw another hand.
Can I answer?
Do you want to ask? Let them. Okay.
I want to thank our government for the strong support of the .rf domain name during all the period of the beginning. We feel the support from our government. From the first stages of the project, they help us to do our job. And in the time of negotiation with ICANN, and in the time when we began the advertising company in the mass media and so on. And the second point was that the government talked to the governmental authorities and state companies to have domain names in Cyrillic. And the first domain name which was registered in .rf IDN was president.rf and the Kremlin.rf. And speaking about the advertising company, I should say that we use all the media we have for our disposal. It was television, radio, and printed mass media, and also internet. We produced some video materials and some website for advertising IDN. Maybe I can tell a very long story about this campaign. I should say that we have about a year and a half when we advertise these domain names. And the result was good, I think. Maybe if you need some support, informational support from our side in your project, we can help you. Please don't hesitate to ask us.
Thank you. The first question from Georgia was, is there money in... basically, it was a bit longer than... So, can anybody answer?
Just like to answer a bit of the questions. First of all, again, according to the study that we have been doing since 2011, there is always content in local language associated to an IDN domain name. So that's why we should all, those who are not English or fully Latin script based, we should all work for deploying IDNs in the root, because that's important to save our languages, to show how important our languages are in the internet. Otherwise, we are a bit slave of the classic internet languages. And at the same time, we are between slave and spoiled by those languages. So by deploying IDNs, there is an extra chance that we have content in the local language in a website that is linked to the domain name. If there is business around IDNs, well, again, it's quite premature to say if there is business, there are business opportunities. Indeed, there is still a lot of work to be done to support IDNs throughout the internet. But a lot of steps have been made in the past couple of years. And that's really important to underline the effort made by the big providers, including Google, to empower people to use their own languages in the internet. At the same time, there is still a lot to be done. At the same time, there is a lot of education to be done among the end users in a country, among the registrars of a country, because the providers through which domain names are sold to the market, they also have to be educated. And in the last year study that we have done at the registry and registrar level, we unfortunately saw a downward trend. So registries and registrars, they believe there is less and less demand of IDNs because people are not educated to being able to ask for IDNs. So there is a big investment that has to be made whenever you as a registry, you like to launch IDNs. Being at the second level or being at the top level, there is an investment that must be done by the registry operator. And the best investment is done in cooperation with the other players in the market, especially in the local market, because without the synergy, the uptake of IDNs will be, extremely modest. So again, it's a great call for a great cooperation at local level to support and deploy IDNs.
Thanks. So, one more question from the audience. Another one. Oh, Daniel. Yeah.
Oh, hello everybody. My name is Florian. I'm from Austria. And I want to come back on what the gentleman in the red t-shirt said. Because he said domain names are way more than just names. I have to disagree with that in a certain degree. Because the purpose, why we have domain names is just to make it readable and suitable for people and to remember. For example, google.com you can remember. I mean, of course, you can deliver a little bit of the content or the headline of the content, especially with the new possibilities of anything else. That's a great possibility, but nevertheless, it's just a name with nothing more, because you can't write a whole article in your domain name. That's not how it works. The content is in the web page and not in the domain name. Thanks.
63 characters are there, just for ASCII domain names. Next one.
Thank you, Dushan. I'll be brief. My name is Jonathan Frakes, and I'm here as a volunteer, in a role as a volunteer from the Mozilla Foundation. I have an opportunity to donate time in a very interesting and positive project called the Public Suffix List, which many of you may have heard about. If you have not heard about this, it's a list that affects how browsers, search engines, email, different programs behave with respect to TLDs and understanding the rightmost portion of a string. And the reason I stood up is that I've had the privilege of working with this project for quite some time because I have a very good exposure in the development community, but also happen to have a foot in I call it the ICANN world, where I get to know many of you. I have the privilege of knowing many of you CCTLD operators. And when we get requests to update information, it's very important that we validate that with the registries. And we also want to make sure from time to time that registries can review the material there so that they understand that it represents what they're actually doing at the registry. So I would like each of you, if you would, to have a discussion or get my card so that I can walk you through what this is and help you understand, because this is an incredibly strong tool for helping with universal acceptance. It's the widest used file out there for enabling people in multiple languages to use these domains. So thank you.
Okay, let me just add, what is universal acceptance? We didn't answer it yet. Daniel.
Okay, Daniel Kauchev from register.bg. I would like to address is there money in IDNs point. And you will be surprised because I am not going to tell you whether there are money in IDNs or not. But just give you some ideas for thinking on that topic. Our registry is relatively old. And I can tell you that, say, 25 years ago, running a CCTLD registry or even one of the biggest registries like .com or .net or whatever they were, was just a lot of hard work and no money involved. You had to spend a lot of money to make all these things work, to educate all people why they should use at the time domain names and not UUCP or net addresses. And after many, many years, this thing became a big industry with a lot of influence, politics, and whatever involved. The technical part, which is what a registry does, has not changed at all. We just use the contemporary equivalent of the tools we used at the time, and that's it. We may present users with fancier websites, better interfaces, more automation and things like that, but that's not the core task of the registry. Anyway, now about the IDNs in particular, I will use as an example the Greek language in Greece. People still write books in Greek. Even if the Greek alphabet is used by very small number of people, relatively speaking, and even if it would be much more profitable to write the book in English or in probably Russian or Portuguese even, but they still write the book in English, in Greek, sorry. And they do this for many reasons. probably the most important reason is that this is how they can express themselves best. Another reason is that by writing the book in Greek, they can reach people whom they would never reach if they write the book in English or any other language. And probably the third most important for writers' point is that they want their own language and their own culture to continue to exist. So back to the, are there money in IDNs? Yes, there are a lot of money to be spent on IDNs for many years to come. Whether there will be profit from IDNs, I don't know. If you have a good business model, you are not wasting your income and things like that on useless things, not related to your primary task as a registry, you may even turn into profit soon.
Thank you. So, any comment, Panos? Sorry.
Thank you. I would like to second what Daniel said about the writers in Greek language. It's this straight combined with the cultural identity that I said in my previous intervention. Regarding the universal acceptance that you just mentioned before, Dusan, I would like to say something. All governments, even they use Latin alphabet or Greek or Russian or any other kind of string, they promote the e-government inside their own country for their citizens. And, excuse me, and a European dialogue has started inside the European Union member states about the digital single market. And one of the aspects is the cross-border e-commerce. Universal acceptance, I think it is very crucial to be solved in order to achieve a goal like this. For example, if I want to buy something from Bulgaria, for example, and I see a Cyrillic email and I have a Greek email, I should communicate and do my business both ways with my client or my vendor in Bulgaria and the other way back without any boundaries regarding the IDNs. I think this is it's very important, and it's very also important to achieve to have acceptance in IDNs not only in browsing or of course email, it's very crucial, but also to all kinds of devices. More and more people are using mobile devices, mobile phones, not only for e-commerce, not only for browsing, for many, many other things, for internet banking, to pay the taxes, anything. And this is very important, I think, in order to promote the use of IDNs, because that is why IDNs come to cover the needs of the local country, of the local people. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks. Any reflection on
sorry, I already
those?
have the microphone and I will answer the
Yes.
first. Excuse me. As an answer to the last speaker, I want to say that universal acceptance is not universal universal decision of all the problem. I think we need to mix different technologies, different approaches, and different business models in the on the international level in the different businesses. And as an answer for the Daniel speech, I want to say that we should remember the word diversity when we're speaking about the different scripts. And as about a business, I want to say that, sorry, that about 20% of our income is from the IDN. And that's why it's a good business, I want to say. Thank you.
Giovanni.
Thanks again. And as I have to rush to the next meeting, I'd just like to invite you, if you are interested in this topic, to read the annual report we published with UNESCO and very soon, which is publicly available on our site, EuroDIG, and you can download it. Again, there is a very interesting first part which gives you a high-level overview of the IDN penetration. We are working on the 2015 edition, which is going to be launched in the next 3 months, 4 months, and so. So by September, it should be published. And I invite any of you, if you like to get more information about IDNs, feel free to contact me. My email address is giovanni@euro.eu, so I'll be happy to answer anytime. So thanks, and again, sorry that I have to leave earlier. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Thanks, Giovanni. Liana, would you like anything to add?
No, since we do not have an experience of income or something like that regarding IDN, I can say what we have about our .am. So far, we are working more than 15 years as a CCTLD. We have 22,000 registrations, domain registrations, and our expectation for IDN is around, for the first period, probably 5 or 10,000, being optimistic. 5, yeah. But this is only expectations. We made a bet on this. And, I hope someone will win that. As for the support from the government, I want to say that we had a support from our government while we submitting the proposal to the ICANN, and it is done by the Ministry of Transport and Communication. They, since ISOC Armenia, coming back to your question why it is written ISOC Armenia. ISOC Armenia, though, is an NGO, but we are at the same time CCTLD for .am, and we are very successful in doing this thing for 15 years. And the Minister of Transport and Communication trusted us and supported, and they are with us. We are cooperating with them, and they supported our IDN application as well. So this is the support from the government.
Ilya, can you add something? Because you have a business running on IDNs.
Yes, again with the 2 hats. From one side, a Score Association, Site and Tone Wine. We sent to ICANN a business plan for like 50,000 names for the first year, which of course didn't happen. At the moment, after 1 year, we have in total around 6,000. So this IDN business is also supported by other income. The same for .bg. We made some scenarios, and in most of them, with the expected number of 2,000 names for the first year, this .bg will not be sustainable, so it has to be supported by other means.
Okay. So basically, can I add something? You must talk with all stakeholders, government, society, as in Armenia, to build one successful IDN like in Russia. Can it be like that? Or you expect something more?
Let me just reply a little, a short answer. We do not expect to have a profit on this. I think the IDN in our case, it's a meaning of national identity. This is given a people something that their right, their human right is supported. They have the right to see the national script, to have the space in the internet. And we do not, well, of course, if it will be a profitable thing like in Russian experience, that would be very good. But it is not the only reason of launching the IDN, especially the CCTLD thing.
Okay.
The examples of .bg and
.hi
.hi in Armenia, I want to say that we need to use the different business model in different local situation. We have a very good basement for business solution in .rf with .ru domain names. We have all the technical solutions, all the organizational solutions, and so on. We have the support, and we can do business based on the .rf domain. And I think in the new domain names, in Cyrillic, maybe in Russia, and like Moskva, like Deity, and so on, maybe with domain name Moskva, it will be a good business opportunity to the registry to have this Cyrillic domain name and to do business with it. But I need to say once more that we need to use a different business model appropriate for the business situation in the region.
Okay. One simple question. You were talking about IDNs like a cultural thing. Do you think that this, what we are all doing in IDN world, will separate internet, fragmented, or something like that? So, are we building? Are we breaking the global? The global thing? Are we doing something to fragment it, to break the whole internet with those IDNs? Because I think that, I don't know, Panos cannot understand Bulgarian, and he is not interested in Bulgarian villages or something like that to see, or something like that. Any reflection?
I don't think that this may fragment the internet. Just as an example of Armenia, we have a very big diaspora worldwide. And we think, just on the contrary, this will unite those who do not know, did not have chance to see the language in their own script. They will use this chance to come to this content, to come to these domains, to see their own script in the internet. I don't think this can fragmentate the internet, but there is a small chance for that. People will use whatever they want in their own script. As for the thing you talk about, the villages or something.
Villages in Bulgaria.
Yeah.
For example, Greek. We are using
you're
Greece
talking
as
about
an example
Daniel
for
that
everything.
he's not interested in Bulgarian, reading all that content. You know, maybe he's not interested in reading that content. It is not the only thing about the script. It is all, about the content. Even if he knows English and he can reach out to this content, he's not interested in reading it. So we can look at this issue on that angle.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So if I am interested in something, I can read in that language which I know, my native and the others which I know.
Okay. Andrew?
I will be very short. I want to say that using the IDNs, we do not work for. We work for integrity of the internet. We build the open internet for everybody everywhere. And I want to mention the multi-stakeholder procedure which was used in a fast track when we are prepared the rules for IDNs in ICANN. This procedure shows the opportunity of multi-stakeholderism doing some policy decisions. And that's why I think we should speak about, not about the breaking internet into pieces, but we work for integrity of the internet.
Okay. Ilya, do you want to add
Just
something?
to mention my opinion on that is that I think having internet only in Latin or in Chinese, if it was created in China, is the main division, because it divides people that understand English or Chinese and that don't understand. So having IDNs gives the equal opportunity to everyone.
Thanks. Daniel, you wanted something?
How to say it? I think that the reports that the internet can be fragmented are grossly overrated. Internet is technology that was originally developed for military use. It is intended to survive many kinds of attacks. It will sure survive IDNs. This on the joke point. But more seriously, IDNs are in fact just on the presentation layer. I see that most of the people who attend those kind of conferences and policy makings are not actually engineers, and especially on protocols and layering. And they hear some keywords like fragmentation, things like that, and
we don't use the word balkanization here, so as a moderator, I forbid this word.
If more people were taking examples from what happens on the Balkans, I think the world would be a much better place. But that's completely off topic to this. The thing is that since IDNs are only at the presentation layer, this is what the user sees, input and output. The internet is in fact is not affected by the use of IDNs or not use of IDNs. You can visit an Chinese site, for example. You will see a lot of contents in Chinese characters, things that you will probably not understand. And it will completely not matter whether the domain name of that site is presented to you as IDN in Chinese characters, as Punicode in ASCII, or it is an, let's say, original ASCII domain name. You still will not be able to understand the content. And but on the same time, all technologies that you use from internet to access the site, to transmit that data, and so you can see the content, they are still to this day using ASCII, and they have absolutely no idea that the domain name of the site may be presented to you as an IDN name. So this is the point I wanted to make. I think we should probably stop discussing that issue.
Okay, thanks, Daniel. So, Yuri, and we are closing. Yes.
Very shortly. I think that IDNs not fragmented internet. I think that IDNs is our supporting in our efforts for generation national content. It's not fragmentation. It's only development of our segment of our internet.
Thanks, Yuri. Any final thoughts from panelists? Andrew?
I want to say that we should not be so technical as Daniel. And I want to mention once more this, the keyword diversity. It's interesting to work with ID, and it's fun, and it's a business. It's not only technical solution for the question. And that's why we are discussing not technical problems here, but we discuss the policy, we discuss the marketing, we discuss the government support and the local community support and so on. But I agree with you totally, you are right, but what?
Any other? Okay. Oksana, do we have anything from nothing? So we will... sorry.
Thank you. I would like also to draw your attention to this report. Maybe anybody will be interested in it.
Okay. Yes, okay. So our rapporteur, Anya, will...
Keep it as short as possible,
Yes.
since I've been ordered like that. So I will start with probably the most debatable point here, that the...
wait, just a second. If you don't like, we are going to express our key messages. If you don't like, raise your hand. So, Anya.
So the first one, other than being names and numbers, IDNs are content. So if you disagree, raise your hand. Are content.
You disagree.
Disagree? Yes.
If you disagree, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, 4. So second one, IDNs have higher value than being addresses. They are strongly related to preserving national identity, culture, and multilingualism. So you all do
Okay.
agree?
Okay.
The third one was mentioned in the closing remarks by Liana, but I think it's worth mentioning. So that the IDNs will unite culture and linguistic diversities, and they are very much related to exercising human rights.
Okay.
We do agree. We need to keep working all together, especially on finding the technical solutions in order to achieve full acceptance of IDNs by all stakeholders.
Maybe universal acceptance.
We do agree. And the last ones, IDNs are all about creating equal opportunities for all human beings, and they can bring us closer to achieving the idea of universal access to internet for all.
Is it okay? Thanks
Thank you.
to all panelists. We are missing already 2. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, good. Okay. So, what time is it, Serena? Okay. 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 Hello, everybody. Welcome to Workshop 9 of EuroDIG. We're almost at the end. So I hope you can stay with us for the next 90 minutes. We finish about 4 o'clock. I'd like to say this session is a little bit of a special session, European Policy Options for Digital Access and Inclusion. I'd like to first of all say who the panelists are. It's very important to say a few words first. I'd like to start by saying we have remote participation, and we have that's being done by Serena Teleanu from the Chamber of the Deputies of the Romanian Parliament. So thank you, Serena. And we have Cristina Monti from the European Commission, who will be doing the wrapping up, the reporting for the session. It's quite a unique session because this session came quite late in the planning of the EuroDIG, and for a very good reason. And I'm very happy. I'm going to invite Jānis Kārklins in a second to say why that's the case. On this panel, we have Jānis Kārklins, who is the ambassador of Latvia, who is the chair of the IGF multi-stakeholder advisory group. So one of the bosses of the IGF at the global level. So thank you, Jānis. We have Mark Carvell from the UK government, who is here, and he's very much involved in the EuroDIG processes and in internet governance generally. We have Megan Richards from the European Commission, very much involved in EuroDIG, and thank you for coming, Megan. Frederick Dunk from ISOC. I see you a lot, Frederick, very active on the field. Thank you. And we have Desiree Milosevic from Afilias giving us a technical flavor. So thank you very much. Jānis, I'd like to ask you, first of all, just to get things started, why we're having this session, why are we talking about access? Access to and inclusion to what? Why is it important at the global level? And why are we talking about it at the European level? Because there's not 1 billion users in Europe. Can you tell us more, please, as a framing? Thank you. You got the microphone? Okay, sorry. Okay,
I got one.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, and let me start by thanking organizers of EuroDIG to accepting the invitation of the multi-stakeholder advisory group and to bring the topic on policy menus for next billion online to the agenda of European regional IGF. In preparation for Brazil meeting, which will take place from 10 to 13 of November this year, the multi-stakeholder advisory group is trying to implement recommendations of the Commission Science and Technology for Development Working Group on Improvements of IGF. And one of the recommendations specifically we're trying to address is to see whether or how we can get to the more structured outputs from the IGF, which would be of use of participants, governments, companies, private sector, and so on. The thing that we're trying to achieve is to link the national and regional IGFs with the IGF initiative, and to see whether we could create a clear sort of correlation between discussions that are taking place in IGFs at 3 levels: national, regional, and global. The theme which was identified for this year was identified for a number of reasons. One, because it is not controversial. Access is straightforward, and there is no really a lot of controversy attached to that. Secondly, that is developmental, and 2015 in the UN calendar is the year of sustainable development, and bringing a theme of development in IGF, MAG felt was important. And secondly, we're talking about policy menus, which means that we're not talking about identification of specific policy that would bring those who are not connected yet online, but rather to identify what are the policy options that worked in different parts of the world on a specific topic, and then share this with the rest of the community. I would like to see coming out from this conversation, as well as those which will take place in other national and regional IGFs, that would be recommendations or formulation of ideas which you think serves Europe or would serve Europe. And after that, we are planning to organize an editorial group which will be open-ended, and this editorial group will compile every input we will receive, and will bring a document after a few iterations following the public consultations online to IGF. And this is what we're experimenting this year, and we will see whether that type of linkage would work, and how much energy that would bring to IGF, or how much energy that will take away from IGF, because we don't know. It may happen that document will be well received immediately and endorsed by everyone. It may happen that many people will think they should negotiate text, which certainly would take away their time from attending other sessions. So this is in essence very, very briefly, and I would not like to take away time further, and will be happy to inject some of my thoughts during the discussion on substance. Thank you. Thank you, Lee.
Thank you very much, Yanis, for that introduction. It's very clear. So what do Europeans have to say about internet access? We're here to give the views of Europe to the global IGF. So it's very important that we have a good participation from you. It's your session. Before I come to the panelists, asking them for a few words about why, what's your opinion about access, why does it matter, particularly in Europe? I want to ask Serena to give us a few statistics, a few numbers about how access is being measured, what does it mean, just to sort of, let's say, make it visual what access is in Europe, from a geographical context, from the context of age and maybe education, from the context of, what type of access are we talking about? Serena, please.
Thank you, Lee, and good afternoon to everyone. We have tried to look a bit into stats related to access and use in Europe. There are a variety of stats available. Most of them are done by the European Commission or bodies associated with the European Union. Getting stats for countries that are not part of the European Union was a bit challenging. So if the numbers doesn't sound right for some of you, please let us know. So I will start with some general overview for the whole Europe, and these are ITU stats, so they should be accurate. Percentage of individuals using the internet for the whole Europe, 77+0.6, and this is the estimation for the end of 2015. Households with internet access at home, and for Europe it is the highest percentage among all other regions in the world. It's 82.1% of the whole population in Europe. And again, I'm talking about the whole Europe, not only the European Union. Fixed broadband subscription, again, highest among all other regions, 29.6% of population. Again, an estimation for the end of 2015. And active mobile broadband subscriptions, 78+2 of the whole population. Looking at the whole Europe, there is some digital divide, and there are various dimensions of this digital divide. One of them is the geographical one, the differences between West and East and North and South. And I will look a bit into these differences and give you some numbers for some countries. And this is about internet users. For the West, we have the highest rates of Finland, Netherlands, Sweden, Luxembourg, with above 90% of all citizens being internet users. And for East, the difference you will see it's quite high. We have Ukraine with 37%, we have Armenia with only 43%, Moldova and Serbia with 45% and 49% respectively. The digital divide is not only about East and West, but there is also the North and South digital divide. Again, we have in North Finland, Netherlands, Denmark with above 90%, and then if we go to the South, we see Turkey with only 46%, Serbia the 49%, Italy and Greece even only 59%. So the geographical digital divide is a very obvious one when we talk about the whole Europe. Now again, as I've told you, most of the stats are available for European Union countries, Norway, in some cases Serbia, for some other stats, Iceland was also there. So it might not be the case that these numbers are relevant for the whole Europe. But I will go to them because I think they are very important to look a bit into them. So 72% of all EU citizens use the internet at least once a week. This looks a bit strange, so maybe this is one thing we can discuss today about these stats and whether the measurements, not only the tools, but also the things that they are looking into are relevant and how they are relevant. Using the internet once a week, I don't know what that means, so maybe we can again talk about this. People who go online on a daily basis. We have, again, countries with very high percentage of regular internet users. Just under 2/3 of all European citizens use the internet every day or almost every day, so 65%. But the share ranged in 2014 from 32% in Romania to 85% or more in Denmark and Luxembourg. So again, this difference and geographical also. 80% of all EU citizens never use the internet, and I think this is very important to underline. And again, it is a difference between countries and between regions. We have Romania and Bulgaria as the lowest, and then Luxembourg and Netherlands as the highest. Another thing would be about fast broadband, fast access and broadband, and again, the differences are mostly geographical when we talk about the general picture. And when we talk about whether it's fast or ultra-fast, you can notice that we cannot really talk about the geographical division again. So this would be another thing, but maybe we can look a bit more into this when we start the discussion and go into the various issues related to access.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Serena. I'm glad that we have those statistics. They give you some idea. The measurements are quite interesting. Why are we measuring it like that? I would ask that question. I want to come straight to Mark Carvell from the UK government. There's super fast broadband in the UK, or it's coming through. I'd like to ask you, Mark, about why do we need super fast broadband? Why do we need these things, 5G, for example? What's your opinion from the UK perspective? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Lee, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm with the Department for Culture, Media and Sport, and this is the UK ministry which is responsible for our broadband programme. And as you said, Lee, this is an important part of government policy to ensure that the UK keeps in step with the development of the global digital economy, and that our businesses are able to compete internationally, in addition to growing our own economy, that they're able to export effectively and so on. And the figures are not actually that brilliant for the UK. I mean, one of the surveys showed that as many as 30% of small businesses have no digital knowledge or skills and don't have websites. So there's a challenge to be addressed for us. And it's an important opportunity, really, to test out projects, to deliver the opportunities for the UK community, and also to learn from our experience and impart that through, for example, the Internet Governance Forum process, which is an important and critical opportunity, really, for engaging communities in developing countries and small island developing states, so that they benefit from the opportunities that the information society should bring for them socially and economically. So we have a challenge in the UK. and to bring our population and our business communities up to the right kind of level. And we want to ensure that the global community also develops and learns from our experience, and we learn from the experience of other countries.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Mark. So there are divides, and I'd like to come to you at some point soon about the divides that you may see regarding access and inclusion. We'll talk about inclusion a little bit later, but we're going to talk about that. I mean, access alone isn't enough really in this panel. I think we really need to talk about, what does it mean to be online? Megan Richards from the European Commission. What does it mean for you? A lot of good work has been done by the Commission. Is it a question of just opportunity and choice for the consumer? Is it all of that and more? Could you tell us more, please, briefly?
Well, that's an important factor, of course, the choice of the consumer. But I think in terms of policy options and the policy framework, we have a really interesting opportunity now in Europe to drive this forward. If you look at the statistics, Irina has given us a lot of statistics, there are rather big differences, as she's mentioned, north-south, east-west, etc. But if you look at individuals, we see in Europe quite large distinctions between rich and poor, rural, urban, educated, uneducated, what else? Old and young, quite important differences just in Europe, just in the European Union. But if you take the group of Europeans under the age of 25, those distinctions disappear. And so I think this is something that's really very important. How do we make sure that the youth who are already very much active continue to be active, continue to have access, also through public libraries, public institutions, etc. They don't necessarily have to have it in their homes, in their hands, etc. There are other ways and means of doing so. This is one important aspect. On the other hand, the access is also very important. Mark has mentioned the social and economic aspects. And of course, one of the reasons for insisting on the broadband targets and the access targets in the digital agenda for Europe was primarily to drive forward the growth and jobs agenda, to make sure that access was available, of course, for individuals, for commercial communication purposes, for social purposes, for connecting people, for making sure families had access, but also from a very important industrial, economic, digital economy growth perspective, to make sure that small companies had the access to make sure they could work online, web entrepreneurs could develop. And of course, those were all part of the digital agenda for Europe. Targets, many of them have been met. There's a lot more work to be done, and many of the targets will only be reached by 2020. But to put that also in the context of the digital single market, which we talked about yesterday, of course, one of the important pillars of that is access. And making sure that the environment for access is there. In the digital single market, we talk about a whole series of other elements, but the aspects I want to talk about in terms of access for individuals relate primarily to the regulatory framework in Europe, making sure that we have good competition in the telecom framework. The review of the telecom framework is one of the agenda items on the digital single market to make sure that consumers have good access. And this is something that we look at also in an external context, which I'll come to in just a minute. So there's the regulatory, legal environment, and also the investment climate. So we want to make sure that investment funds are available there to roll out broadband as and where necessary. I mean, the UK is a wonderful example of some individual cooperative groups that have brought broadband to rural areas. But also this year is the European Year for Development. We also have the WSIS Plus 10 review. The whole WSIS initiated on the basis of the importance of information society for everyone in the world, bridging the digital divide between, now when I talk about North and South, I don't mean Europe, I mean the rich developed world vis-a-vis the rest of the world, developing countries, BRICS, least developed countries, which Mark has mentioned as well. And here we have an interest in making sure that the European models are not necessarily followed exactly, but the experiences that we have had can be used to the extent they're useful, appropriate, etc., in those developing countries and make sure that we all can work together. We have a global interest in making sure the rest of the world also has access. Again, as I mentioned yesterday, in the digital single market context, the better the European digital single market and the better we have access and the better access developing countries have, the more we can trade, the more we can exchange information, etc. So there's lots more to say about this, but don't worry, I'm not going to say anymore.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Megan. If I pass the mic to Frederick Donk from ISOC. Now, ISOC has been very much involved in at the global level in this discussion, and you know, briefly, your expectations, Frederick. Why is it important for you? What are we trying to convey from Europe to the global IGF, please?
Thank you. Note to myself, never speak after Megan. I mean, she's just perfect and on lots of different
then you can be
angles.
Brief. Then you can be brief.
Yeah, exactly,
okay.
helping me to be brief. So, yeah, I believe we have a common agreement here that access to the internet is important. It's enable people to become creators, innovators, entrepreneurs, and even citizens, which might be just a top level. So, very briefly, I believe we have a common agreement. I'd like to come back to some notions and then I might just develop that further in the conversation. First, digital divide. We need to be cautious not to have a binary vision on what digital divide is. We used to picture this as the have-not and the have. Have are the people who get access and who are online, and have-not are people who are not. We made interesting finding last year with the Internet Society Global Report on the Internet, where we found that actually within the have-not, you have people who actually might have access to the internet, but are not interested. They're not interested because they don't have understanding, they don't have time, and they don't find interest. So we might need to take care of those guys, especially because we discovered that there is a blatant need here for local content. So you will hear us, as Internet Society, often refer to local content. We made lots of development projects in the world about that. I know, Lee, you got an idea to discuss that a bit later in the conversation, so I will put that in the park slot right now. Yeah. Access is also about enabling access. I believe that the notion of enabling access environment that we used to develop in the past evolved a little bit to something we called smart development. So there are three pillars, we believe, that would be human infrastructures, network infrastructures, and governance infrastructures. Okay. And I'd like to develop that later.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for being brief. Desiree, you're from the technical community in particular, and we heard from the gentleman, Mr. Holland, on the first panel on the first day about being part of the technical community, facilitating access, that you're there to make sure that, everyone gets that access. I mean, what's the viewpoint of why is it important from a technical point? I mean, it's part of your business, isn't it, to facilitate access?
Well, certainly, when we start talking about access, as we have heard, there are many different parts of aspects, and the functioning and the technical capabilities that we need to have is another important part of it. So, if we look just at trying to simplify the internet and broadband connection and the elements it consists of, we can start with looking at the physical layers, the fiber optics in the ground, the satellites, the wireless access. Then we can look at some of the logical layer where these protocols, technical protocols and open standards that are developed play a crucial role in how internet users today use internet to get access to other computers and other websites. So DNS, or domain name service, is one of these technical aspects that internet users use on a daily basis and probably don't have much understanding of what's happening in the background and how that works. But it is an important element. And also then there's the content part with all the regulatory environment and policies, how to access and what kind of content to access. I think in order to just be from a technical point of view, I think we understand these elements, but I think there's also an environment that needs to be there in order to develop not just the infrastructure, and by that I mean not just the physical layers, but also institutions that are contributing to development of access. And by those I mean internet exchange points in the region that keep the local data local, so you don't have extra costs in saving your cost in terms of traffic. So there are ways of managing access that contribute to the economy of the network itself and the private actor who runs, or non-for-profit players. So there are elements important like the functioning of the CCTLD registry, there are internet exchange points, there are ISPs, there is telecom, and all these elements are a good ground for and basic and necessary elements to function really well, and adoption of open standards. Okay, so this is a kind of task that technical community has to coordinate those elements in the ecosystem that works well. And those are usually hidden underneath the iceberg and are not so visible to the internet users. Okay. Just one thing about the statistics, I think, that I'd like to mention that we need to address. When we talk about 3 billion internet users that are connected online today, we forget that 75% of those users, or 2.1 billion, are actually in top 20 countries. So we have really not just a digital divide in Europe with a lack of skills and inclusion, but it's on a global basis. Okay. And I can come back to these elements.
Well, thank you, Desiree, because we need to look, thank you, Dusan. We need to look at the regulatory environment, the right environment for partnerships between government and non-state actors. And I want to come to that in a little while, but I want to really talk with you guys about your views on access, what it means for you. Is it only a question of physical access? Is it more than that? What does it represent? We're in Bulgaria, we're in the region. What does it mean in terms of accessing content? We can touch content now. This is about inclusion, of course. I imagine if we're not looking at content, then how can we attract people online if they don't have content in their local language, for example? How are you going to get the next billion if they can't read the stuff that they want to get access to? I see someone there, Dusan, or is it Vojislav first? Please, your name, and let's have a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, EuroDIG from .rs. You cut me in half tweeting about the other aspect of digital divide, which is the content digital divide. Okay. When we make access, whether it's a blog post, a web page, or buying an airline ticket, somebody produced that content. So those countries that produced most of the content which is accessed are actually content exporters, while others who produce little content, they have content consumers. It's just like with any other commodity. There is one more aspect of access I would like to turn our attention to. What we mean by access, without any definition, is ability to connect to internet and to consume the content, and then we rate the access according to availability and speed of the connection. But when we access any service, any content, we are also being accessed. By whom? We individually, by all the intermediaries, starting with our phone, hardware, software, and especially firmware, and all the intermediaries, ISPs, and other services which provide us with access, but they also access us, of which we are most often not at all aware. And when we are aware, we try not to think about it, not to think about all the possibly negative effects. Okay. There are some positive, but I see more negative. So those are just a few thoughts from me.
But thank you very much. You should pass the mic to Dusan. But before we get to Dusan, so the point is that access, we're looking now straight to content and those issues. And the two-way approach that Vojislav is talking about, which is that they can see you, you can see them. Access means that there is some, I don't want to use the words mass surveillance, but it's in the newspapers. Are we talking about that too? I don't really want to go into too much discussion in this session, But Dusan, would you tell your name and maybe your question, please?
Dusan, again, from Serbian Registry. Serbians are taking over this conversation. So I will be brief. When you talk about users, internet users, you are talking about human internet users, or maybe Internet of Things already starting to happen. So we will have a bunch of things or internet users, in my point of view, because I am coming from technical society. We will have a bunch of users, for example, washing machines are already there. You must have internet access to them and then to internet. So what do you think about that?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to stay here and I'm going to pass the floor quickly for a quick feedback from the panel, perhaps. What's your response to those issues? I mean, why? Are we talking about access to things as well with emerging technologies? Are we talking about not just people anymore? And what does that mean? Does anybody want to come in on this before I go back to the people and talk more about this issue? Who wants to take it?
Since I have
Desiree,
the mic,
please,
I will use this opportunity.
Please.
I think Dusan makes an important point today. Just in addition to 3 billion users that we have connected to the internet, we have billions of devices, and according to the forecast, we will have about 50 billion devices in the next 10 years connecting to the internet. So it's machine-to-machine access, not just and things, as the term says. I think it's an important point of thinking about this in terms of infrastructure investment and building smart cities and everything that urban and regional areas would need. So thank you for expanding that view of access.
Okay,
I'll
thank
pass
you.
on the mic.
Thank you, Desiree. If you want to come in, I'm going to go to the other speakers in the room. But if you want to come in, Mark, or not?
Well, just very quickly to expand on what Desiree has already said. It's clear that different users have different needs. The Internet of Things is one aspect to connect things, but it's also clear that an SME that is going to do most of its activity on the internet and using the internet as for sales or whatever else it is, needs more upload and download speed, high speed, than, for example, my mother, who needs to only send me an email once a week, for she's maybe once a week user. So the difference and distinguishing and differentiation between different users and different times, I think, is important.
Okay, thank you. Mark?
Thanks, yes. Well, I mean, it is a very valid point to refer to what's fast coming down the track in terms of connectivity of objects, of devices in the home and so on. It's an important part of it. And we have a Smart Cities program, which is very much integrating that into the policy objective. But I think for this session, our focus really is on the human element. That is the theme that we are intersecting with from this regional IGF to the global IGF. And it's part of the overall objective to integrate connectivity between things and human access. But I agree with Megan, really we need to look primarily at the economic opportunities that risk being missed by large communities across the world and also within our developed economy communities in the UK and the kind of policy initiatives that we need to develop to address those more immediate challenges, if you like. But I'm not disregarding Internet of Things. Right. It's important, and there will be sessions on this in João Pessoa at the IGF, and it's highly relevant, I agree.
Thank you very much, Mark. We have comments from remote participation, but we have a lady here who wants to speak, so after please. Your name and your question.
Rosalia Bacco from Romania. The EU Kids Online project in Europe proved that there is an East-West divide in Europe in terms of both access, infrastructural access, and also content access. Less children and young people produce content. They are not taught to do it, and they lack the skills and the understanding. And also, there is little formal education put in place. So I think if we think about policies, educational policies should be enforced in terms of formal digital literacy and formal information literacy in Europe, I think.
Thank you very much. We're going to come to questions of skills and literacy in a short while. Serena, you have someone on remote who wants to come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. We have Marilia Maciel with a comment and a question. So I will read out. In the two phases of WSIS, European countries and Latin American countries converged around the idea that the information society should be built around both an economic and a social component. Benefits from the information society should be more equally shared. In these 10 years, it seems that economically a market-oriented view has gained ground. Many of us experience access through walled gardens and initiatives like internet.org will contribute to this trend. Is the future of the internet, the Ubernet, the magazine in? The magazine, The Economist, announced, is there space for strengthening the idea of the internet as a global public good in the WSIS review process, and how to move politically and practically towards this understanding? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Marilia. It's a good question, a long one. And we're not just talking about physical access, we're talking about the benefits to humans. Yanis, do you want to come in on this point?
Yeah, no, I have a question actually.
Yes.
Actually, listening the comments, I want to ask a question to Megan. We see that there is a lot of progress in terms of access in the European Union in general because of the policies in place. At the same time, there is also disparities. Has European Commission analyzed what's the reason for these disparities within European Union? And they're significant if we look 90% in Finland and around 60% in Greece. What is the reason, in your opinion? Is that a policy question? Is that still an economic development question? Or is that the human aspect that needs to be taken into account, that the whole society is less techy than another one might be?
Megan, please, very briefly. We need to go to the next.
Concerned that I'll talk too long. A lot of analysis has been done, no question. The problem is finding a solution for all of the problems that have been identified. In some cases, it's very strong public policy to ensure that public funding goes to help roll out infrastructure. Sometimes it's a problem relating to rural-urban access. In Greece, you know, for example, that there are a lot of outlying islands, very difficult to get to. The access is sometimes very difficult. Part of it relates also to the regulatory framework, which theoretically is harmonized and unified within Europe, but let's be honest, there are sometimes differences between different regions, and so some aspects relate to that, and some relate to the investment climate. So there are a whole series of elements, and what we're trying to do in Europe, of course, is make sure that all the actors involved work together to ensure this rollout. Private sector, government, industry, regulators, etc.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, I thought you were waving for the...
Frederick?
I didn't want to interrupt you. I hope I didn't. No. So now that I have the mic, thank you, by the way, for this very clever point made by the remote participants. My assumption was that indeed we would be here to discuss access to the global open internet, right? I mean, even in the network neutrality debate a few hours ago, we didn't dare to get there, and I guess we don't want to get here unless we want to open a totally new, quite contentious issue. So yes, my assumption is we're talking about the global open internet. Yeah. So that would be my first point. My second one, Lee, you're right to try to draw out of this audience the fact that, well, the network are very important, access to network, but there were misconceptions in the past that when you build it, they will come. I mean, there is something else that you're trying to let us say, and that would be something else.
Yeah, thank you, Frederick. We're going to come to that about access alone is perhaps not enough. I We need to move on slightly. We're going towards discussion on the regulatory environment for access, which is the second part of this discussion. Bearing in mind that I guess people want to talk about the questions of content and not just technical matters too, but we need to do both. So we talk about how to make access a reality. There are national initiatives, there's the broadband strategy. There are many things out there in Europe which have been done to promote access in different countries, in different regions. I think we heard from the Deputy Minister of Bulgaria yesterday about the partnership between Serbia, Romania and Bulgaria on access questions, which is an interesting idea. I'd like to know more about that too, if that's possible. So I'd like to know about how this part is about how is it organized? How do you organize a strategy for, or to ensure that you improve access to rural areas? Is it a top-down approach in your countries? Is it led by the government? Is it led by the European Commission? Is it led by a public-private partnership? And I think the importance here is to know who are the actors, who is included in pushing access, who is not included in pushing access, who does what are the roles of the different stakeholders in pushing for access. And I think this part, in terms of conveying a message from Europe to the global IGF, is that what are the practices, what are the best practices, what are we learning in Europe? Do we have a luxurious situation regarding access, Yanis, compared to other continents? Are we learning things? Are there consequences of what's happening in Europe? And I'd like to go back to the panel, if I may, and to ask, what is the right regulatory environment? How do you make this a reality? Is it a top-down? Is it a top-down initiative, Mark? Is it a top-down initiative pushing access in the UK? Is it top-down, or is it a mixture between state and non-state actors? How does it work in the UK?
It's the latter. In drawing on the UK experience, the government has put a lot of money into supporting commercial investment in infrastructure, first of all, in terms of infrastructure or the broadband rollout and so on. Something like £750 million was put into the UK broadband strategy, with working with commercial partners to ensure that infrastructure is rolled out, and that extends to the most remote areas. We've touched on rural problems and island problems in Greece and so on. We have that same problem in the UK. I mean, we're hoping to achieve 95% superfast broadband rollout by the end of next year. For that remaining 5%, we're having to look at innovative projects, working with entrepreneurs, thinkers, in order to try out, well, how are we going to achieve that last 5% in difficult to reach areas?
But Mark, why
so
is
it's government working with the sector.
Why is it difficult? And let me ask a simple question. Why is it difficult to get to the last 5%? Why? Just basically why?
Well, the challenges are quite enormous in terms of cost, and a lot of the work has to be done in analysing, what is it going to cost in order to bring those communities within the modern world of the information society and the digital economy. So there are challenges. The private sector, we can't just leave it to the private sector. We've got to work together with them and look at options, whether it's satellite connectivity, even in the UK. We're exploring that through pilot projects.
Is it the government which is taking the lead, as to say the lead actor, followed by other actors? Is that the way it works?
Well, I think there's a kind of mutual interest, between industry and the government. Clearly, it's important for the government in transforming the economy and maximising opportunity to achieve access for all, and that's driving the substantial investment that's coming from the taxpayer. And for the industry, there's a benefit for them too. People accessing are going and using access to develop revenues, earnings, job opportunities, and so on, benefits industry, all players. That's my initial reaction to that.
Thank you very much. I want to come to the other speakers in this room. I want to come to other parts of Europe. I want to come to Eastern Europe, Central and Eastern Europe, Southeastern Europe. I want to hear from you if you have questions or remarks on the environment, How does it work in your country? Is it how is the partnerships between the different actors? Are you experiencing the same challenges as in the UK regarding access to rural areas? Are there other divides which you need to think about? Do you need ultra-fast broadband to improve your economy? I read somewhere some time ago the statistics, the stats from the World Bank are probably not up to date, but for every 10% increase in broadband penetration, there is an increase in the GDP of the country. So there is a correlation. The measurements sort of are suggesting that. But I would like to ask you, what's your view on the environment for regulation of that, and how does it work in your countries? Can anybody give me some information about how it's done in your countries to get to you? Peter from, please introduce yourself.
Peter Strelens, Slovenia. The initiative in our country is mostly driven by government in cooperation with the local communities. In previous financial perspectives, Slovenia actually put around $80 million in the broadband for rural areas. And we actually established around 30,000 connections, mostly optical connections to the individual households, and we have penetration around 60%. For a new perspective, we are preparing new strategy, and we actually set goal that broadband connection should be at least 100 mega. And we face quite a lot of opposition from commercial players because they would like to utilize all copper they have. But what our strategy means that the state will support only project who will actually achieve the goal from this strategy. This strategy is not accepted, but we are discussing with different stakeholders in our country. I think that for Europe as a whole should be important. That would be much more ambition with connectivity of schools. For example, United States, you have some project who would cover all states within United States, but within Europe, this is up to the member state. And I think that European Union should be at same boat and ambitious as United States, and should somehow try to connect all schools to some optical network.
Thank you very much, Peter. Anybody else want to come in on that before? Yes, please. Your name and where are you from? Which part of Europe do you come from, and how does it work?
Good afternoon. My name is Edmunds Belskis. I'm from Republic of Latvia, Minister of Transport. I represent governmental part. So my comments to this subject is actually we have two leading partners. It's private sector and governmental. And hopefully they are working the same direction. And if we look from the governmental point of view, we see additional investments to different broadband infrastructure which not disturb competition in telecom sector. And if we speak about private sector, two main elements is driving the progress. It's innovation and competition. We see how different platforms of access to internet compete to each other. For example, in Latvia, we have fixed network and mobile network as everywhere. But now some commercial organizations provide free of charge Wi-Fi access, more than 4,000 access points in the whole country, free of charge. in that way they compete with the mobile network as well. So we have here in Bulgaria excellent Wi-Fi connection. We have 25, 30 megabits per second in each room. So that means that we don't use mobile internet access, which is very expensive.
Interesting.
And from another point of view, government takes a leading role, national governments in cooperation with this commission and other stakeholders build the policy how to facilitate these persons to use internet. Even they have possibility to access, as we heard, but they don't use. We build the e-governance, we put into virtual area different services, and then we politely ask, then we request use these services only via internet access tools, as the tax obligations and tax reports are nowadays only in the internet is available. So this is a way how we can proceed, and those people who are not used to use internet, I can compare with a bicycle. When we start to ride the bicycle, we are not the champions from the first day. We go to a short distance, we use a little bit of internet possibilities, and we are used to use internet, and after 1 and 2 years we are professionals. And that is a way how the government can facilitate with the help with the industry and educational sector, facilitate and include those people who are not already in virtual area.
Thank you very much. So once you have internet, it's very hard to go back, and it's probably hard to go back to a slower speed even. But it's a very good point about public access points and how that works with mobile. I'd like to explore that. Megan Richards from the Commission, you're doing so much work in this field. You have the broadband strategy work and other things. I mean, the gentleman here just mentioned about some sort of perhaps resistance sometimes from the private companies. I don't know whether we need to talk about that. But what's your view on the way that we should regulate or we should partner between state and non-state to get, I guess, low prices, competition regarding access, etc.? What's the Commission's view, please?
Well, the Commission has introduced a whole series of actions, I suppose is the word, to encourage investment in broadband, investment in mobile broadband, investment in anything that provides access, primarily through the regulatory framework. That's one important aspect. Industry is making faces behind you, but it's increased competition, it's reduced prices for consumers. As I said, it's going to be reviewed over the next year to make sure that it's even better, and we have an even better regulatory framework. We have a whole series of public-private partnerships. The European Fund for Strategic Investment has been established under the Juncker Commission. One part of that is to encourage broadband rollout, to encourage private-public partnerships in helping to bring internet access to different under-serviced areas of Europe. We have then, from the other side, one is providing the infrastructure and the services that are necessary. The other is the take-up. And we have a whole series of policy actions on that side to make sure that once the access is available, people know how to use it, they can benefit from it through increasing their digital skills. We have a whole series of actions on making sure, and again, this is not the Commission, this is coordinated by the Commission or driven to a certain extent by the Commission, but it's really everyone involved, so private sector, educators, civil society, governments, ministries of education, etc., who are working together to try to improve the skills within Europe, not just for access and information from the internet, but also using the digital skills that they need for new job opportunities. We know that there are something like 1.5 million IT jobs available in Europe by the end of this year, for which there aren't enough candidates. So this is another element that's very important. The whole network of what we call digital champions, which has been established in virtually all the European member states, and we heard on, where am I now? Today's Friday. Yesterday, from the Bulgarian digital champion who moderated the first panel yesterday. The digital champions are people identified in their own home countries to help drive out policies on increasing access, increasing literacy skills, increasing people's knowledge about how to access the internet and use it. So they have a whole series of national actions helping schools, libraries, other public facilities to help educate and teach people.
Thank you, Megan. Can I ask you, are there examples in countries in the EU where it's primarily led the rollout of access by a non-state actor? Or just out of interest, I mean, is it always a mixed partnership? I mean, does the state ever take a back seat and let it be done by a company, or just out
in terms
interest?
of the investment?
Yes, in the investment. Yeah.
I'm sure there are. I mean, but don't forget, the regulatory environment is an important element too, and that to a large extent has been unified and harmonized throughout Europe. It's not perfect, as I said, but again, this is something that has to be reviewed again. So I'm sure there's some cases. I can't name one off the top of my head where investment has been entirely and solely private sector, but that's where the bulk of the investment is.
And that's when you talk about Europe, you're talking about the 28. The Europe in the
28 EU.
Okay, but that's just to be clear. Frederick, do you want to come in on this, or please?
Well, I don't know if I might jump on this one because I might just push this conversation to something else. I can feel that there might be some discomfort in terms of results of a top-down approach, and certainly on the last mile. By last mile, and I'm talking about the network. I'm talking about those last communities that you cannot just enable to access the internet.
Yeah.
This is really where the issue are, and we can report as Internet Society of many good examples of empowering local communities, trying to have them sustainable by themselves.
Right.
It's a really systemic approach. It needs to build. You need to build trust among them, having a very solid and robust trained engineers from the community with the solutions that they suggest. So there is also a bottom-up approach there for those communities that are difficult to access.
And just before Mark comes onto the mic, I just want to ask the question too. I mean, is there a difference you see between those with high penetration rates and those with low penetration rates? Do you see patterns emerging in how the regulatory environment is driven? I mean, in a high penetrated internet environment, how does it work? Are there patterns in where it's low in perhaps South Europe, for example, in countries? Is it driven by the government? Mark, please.
So, well, I was going to come in on one additional point.
Please.
Should I do that?
Yeah, do that first.
Well, I don't answer. I'm not sure I can answer the question actually. But the additional point I was going to make is that one thing that governments should be mindful of doing, and we are certainly very mindful of it, working with our independent regulator, is reducing the barriers to investment, cutting the red tape, if you like, for investing in infrastructure, not necessarily at the national level, but at the local authority level, and getting the fiber optic cables or the cabinets or whatever, reducing all that potential difficulty that faces the telcos and the investors in infrastructure. So that was the point I was going to make.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Megan, briefly, and then.
I was just going to add one aspect, because again, like the internet, which we always think of as one, when we talk about government, people sometimes think this is only state, the single national state, but cities and regional authorities and provincial authorities, depending on the country again, have had very important influences on the way in which infrastructure has been rolled out, the way in which access has been provided, etc., within Europe. And many of them have had very important and useful roles in ensuring better access. I just didn't want to forget them.
Desiree, yes, please. Desiree, from a technical point of view, what does it mean for you?
Well, I think that one of the main points is the shared infrastructure, and that new players coming into providing internet access and services are able to connect to the existing infrastructure and share that. And we have seen that in the fixed line internet access, that it works much better than on mobile telephony, where the internet access is ultra fast but very expensive and mainly targeting some of the urban spaces, not all the rural areas. So there are, I think, what we've seen throughout Europe are all different cases as to how the problem of creating this equal level field to other private actors to coming into the market is working. And I think in the UK we have, there is a really good example of the open reach. And the reason why, for example, the UK does not have a problem with net neutrality, because all internet service providers were able to connect to the incumbent infrastructure. So what I'm really making a point here is the existing infrastructure in other countries here in the region. We had PTT, which was the incumbent, or the Post Telegraph telephone service. And getting that line and access shared is equally important in the fixed line as well as in mobile. And that's not what we are seeing today in Europe. They're not sharing their towers and radio links, and there's a lot of room for improvement there.
Okay, thank you. Any lessons learned so far? Any unintended consequences? Any best practices that we can share from Europe to the global IGF? Are there things that we need to convey? Or are we all very happy in Europe with the increasing access to internet, even though there are divides and we need to do more, faster speeds? Any views from the speakers in this room before we carry on? We're into our last half an hour. I'd like to go beyond the EU 28 towards the other countries in Europe. If you are here, if you have comments to make on the environment and what you see. If not, then I would like to go to the third section of this discussion, which is about the gaps and about questions of, you may have access, but you may not use it. It was mentioned earlier. Why are people who have access not using it? Are they scared to use it? Is it a question of skills? Is it a question of age? Is it only for the young people? Then there is obviously a need from this discussion to close the gaps. What are the gaps? What are the gaps in your countries? Why are people who have access not using it? I want to maybe pull in our colleague from Finland. From Finland, I know that in Finland, for example, there is a legal right to access the internet in Finland, which I think is a link to the universal service obligations in Finland. And I know that in certain countries, I think in Spain too, and in one or two other countries, there is a legal right to have access. I think that's quite interesting. So we heard about public access points, which is, of course, having a consequence on mobile access as a means of bridging divides. I'd like to ask the panel, and of course you, about the question of closing the gaps. And this is really a question of inclusion, I think. Inclusion of populations. Perhaps we're talking about older people, perhaps we're talking about people of low incomes who can't afford, hence public access points. I'd like to ask, you all, what's the issue of gaps in access, and what does it mean? Does it mean if we have those who have high speeds, those who have access, are they better off? Are those with lower speeds, are they excluded in some way? Are the gaps emerging in this? Are we seeing patterns emerging? Frederick, please.
Well, Lee, thank you. I would say all of them, all the criteria that you said, skills, age, ability to do it, interest in doing it, all are very valid criteria. So I can report from some project and experience that we had worldwide level. Increasing the demand at local level is really critical for us. By that I mean not only relevant content, but accessible content. And in most of the case, we realize that the content might be there, but outside of the country, because we don't have equipment or infrastructure that allow for the content to stay in the country and be created in the country. So this is why we promote not only, of course, infrastructures, switches, routers, servers. That's okay to turn that on, but we also promote a very strong capital of human beings, robust engineers and trained experts that can create the demands at local level, meaning that we then get into a virtuous circle, or when you keep the traffic at local level through IXPs, And IXP is just basically switches and routers. You allow for the internet to be cheaper. You got a better latency, or you reduce latency, local content is accessible. So you create this virtuous circle. People are interested in the local content, start creating local content, and the internet is cheaper. So for us, IXP is really at the centers of this internet local ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe perhaps Yanis, you put your hand up, and then Megan, if you want, if that's okay, if we do it in that order, please. Yanis?
Yeah, very much in line that Frederick said. Actually, I remember when I was at UNESCO, we were doing together a study together with OECD on the correlation between the access and the local content. And what Frederick said, that is absolutely true. More you have local content, more you have people willing to access internet and then use that content. The problem is that there are countries in the world where content is not kept in the country. And these countries are actually disabled twice because they need to put their content on servers outside the country, and then they need to pay to pump that content back in the country by individual users. So that is one aspect. Another aspect very much linked to that, if we do not promote within the country local internet infrastructure, we do not develop knowledge about internet locally. And the knowledge base is also one important element from developmental point of view. Because if you don't have local experts, it is very difficult to think on sustainable development also for any technological system. So in other words, there is a very strong correlation, and infrastructure development and content development, they go or should go hand in hand, because they are mutually reinforcing each other.
Thank you very much. So local content, we're going back to the beginning of the discussion. Megan, please.
Yes, thanks. Well, to follow on with the points already made, the one I wanted to make really related to what we were talking about at the beginning, and that is the importance of access and information to economic growth. And the digital economy is clearly a driving motor of growth in the world, and therefore at the IGF level, I think we have a good narrative to discuss there, where we have the whole world there, the whole world that's interested in the internet.
Yes.
And we have a lot of aspects relating to good practice in terms of regulatory environments, digital skills, information, etc., that we can exchange and share. And in this year of development, as it is, the European Year of Development, and in view of the WSIS Plus 10 review, I think it's particularly important this year to address those issues in this context, because we have seen the dramatic change that just having access to mobile telephony has made in Africa, for example, in terms of access to information, knowing how much your sorghum will get on the market today as opposed to tomorrow or yesterday, etc. Just those simple things have dramatically changed lives of people in such countries. And having access to the internet, particularly mobile internet, and new and different ways of accessing this through innovative systems and innovative ways of rolling this out, I think are also very useful and interesting to discuss at the IGF.
Thank you very much. Are we in a luxurious situation in Europe compared to other continents, I wonder, in terms of access? I mean, the questions are the questions different here in this continent compared to the other continents? I mean,
South Korea and Japan are better connected than Europe. Yeah. Let's put it that way.
But what I'm trying to get to is that are there really other questions of highly connected societies? Will that engender more skills, more jobs automatically? Those who are less connected, are they going to fall backwards? That's my question. Is there really a direct correlation? Can you really say that? Are the measurements the right measurements to try to reflect that? Or do we need to start looking at new measurements in that context? I mean, public access points, delivering public services online, Mark, for example, in the UK. My concern is that, should we be obliged to only access internet for these services? There are a lot of questions in this context. I'm just thinking about those who are not connected but are being told to go online to access public services. What happens there, Mark? But maybe that's not the question, the point you want to make. Please.
Thanks. Well, if you're comparing the European experience with other regions,
yeah,
I guess quite often it's a matter of scale.
Right.
But I mean, in the UK, 1 in 5 adults do not have basic digital skills. And a recent analysis said that if the UK were a fully digital population,
right,
we'd have that would add something like £65 billion to GDP. So, these, even for us, these are important challenges. And it's not only the benefit for governments and for citizens in terms of delivery of government services as these services migrate and become more efficient and cheaper. It's actually opportunities in the broader economy and stimulating people's perhaps otherwise untapped skills to develop content and engage in cultural activities and so on online. We have a number of initiatives. Digital Champions was mentioned. We've had a very high-profile digital champion in the UK, Martha Lane Hunt, Fox. Sorry, and what our approach now is actually to have developed what we call a Digital Skills Alliance, where we've brought together a number of key players, the BBC, BT, National Lottery Fund, to develop an initiative to overcome that gap in skills. And it's not government funded, it's a number of key partners coming together. So that's our current approach, and we have a similar initiative to reach out to the micro businesses and to skill them up. And education was mentioned very early on. That's a very important aspect of government policy, getting the curricula in schools to really incorporate skills like coding and so on. That's been a very important part of our approach to transforming to combating the sort of sluggish, not willing reluctance to embrace these skills, but to promote the value of acquiring those skills.
Thank you, Mark. I want to come to the other speakers in the room. I want to know what your views are on this. We're into the last 15 minutes, and I'm very conscious that we have to convey some messages to the global IGF. I hope, Yanis, we are meeting expectations in terms of what you expect from Europe in terms of this discussion. It's at one time technical, another time about content, local content, issues regarding access to maybe different scripts, for example, IDNs and these sort of things. So I'd like to know from the speakers in the room what you think about these discussions. How important is it for you? I see a hand. Dushan, do you want to take the mic, please? Sorry.
Serbia again.
Again.
About IDNs and about other stuff. You were talking about many things, but you didn't, and thanks to Desiree, only one time she was mentioning protocol layers. I want to ask you about IPv6, for example. This is not IDN. This is not something that is related to the local thing. This is global thing, but those kind of protocols, are those the question of the government strategy or lower? Should we discuss that on IGF? Usage of those addresses, those protocols that after that we can talk about IDN. also a protocol layer. Should we discuss this? Because IDN domain names, internationalized domain names, they are somehow connected to access the content in a local language. So please give us a thought about that. Thanks.
Dushan? Desiree, I'm looking at you. I'm wondering whether you have a technical response to a technical question like that. IPv6. Thank you.
Dushan again raised an interesting and important point, the fact that in order for the networks to operate well and to connect next billions of devices online as well as users, we would need in parallel to run IPv6. And whilst I had talked with some representatives from the European Commission, they felt that internet standards that are developed voluntarily, it's not the government job to actually urge anyone or dictate internet service providers to adopt that. And I was a little bit shocked by, having heard, I do think that policymakers should do more and more awareness, because currently it's just a technical community who's raising this issue, and private sector has not got enough of case studies to see that it's necessary to invest in a next layer and a next IPv6 infrastructure in order to connect additional billions of users. So in my view, it's an extremely urgent issue to develop IPv6, and we have seen in Africa leapfrogging nations that are already running in parallel IPv6 and IPv4. These are currently not interoperable, and I would approve and support any policymakers on a national and governmental level who could raise more awareness and do some incentive for those ISPs to provide that access.
Thank you, Desiree. Voice left, please. We have
to continue with IPv6 and who should make whom invest. At present, we have a situation, especially with those who have heavily invested in IPv4 equipment, that they are lagging, they are hesitating, it costs a lot of money, they don't see immediate return, which is their goal. They are private companies, they have quarterly reports and yearly profit marks. And now we have in UK, a very strange situation where you have a delay of implementing IPv6 and a very vibrant secondary IPv4 market, where the remaining few IPv4 addresses are being traded, and we are herd of IPv4 lemmings running into NABES. So there is a need. I'm not saying it should be government, but it's hard to imagine who else should make, either by ordering them or by why not giving them some incentives to make those sizable investments into IPv6, because it's really in the interest of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody want to respond to that, or another technical question? Desiree, very quickly. Otherwise, we're coming to the end of this session now, so if you want, you can.
I would just say, go to Internet Society website. They organize IPv6 Day. Slovenia here has a wonderful Go6 initiative and is a leader in Europe in trying to get all services run on IPv6. So there are examples and best practices we can all learn from.
Okay. Please, go. Yes, one question. Thank you. Your name and
Grigory Zagyan, Internet Society of Armenia, Vice President. Is it possible for regulators to oblige the telecom operators to implement IPv6, or it is impossible? Can Commission issue an order that during 5 years you have to implement IPv6, or it's impossible?
Well, Gregory, it's an excellent question, but you won't have a regulator here in the room. What we try to do is indeed provoke or cut the chicken and egg situation where nobody wanted to move into it because they didn't see any direct return of investment. Hence, the Internet Society way to do it is to promoting interest, saying that there will be a competitive advantage, and certainly you cannot consider or speak even of the Internet of the future without considering wide adoption of IPv6. So we continuously come back on this, try to move people towards this, and there are people who already move. So maybe at European level it might be interesting to consider that there might be a competitive advantage for the region to move massively to IPv6 because others have understood it already. So we organize with the Internet Society on a yearly basis or IPv6 Day when we try to convince people in the world, and there are people who move even in big corporate companies, not only US. So I'm proud to say that we have evidence of people moving, but this is slow. So I would tend to agree with you that we might try, we might be tempted. I'm not sure that a regulatory pressure might change something here. You need adoption on a voluntary basis with people who are convinced that they need to. But this is an ecosystem again.
Yes, please.
Just to add one thing, it's something that we considered in Horizon 2020, which is the new framework program for research and innovation in Europe, to require as a condition of funding to make sure that all the participants used IPv6. It was one of the ideas. And the Commission spends a lot of time encouraging, sending out information, holding hands in terms of using IPv6. But at the end of the day, it was decided it was too much to require that as a precondition to funding. But and I apologize, I have to rush, yes. So if you don't mind, I'll abandon you.
Okay, just the last word, yes. Leading by example on IPv6 is a good idea. So I will just close my eyes, but not saying who in this room is using IPv6, including governments and organizations. So it would be good for governments and international organizations to show the lead.
Thank you. We're running out of time. We have about 5 minutes left. We started a little bit late. The last part, before we turn to Christina, who will give a short wrap-up reporting, Europe and beyond, and I'm looking at Yanis in particular. Yanis, what are you taking away, or what do you think we're going to convey, in your opinion, as chair of the IGF? What things are we learning today about the European experience? Are there lessons to be learned? There are divides, and there are efforts being done, perhaps driven a little bit by, led by governments, but in partnership with others mainly, at least in the country we've heard about, and there are experiences. Your views, please, quite briefly, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think there is a wealth of material that could be shared with others, and we clearly see that there are a number of elements that have facilitated spread of technology and internet in Europe. First of all, that is enabling environment, which allowed innovation by all. That is also governmental policies which are in place that stimulates government services moving online and sustaining the offer. That is also educational policies that bring more people and make young people more accustomed to sort of ways how technology could be used in the best possible manner. Of course, one needs also to acknowledge that and explain what are the main reasons behind the gaps that also have been identified during this discussion, and demonstrate that there are some objective elements like poor concentration of population in remote areas which require additional investments, and their public policy may not be sufficient, and then maybe some other policy should be put in place to subsidize access and to stimulate the market until the market forces would start working. So all these elements I would be pleased to see captured in the submission, and that would constitute a good basis or good input for the editorial group to work on and to bring it to IGF Brazil.
Okay, thank you, Yanis. We're at wrap-up time, and I think you have one final, if you have any very, very quick points, you can say them now, otherwise I'm going to pass to Christina. But Christina, maybe you want to sit there in where Megan sits. So I think that, I've learned something today. I've learned things about public access points, how that trades off with mobile in Latvia, for example. It seems that we're singing the same song regarding the importance of access and the choices and the opportunities which that can give to economies. The question of skills is key. Actually, I'm not stealing your words, Christina, I think. Hopefully not. Am I?
No, well,
okay.
Actually,
okay, let me leave it to you. I apologize.
Is that maybe asking a public official to write a summary of discussions is not really a great idea, because I have captured so many interesting ideas and issues, so maybe my summary is not as short as expected, but I'll try to read it out.
Okay, please.
So, access is a major enabler for societies, economies, innovators, and citizens. There are still large distinctions in access in Europe: north, south, east, west, old, young, rich, poor, urban and rural areas. But slowly these differences are disappearing with newer generations. The differences do not only relate to physical infrastructure. Access requirements are different depending on the different users' requests. Different layers and angles are involved when we talk about access. There is the physical layer relating to cable, satellites, etc. The logical layer concerning DNS, protocols, open standards. And then there is the third layer, which is about digital literacy, skills, and content. Different actors, public, private, and technical community, operate in these different layers to create the right environment to stimulate investment. All need to function well in order to bring the benefits of access. There are also some emerging challenges, for instance, fixed and mobile networks. Emerging challenges concerning competition issues, and also machine-to-machine access, Internet of Things and smart cities. Therefore, different requirements have to be taken into account. Different challenges require different solutions. Aspects like geography, island countries, demography, rural areas, aging population play a role. A systemic approach needs to be based on trust. In the logical layer, the role of IXPs in the region is really important to keep data local, to keep prices down, and to contribute to the economy of the system. IPv6 and IDN are part of the discussion on access. And here the technical community plays a fundamental role. In the infrastructure layer, public policies aim at providing funds where private investments are not enough, for instance, for broadband rollout, but without disturbing competition. The European Commission has put in place a series of actions to stimulate investments through regulatory frameworks to increase competition and reduce prices. Infrastructure development and content development go hand in hand. Access also relates to content. Stimulating the creation of local content in local languages play an important role. Increasing the demand at local level is crucial, but content has to be accessible, cheap, and interesting for users. All these elements create a virtuous cycle. In the EU, there are many best practices to share, like the broadband targets in the digital agenda for growth and jobs, the creation of public-private partnerships. There are many examples, like the network of digital champions in all national member states to help drive policies to increase access and give people the right skills. Helping schools, libraries, and developing the right curricula is an important aspect. Finally, share infrastructure also with new players. These are some of the lessons to be learned from the European experience.
Oh, thank you very much. I think
Sorry, it was maybe too extensive.
That was 5 bullets, wasn't it? 5 bullets, okay. Thank you very much, everybody. I think in my opinion, it's hard to discuss, to split between technical and non-technical issues with people, if they're either technical or non-technical. I think we understand the importance of access. I think we understand there's a need to have more access because we see the benefits in Europe. I think And I'd like to thank Christopher Wilkinson for pointing that out to me, that perhaps this is an outcome for EuroDIG towards the global IGF. There is quite a concerted effort to push access in Europe. We already have a lot of people online, and there's 200 or so million more to come. And I think perhaps we're doing quite a good job. We need to reduce the divides, but I think we're aware of that fact, and I think we're moving forward. So on that point, I'd like to thank you all for coming. I think there's coffee now, and then we have the wrap-up session. So thank you to the panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you to Serena and to Christina, of course, for helping me organize this session. Thank you.
Yeah, but it's working. Hello? Okay. We're on. So I think we should start. We're 10 minutes late. We're running a little bit late. Hello, good afternoon. This is the last session, and it is a session on the IANA transition process. We have a big panel, as you will see. So first of all, I would like to ask our panelists to be as concise and succinct as possible, and try also to make a very complex issue a little bit simpler. As you all know, on the 14th of March of last year, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration announced its intention to transition key domain name functions to the global multi-stakeholder community. And since then, the global multi-stakeholder internet community has been working tirelessly to craft the proposals that will be submitted finally to the NTIA. At the back, we have a set of slides. This is essentially how the IANA stewardship transition has currently been working. The NTIA announcement took place, as I said, on March of last year. The NTIA asked ICANN to convene the process, and ICANN did so in its Singapore meeting. And as part of this process, the IANA coordination group was created, which asked the three operational communities, the Internet Engineering Task Force, the Regional Internet Registries, and the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, to activate their own multi-stakeholder processes and draft the proposals that will later be submitted to the IANA coordination group, which responsibility is to compile all three proposals into one narrative and submit them eventually to the NTIA for final approval. This is what the IANA Stewardship Coordination Group looks like. It is a multi-stakeholder group. It consists of people from stakeholders, from representing different interests. We have civil society, governments, businesses, the technical community, etc. The IANA stewardship transition, as you all know, has generated a lot of interest for many reasons, not only because this is a historical moment, it is the last piece of the technical infrastructure of the internet that actually we were seeing a sole government overseeing, but also because it relates to issues of accountability as well as how this process fits into some wider internet governance issues that are happening in 2015, and in particular the WSIS plus 10 review. So without further ado, I will ask, first of all, the three operational communities to give us an update of where things stand in their own communities. And first of all, we'll go to Elliot Lear, who will be speaking not on behalf of the ITF, but he will be presenting where the Internet Engineering Task Force currently, the proposal currently stands. Elliot.
Thank you very much, Constantine. So, yes, my name is Elliot Lear. I work at Cisco Systems, and I do not speak on behalf of anybody at the ITF or the IAB. So the ICG was formed, and they put out their solicitation. And as they did, we do what we always do at the IETF, which was we had a birds of a feather session to discuss it. And then we did what we would do when we want to do something at the IETF, which is we form a working group. And then the working group found a document. I was the first co-author of it, and I'm now the co-editor of it. And the working group worked on the document a lot. We had 9 revisions in about 3.5 months. Actually, 10 revisions, excuse me. So there's quite a lot of work. We met in Honolulu, Hawaii, where the IETF held its in-person meeting in November. And then shortly thereafter, the Internet Engineering Steering Group approved the document and sent it on to the ICG in January, being the first of the 3 groups, operational groups, to send something along. The key things I want to just point out are that the IETF is very satisfied with the current state of affairs and how things work between the IETF and ICANN when it comes to the IANA functions. We are essentially their customer, and they serve us really well. We have SLAs that say they serve us really well. And so the proposal says all of this and says that we would like pretty much more of the same, that we'd like the way things are to continue. There are small changes that we're suggesting in an add-on agreement to be taken on, but really that is the key message: is that really no major structural or changes are needed in terms of the way that ICANN supports the IETF with regard to the IANA functions. And I'll stop there.
Oh, thank you very much. That
Keeping
was
it
great.
short.
You only took 2 minutes, literally 2 minutes. Before going on to Nurani, I would like to, after we hear from the 3 operational communities, their updates, please start thinking of questions that you would like to ask our panelists relating to their processes as well as to the accountability and the bigger IG issues. Nurani, can you give us an update, please, on where the numbers community proposal stands currently?
Thank you. I certainly can. My name is Nurani Nimpuno. I work for NetNode, and I'm the vice chair of the CRISP team, which is the team that was tasked to put together the proposal for the numbers community. And like Elliot, I don't speak on behalf of the CRISP team, but I will try to give an overview of what the process has been so far and the main elements of the proposal in a very concise way. Very much, well, for those who don't know, when we talk about the numbers community, we talk about the community that decides on the policies for IPv4, IPv6 addresses and AS numbers. And these are distributed through the regional internet registries. There are 5 of them in the world. And each RIR has a community under them, so to speak, responsible for the policy development. So the RIRs themselves don't do policy development, but the communities that are behind the RIRs do that. So the CRISP team was put together with representatives from all these 5 regions, and we were tasked to put together the proposal. But long before the CRISP team was actually put together, the RIRs, as soon as the NTIA had come out with the announcements, the RIRs started their discussions in their regional communities. So what differs us perhaps from for example, the IETF is that we have these 5 different regional communities. So the discussion started like we always do with policy development, started on a local level. And each RIR had consultation processes. The year following the NTIA announcement, the RIRs had discussions at their meetings. What became, this is more of a personal reflection, but I think what became very clear maybe to others who are not that familiar with the RIR processes was that really it showed that the RIRs are mature and as structures, because we could use very much the existing processes that we had. We didn't need to pull together a community to discuss this particular issue. We had our meetings, we had mailing lists, we had processes and structures for this. And then the CRISP team went through a few consultations. The first task was, of course, to gather all the input from all the 5 regions. There were slight variations, of course, in the various regions. And the CRISP team came out with text to try to reflect that. And we worked in a very intense period over Christmas and New Year's to produce the final response in January this year. And it was very encouraging to see, despite the fact that it was in this very intense period, that we got great community participation in the process. So we handed in our proposal in the 15th of January. So where are we now? Well, first of all, maybe what are the main elements? So currently the IANA serves the RIRs and provides IPv4, IPv6 addresses and AS numbers. But there's not a contract as such between the RIRs and IANA or ICANN for this, as this is currently held by the NTIA. So the main part of the proposal is really to propose a new arrangement where the RIRs enter into a service level agreement with ICANN. Very much like the protocol community, the RIRs have been very happy with the IANA services provided. We saw no need to change this, and there was also great emphasis on continuity and stability in the proposal. There are other various minor elements, like a review committee, just to ensure added participation from the community when reviewing the SLAs, and a few things like that. So where are we now? Well, the proposal is out there. We are now in the phase where we will be trying to find a consolidation with the other communities, but there are also a few steps that the RAR communities need to go through, such as finalizing the SLA and getting comments on that. We have a draft out for that, and also defining this review committee. And that's pretty much where we are. There'll be other parts of the implementation where the RARs will be consulting the community. But apart from that, we are pretty much ready to go. So thank you.
So the ITF and the RARs have actually submitted their proposals to the ICG, and since then we have heard that there has been close communication. Olivier, what's happening with the names?
The names are late as usual. Well, actually the complexity of what needed to be done was a magnitude further than the community of the numbers and the protocols, because in the case of the names, and the slide is not working. Great, well, that's normal. The names, always a problem there. In the case of the names, the IANA, well, the contractor, so the IANA operator was ICANN, but the policy-making body is also ICANN. So it was going to be a bit of a challenge for ICANN to sign a contract with itself. So something had to be done, and a number of changes had to be proposed and built up, and so it took a rather longer time than the other communities to come up with a proposal. Immediately after, well, back in October, basically, there was at ICANN, the 53rd meeting of ICANN, there were already some discussions that took place, and a first meeting took place in Frankfurt in November of a cross-community working group, which we will refer to as CWG, and I'll tell you why later. CWG stewardship was created that had people from all the different parts of ICANN, but also some country code operators that were not part of the country code name supporting organization. They came up with a first proposal that went over for public comment in December 2014. The proposal was very different from what we now have on the table, because there was quite a lot of pushback towards many of the points that were put across in the proposal, and therefore something had to be done. We had to go back to the drawing board and restart looking at what we had proposed and seeing what we would need to change so as to actually go in line with the public comment process. I think I'm supposed to be in the previous slide. That's the one. Yeah. No, the one in the middle. Yeah, okay, that's more like it. Sorry, because I'm seeing people looking and going like, this guy's talking something totally different. No, that's the diagram. So over in January, we had some intensive work days to restart the process and look at our work. And then we divided into design teams, started with 7 models, that came down to 2 models, and then finally to 1 model in early May. And that's when we had a second proposal that was put out for public comment. The sort of 20-ish days of public comments and so on received, 28 days, sorry, we received a lot of comments. At the moment, we are still reviewing the comments and we're building the final proposal that we will be able to then send over to the process, where it will then go over to the chartering organizations in ICANN that need to ratify it. Then it will go through the board over to the ICG, the IANA Coordination Group. And that's where we're going. If we go to the next slide.
Thank you. So, but as part of this process, there is also the NTIA has also mentioned the elements of accountability.
And that's correct. So that's the next slide. That's this one. Associated with all of the work that we're doing in CWG IANA, there's also a cross-community working group on ICANN accountability, because we needed to actually make some changes with regards to that in ICANN. And so there's a group that works in parallel with the group on IANA stewardship that's still working at the moment. A public comment has just finished. There will be another public comment period with an actual proposal on the table in August. And then later on, there's going to be several public comments as well when implementation takes place, because it's good to put the plans, but then the plans have to reflect, well, what it gets implemented has to reflect what the plans are. So there's still quite a lot of opportunity for everyone to get involved, and we are looking at input, because ICANN accountability is key to the way this whole system is going to work at the end. So I think that's it for the time being. I've probably overstepped the time needed for this.
No, actually, you're good. Sounds
okay,
pretty...
Good.
Complex, right? But before we start discussing in more detail issues of accountability, one of the questions that I have to all of you actually is, so why does this process, why does this stewardship transition actually matter for the global internet? Why are we going through this extensive process? Why does it matter? Who wants to take this? Yanis?
So if you insist, let me step back and go to 2005, when for the first time international community addressed in the UN setting issue on internet governance. So at that time we were talking about critical management of critical internet resources, which were heavily dependent and overseen by one government. And gradually, over a period of 10 years, we have seen considerable development of the management going away from very tight oversight, and the oversight more and more was exercised by internet community, including governments. Over a period of 10 years, Government Advisory Committee of ICANN grew from about 40 governments at the time of 2005 up to 150, if I'm not mistaken, today. So we see that even from that perspective, involvement of governments in the work of ICANN has changed considerably. At the same time, the oversight attribution of IANA contract and oversight of changes or validation of changes in root zone file was the only remaining function that was directly implemented by NTIA. And obviously that this was one of the things 10 years ago international community expected, that there would not be, this would change. So we have come to this period of change. Of course, we cannot compare Internet of 2005 and then 2015 in its complexity, in its scale, in its usability, and so on. That's why the seemingly simple task has triggered so much attention and focus of internet community. So we need to make it right. And I no doubt that wisdom will prevail, and we will find the best way of doing it. So, and therefore, going towards VISIS plus 10 review process and a high-level meeting in December, I think it would be a very good signal if internet community would be able to present a credible plan that would take a lot of political tensions out of the conversation about VISIS plus 10 review.
Thank you. Bill, please, anything to add?
Good afternoon. I was just going to add one quick point to Yannis's. It's a footnote, I guess. 10 years ago, as part of the WSIS process, we had a working group on internet governance that was constituted under the authority of the Secretary General to help try and break the deadlocks over internet governance. And it had a number of different functions. It was a multi-stakeholder group, and it had a number of different functions, one of which was to define internet governance, but another was to try to think about the, quote, oversight of the critical internet resources. And we had members in our group from governments who put forward a number of different proposals for oversight mechanisms to take over the IANA functions from the United States through a global internet council or some other kind of UN-based mechanism. One of the options that was put forward, one of the models that was put forward was from the civil society participants, and it said basically there's no need for a specific oversight mechanism. This could be done by the community, and if anything, we may simply need to enhance the role of ICANN's Government Advisory Committee a bit in order to give governments a greater sense that their concerns are being taken on board. This is in effect what we're doing now. So the approach that's being followed has been part of the dialogue over the past decade, really, among governments and other actors about the final disposition of the IANA functions. And it is, I think, one that has attracted, over time, progressively more and more support. There was a time early on where many governments thought, no, the only way this could be dealt with fairly is in an intergovernmental setting. And as we've talked through the process and gone through a collective learning cycle one after another, I think a lot of governments have now converged towards understanding that this kind of model that we're putting on the table of community-led, multi-stakeholder guidance and stewardship works and is effective and can perform the functions that are needed. So I see this as being part of a trajectory that has worked, ultimately. Many people are cynical about these things, but I think we're getting where we need to be after a long process of global dialogue involving all parties.
Sure, but also as the fact that we are here right now in 2015 and we're discussing this, a core element of this, as we've heard, and I would like us to discuss a little bit more, is accountability. We have heard that the NTIA stating that they would like to see some very specific accountability issues being addressed as part of this IANA function transition. So, moving on to you, Athena, why do you think accountability is such a core process of the internet governance discussions? What makes accountability such a core issue? And we have heard that the numbers community as well as the ITF have always had this structure in place. So can you walk us through a little bit as to why it is important?
Sure, thank you, Konstantin. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Athena Fraguli. I'm the legal counsel of RIPE NCC, which is one of the 5 RIRs. Back to your question. Let's take a step back and let's see first what accountability is, because it seems to be like the new buzzword, like for the last year at least. Accountability is a very difficult term to define because it means different things for different structures. I can use the example of the RIRs, sure. What is accountability for RIRs? It's compliance with what the numbers community wants. For this purpose, we have a bottom-up, inclusive, transparent, open policy development process. We are constantly in communication with the community. And also for RIRs, accountability is another thing, is the operational accountability. RIRs are membership-based organizations. They have executive boards that are elected and are responsive to the members. And we have our governance documented in a transparent manner for reference. And of course, this is an always evolving framework that always responds to what the numbers community wants. And that was just an example. Different institutions have different needs and different accountability models. And it's important to understand that there is not a one-size-fits-all model for accountability. Also, it's important to understand that accountability helps establishing trust. And trust is not a given. It's something that we have to achieve, and it's something that we always have to work on to maintain communities' trust. Also, why is trust important in this process? Having trust to the organizations that are critical for the internet governance enhances trust to the bottom-up internet governance model itself. So when a year ago the whole IANA transition discussion started, we saw that ICANN was subject to criticism. And ICANN is a very important organization in this internet governance model. And we had concerns that this would reflect to the whole internet governance structure. So the numbers community and the RIRs wanted to take action, and they wanted to help in this attempt and an effort to enhance ICANN accountability. And we participated in the CCWG, in the cross-community working group for the enhancement of ICANN accountability. We supported this process. And this group now has a proposal, as it's already said. The group identified 2 areas that would need an improvement. One was the community empowerment. Another was the review and redress mechanisms within ICANN. And as it has been already said, they published a first draft proposal, and it was open for public consultations, and there are more opportunities for comments and consultations in the future. And I cannot stress enough how important that is, as we said, for the maintaining of the trust in this internet governance model. And with that, I give it back to you, Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, ICANN, as we've heard from everyone, is going through an extensive process right now concerning accountability. There are 2 working streams, one that relates to those issues that directly affect IANA, and the other one is the institutional accountability of ICANN. Jean-Jacques, what are the lessons emerging from these discussions that can be applied more broadly to other interinstitutions, or generally, what are the lessons that we can learn?
Thanks, Konstantinos. Actually, it's good to piggyback on both what Bill just said and what Athena just said. The fact that we've got, already 10 years ago, civil society was telling us, you know what, this community can handle it itself. Thank you. And what's interesting is that over the past 10 or so years, there has been a lot of learning about the multi-stakeholder model, or multi-stakeholder models. It's done slightly differently in different ways, but it's basically about working together, bringing different perspectives together, different stakeholders together. And where we find ourselves now, after 16 odd years of ICANN's existence, is that the model has matured. And in terms of the critical functions that it performs flawlessly. The domain namespace hasn't broken in 16 years. And that's thanks to the community, no one else. It's a community work, it's a collaborative work. That's not, I said, the critical function. It's not to say everything works perfectly. It's a pioneering, it's an experiment in a new type of governance which is needed, because for perhaps the first time in history we have a truly global medium which just can, and that's truly transnational, that brings transnational communities together, which cannot be handled in the traditional way. And what's been happening over the past 16 years is this model has slowly matured, so that by now there's both more understanding of simply this multi-stakeholder model existing, and then increasingly how it works, and the fact that by now it's starting to seriously prove itself. So it's a really important juncture. It's the, if you want, we've come to maturation, we've come to independence of that model, the community being ready to take the matters in its own hand. And I think then we move on to the transition process itself. And that has united all these different communities into one clear shared mission, which is to perform this transition and to bring with it extra layers of accountability and good governance. And that coming together, that shared mission, when I've looked at it as ICANN being the secretariat, a facilitator for this experience, and seen these very different groups of people, lawyers, engineers, economists, civil society folks, just coming together, working together, producing, frankly, high quality work. And that in itself is reinforcing the multi-stakeholder model. It's bringing it to yet another level. To me, that's really exciting in itself. And so, if we think about the future of governance, it's a really interesting model. It's a model that's starting to seriously prove itself, to consolidate, to strengthen, which actually is one of the conditions posed for the transition, that the multi-stakeholder model is enshrined or reinforced. And I think it's exciting. If we look at the next 10 or 20 years or so, not only should we think about how this multi-stakeholder model is apt for coordinating how the internet works, but maybe how it could help us in other spheres of international life. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-Jacques. So before we proceed, are there any questions from the audience at this stage? Sébastien, please.
Thank you very much. Sébastien Bachelet, talking on my own behalf, but member of the CCWG, representing EuroDIG, or the European Organization of at Large. If I take some of your speech, yes, the organization has matured, but the trust seems to be destroyed. We talk about a proposition from the CCWG. I am sorry, but we don't have a proposition. We have a report with propositions. And what is important today, it's we would like to have your inputs to say what is the best way to go. We are not in agreement, even within the working group, of what is the best solution. And I hope that the discussion that we will have in the next few weeks and months will allow to find a solution who is acceptable by everybody and not by just few. And it's not yet the case. And when I heard about adding extra layer, this organization, it's already very complex. And if we add layer to layer, at the end of the day, it will not be understandable by a simple user. Then we have to do the work to also decrease the complexity of this organization. In the same time, I am complaining or saying a lot of bad things. I would like to say one thing. It's better to have this organization and to have the internet governance than to have people outside of the room of certain negotiation in the other fields like water or the climate, and that people are together. Then even my criticism, it's not to say it's a bad things, but it's need to be discussed and we have some months to find the right solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nurani, would you like to react to this? Thanks. Chris.
Yes, I'd like to react, not because I'm heavily involved with the CCWG, but because I'm heavily involved in the numbers community. I've been an active participant, maybe not for 20 years, but for 15. And I think in all these discussions, we always end up discussing names and ICANN. And I'm fine with that. We don't need to be the center of attention. But if we want to look at another aspect of that question, why is this important? I think it actually, if you look at the RIR communities, you can see that this is a model. It's not something that we've come up with overnight. It's a model that has been developed and matured and been maturing over the last 20 or so years. And we tend to be a bit those of us who are active in that community tend to be a bit blind to what goes on in there. But I think it's also an opportunity to actually show governance models that work. The RIR structures and the bottom-up, inclusive, participatory processes, transparent, accountable processes that we have there, they work. So you can see it in that way too. There are models there that have proven to work, not just in this transition, but over the last 2 decades. And that's actually a really important message, that this multi-stakeholderism is a word that was invented quite recently, but these models have existed for a long time, and they work.
Thanks to Rani. Elliot, very quickly, and then Olivier before we go on to the...
I am nothing if not quick. I would just add on to everything that Nurani said. I agree with it, and point out that from the IETF context, we also have that similar maturity, and things are working, as far as we're concerned. So at least that's what our proposal says. And I'd just add that, if you want to test the maturity of something, one example would be what happens when there's a difference of opinion or dispute. And to give you an idea, the proposal that we put forward was in fact appealed by someone. And the appeal was not sustained, but it was appealed, and it did test our processes, and they work.
Thank you. Olivier?
Yeah, thanks, Konstantinos. What's interesting is these models are actually all proven models by now. They're not just brand new models that we're making up. This multi-stakeholder process has been going on for a long time. And they're different in their own way, because the IETF doesn't work the same way ICANN works and doesn't work the same way as the RIRs work. But at the end, it all works. And the internet has been run like this, bottom-up, multi-stakeholder. A top-down model might have probably not been able to achieve the same thing. And this is something that we have to keep in mind. So now we're facing this big test and making sure we've got big decisions ahead of us and we get the right proposal out there. It takes a little bit more time. Well, I think it might well be that a top-down model would have taken years. And the work that's been done so far is truly remarkable. So I think that we're going to see the end of it with proposals on the table, and it'll be really fascinating to see what NTIA comes back with when they read it.
It's really fascinating. Henriette?
Maybe we should have the more questions first.
I thought you wanted to react to this.
Well, just a quick reaction to this. I think that there's a tendency to generalize when we talk about internet governance. I think what we're talking about here are very specific processes that evolved to address very specific functions. But somehow then the discourse goes to it works, implying that this model is working for internet policy and governance at large. I don't see it working that well, not when there's content control and censorship in many countries, when the national level legislation actually and practice by governments and practice by businesses affects in a very direct way how users interact with and use the internet. So I think that there's a tendency for us to take those successes that we have in these quite confined domains of internet layer, yes, and then assume from that this model is actually working for internet users everywhere and for the internet everywhere. So just a word of caution there, and maybe we'll come back to that later. But just one connection, just one example of where I think these different worlds connect and where there's a real weakness is while ICANN has succeeded in increasing government participation, and the GAC is a much more present and I think quite influential forum within ICANN, and it's much bigger. To what extent are those GAC representatives going back to their countries and engaging in any kind of public participation process, be it multi-stakeholder or not, which actually then creates a link between what happens at a national level and more traditional models of accountability and public participation and this global multi-stakeholder model.
So let's park this and go to the questions. Chris.
Yeah, Chris Buckridge from RIPE NCC. I'm assuming most of you aren't really looking at the Twitter wall behind you, but one of the tweets that's been retweeted a number of times is about how will this affect my cat blog, which I think was probably posted in light humour, but I think does sort of, there's been a lot of talk this week about sort of speaking for the users and what does this mean to the users. I'm not sure that's necessarily a useful distinction. I think there are plenty of things that go on in the internet that the users themselves, the end users sitting at home doing Facebook or whatever, don't need to know about or won't sort of come into contact with. But I guess I wanted to ask, sort of from that idea, how well has this process, this multi-stakeholder process, communicated to the people that it needs to communicate to, do you feel? Has it reached everyone that needs to be involved? Has it conveyed to them why they should be involved? What's going on here? What's important about this? So I guess I'd be curious really as to anyone's opinion on that.
Volunteers, Bill?
Well, I guess there's two levels to that, Chris. I'm here, I guess, not because I teach at the University of Zurich, but because I chair a civil society coalition within ICANN that has 420 members and has been very actively involved in these processes. And we have tried very hard within our community and within the larger internet governance aware civil society community to convey the importance of what's happening and to encourage participation. And we've been able to see that, in fact, our members who are actively engaged in the various working groups and so on have really been able to have quite a bit of impact on the discourse, on the discussions, in ways that I think are quite heartening and certainly something that you would not find in any intergovernmental context. So that's the good news. If people choose to get engaged and enter into Planet ICANN, they can, or the ICANN sphere, they can in fact have a good deal of influence. I mean, civil society has more ability to directly participate in making policy and in shaping outcomes in ICANN than in any other space I know that actually does things. I'm not talking about environments where we do multi-stakeholder dialogue. Dialogue is great, but I'm talking about actually shaping policy. ICANN actually provides that possibility. But, of course, could we claim that we reach out to all of global civil society effectively and that everybody is fully aware of the range of issues involved? No, of course not. We are volunteers. It's taxing enough just to participate in these processes, which are extremely labor intensive. I'm on Skype all day long with people who are exchanging 600 messages a day on the same channel, trying to figure out all this stuff. They are very intensively working on this stuff. There's not a lot of juice left over to try to reach out to, general human rights groups, general development groups, general groups that work on, non-specialized IG issues, that don't work on specialized IG issues and say, hey, let's really get engaged. So that's a problem. Now, ICANN, of course, tries to deal with that. It has expanded significantly in the past few years its staff support for stakeholder engagement and has launched programs and put vice presidents in place, like Jean-Jacques, who had to leave, to try to mobilize more people. But of course, it's an enormous challenge. And lots of people who are concerned with the kinds of issues that Henriette flagged, whether it's privacy, freedom of expression, copyright, net neutrality, mass surveillance, all those types of issues that may deeply concern a lot of internet people. A lot of those folks look at ICANN and go, oh, it's so specialized, it's so arcane. I don't know how to get engaged. I don't know if I want to devote the time. And so they kind of check out. And it's a challenge. It's a challenge to say, look, these are complex processes, but they have set really significant impact on the way the internet works, and you really can engage effectively without committing your entire life to it. It is possible to do that. So much more to be done, but I think we try with what we have.
Henriette.
Just a quick addition. I think, Chris, that there's been quite a lot of outreach, and I think there has been quite a lot of reach, but there are also exclusions. I think gender, for example, you still find in many, particularly in Europe, actually, I find in internet governance communities, relatively few women that are involved. So there are exclusions, there are urban-rural exclusions, and I think in the global internet community there are north-south imbalances as well. There's still sort of most of the active participants in internet governance spaces do come from countries with high internet penetration and involvement in policy. But I think the real disconnect, and I think what makes it quite difficult to be involved, is a very awkward relationship between what happens at a national level and what happens at a global level. And so if you are trying to influence policy or be part of policy processes that impact on how you have internet access, how much you pay for it, and whether you have freedom of expression on the internet or not once you've got it, you actually have to work both at the global level and at the national level. You have to work at the multi-stakeholder ICANN level, and you have to work at the intergovernmental UN level. And that is enormously challenging. And I think for me, that's a real weakness or a bottleneck, that there isn't a very effective, other than the IGF, which I think is the one space that brings these different spheres together, but there aren't really effective linkages between the traditional national level and intergovernmental level decision-making and the multi-stakeholder mechanisms.
Thank you. Christopher, just before we go to your question, Christina, we have been hearing from governments that it's also very challenging. This is a very taxing issue, it's very complex, and on top of everything else that is happening in internet governance and outside, governments have found it challenging. How does the Commission provide this information to its member states and through its also participation at ICANN?
Well, of course, the European Commission has been following closely all these ongoing processes. Together with member states, I have to say that there is a constant dialogue with member states. But also, for instance, with the European Parliament, all institutions have repeatedly said that the multi-stakeholder model is the right model, but at the same time that some improvements are needed. Just also as an example of how closely we are following all these discussions, just this week the Council has produced Council conclusions on the IANA transition. These will be, I think they are already public, or they will be public in the next days. But at the same time also guidelines on the WSIS Plus 10 review, the World Summit on Information Society. Because indeed there are some implications between these different processes. Although we might consider that the ICANN and IANA transition are very limited, very specific to a specific layer, there are global geopolitical implications because indeed it is about the multi-stakeholder model and improvements to this model. The internet has changed. It was born in the US. It was at the beginning it was something really limited. Now it is a global resource. There are countries that are coming on board, that they see the advantages of this model, but there are still some that are not so convinced, and so we need to address also those concerns. We see that this year is going to be very, very important. Timing is essential. We recognize that really a lot of effort has been put into the IANA transition process. The ICANN accountability is also very, very important. Also the European Commission, some of you might be aware, in the past has repeatedly told ICANN that some improvements were required and needed. I'm thinking, for instance, at the issue about .wine or the .eu in Greek. So there are a number of issues where we had seen some problems, but of course we are trying to overcome this and try to make the model even better and stronger. So considering also the timing this year and the WSIS negotiations coming in December, we really think that some concrete progress needs to be done. It's very good that 2 communities have already their proposals in place. What about the third community, the naming community? We really hope that in the coming weeks and months, real progress will be done. We have to make sure that the right checks and balances are in place. But also, it's important to give clear signs that the status quo is not going to be maintained and that improvements are going to be introduced. So these are my remarks.
Thank you. Christopher, please.
Thank you. Christopher Wilkinson. Of course, Yanis, the transition was announced in the 1997 white paper, and it was part of the global understanding that gave rise to the creation of ICANN in the first place. I would also like to congratulate CRISP and IANA for, and IETF, beg your pardon, CRISP and IETF for getting their act together quickly and successfully. That's what I expected, because you do have structures and traditions that are stronger and longer than the naming community. As Olivier suggested, the naming communities group has taken its time. It's because of the difficulties within the group between the different interested parties. And Bill, I don't think you should look at this through rose-tinted glasses. There is still a lot of work to do. Let me just signal 2 or 3 problems. The first is that the balance of power within the final proposal between the CCTLDs as registries, the GTLDs as registries, and civil society as represented by the large group, that balance of power is far from being consensus. And indeed, within the GTLD community, there is a very strong movement on the part of a branch of the legal profession which doesn't actually run a registry, that is occupying a great deal of the time and space. So I really think that needs close attention. A second concern is accountability. And it is the idea that the bottom line of accountability is actually to take IANA away from ICANN, what is called separability. I think we have just about managed to create a final proposal that will circumscribe that option considerably. Because in my opinion, which I've expressed in detail in my public comment on the proposal, in my opinion, if things by any chance would get so bad, and RIPE and IETF has said that they're far from getting bad, they're actually quite good. If things should ever get so bad, the multi-stakeholder community would be almost incapable in terms of the time it would take to find an alternative. So that I really think separability is not a really viable form of accountability. You have to find accountability in the ICANN context through the CCWG in a variety of ways, but to isolate IANA, particularly if some parts of IANA want to separate and other parts don't, I think there's a problem. So there's a big piece of work to be done within the ICG when these proposals are finalized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christopher. Would you like to react to what Christopher has said? Bill, please.
Yes, I would. Thank you, Christopher, for your comment. Just a preface, one of the dangers that always happens in this environment is when ICANN people get together in front of a broader kind of community, we start to do a lot of internal ICANN stuff, which for folks who are outside the process might not be the most penetrable way of conducting the conversation. So I'm not going to drive deep down into the details of this, but I will say this, Chris. Nobody who is, first of all, my glasses are quite clear. They're not rose tinted. There's nobody that I know who believes that multi-stakeholder cooperation automatically evaporates power differences between different players, nor does anybody, I think, naively believe that when it comes down to the final push and you're trying to design a solution, the different parties won't seek advantage and seek to get a configuration that gives them relatively more influence than what they would have otherwise. That's politics. That's inherently, that's part of the process. And what's important about it is that in a multi-stakeholder setting, as opposed to some other settings, nobody's in a position to just force it through over the objections of everybody else and leave everybody just laying on the floor bleeding. Consensus has to be found at some level, and if there isn't, then you go back again, and you go back again, and you go back again. There's a common commitment to working it out at a community level that I think bounds and rules, to some extent, the disparities in power. Institutionalizing the differences through this kind of process is, I think, very effective in keeping the process from breaking down and from having power be the sole driver of everything. The other point, I'm sorry you're not listening to me, Chris, but I will say that I totally disagree about separability. I think separability is a key concern. It is something that we in civil society, in NCUC and our partners, have insisted on from the beginning. It is an idea that has been taken up by a lot of other parties as well. I think it's crucial. Anybody who looks at the way contested markets work in economics knows that if you don't have the possibility of a challenge to authority, market position, whatever, the potential for abusive behavior is increased. Having at least the legal mechanism for separability, having that as a final nuclear option available to the community is actually really quite important. And if, God forbid, we should ever get to the point where it has to be pursued, having that on the table is important.
Thank you, Bill. 2 words, literally.
Just a couple of words, yeah. The INA department in ICANN is actually only 9 people. That's one thing you should be aware of. They perform the work for the name community, for the protocols community, and for the IP addresses. These 9 people are the ones that would be, in the proposal, moving to a slightly independent entity. But the thing is that the aim for the whole process is to keep an INA that continues to work. It's a technical thing. It's a technical function. There's nothing political about it and so on, even though sometimes you hear so much about it. But it's actually technical. So when one is talking about separability and so on, it's not political separability. It's if the INA function doesn't work, if the people employed in INA don't do their job and things don't work, we need to have a way to change that. That's why there is the request.
Thank you. Michele.
Thanks, Michele Nalem. Speaking on behalf of myself as always, because nobody else would pay me, I suppose. There's a couple of comments and then actually a question. To the lady over there, I'm not sure your name, sorry. I have to strongly disagree with your pretty much everything you've said on this podium today. Pretty much everything you've said, I've listened to it, I've sat there, and I've come out with a few 3-letter acronyms because I just was so taken aback. I mean, you're conflating a whole range of different issues together and then saying, based on that conflation, which I can consider wholly erroneous, that the multi-stakeholder model doesn't work. The internet as we have it today, warts and all, works at a technical level due to the multi-stakeholder process. I mean, you're looking at IP addresses, which are the bottom. They're the thing that a network of networks needs. Is everything has to have an IP address. It works. Sometimes it might not work the way you want it to work, but it does work. Conflating that with issues of national governments and private companies censoring content, they're 2 totally different things. And if you want to address issues around censorship, that's fine, but please don't say that because there is some censorship somewhere that everything else doesn't work, because I don't see the two as being linked at all. With respect to the severability thing, again, I agree with what Bill is saying. It is important. But the question I have, I suppose, is one around timing. I mean, this entire process has been going on now for, it's over a year, isn't it?
18 months.
It's 18 months. The IANA contract itself expires end of September, I believe. They can extend it slightly, but there's a bit of it, there's the elephant in the room. Obama's term is almost up. The Congress and everything else is becoming more and more dominated by rather extreme conservative elements who seem to think that Obama is selling the internet, which is kind of interesting, because he definitely didn't own my part of it. But how is this going to work in terms of timing? Because I mean, we've been talking about this in multiple locations, and I know that a lot of you have put in ridiculous numbers of hours into coming up with all these proposals. But at what point will it be ready to actually pull the trigger, and will that timing arrive in time for not to get mixed up with the US elections, which I think could have an interesting impact? Thanks.
Elliot?
I want to make two comments. The first, I don't actually think you guys are disagreeing as much as you think you're disagreeing. I think your point was, in fact, that these things are severable, but that there are other issues that just because this works doesn't mean that everything in internet governance works. Second point is to your question and timing. Secretary Strickling actually sent a note, I guess, to the ICG and through ICANN, as I understand it, and it arrived on the doorstep of each of the communities, and asking about how much time we would need. And I believe a response is forthcoming, at least from the IETF community, if I understand things correctly. And it was discussed on the IANA plan list, which is open to all parties, by the way, and if you want to join, you just get on the list. What we essentially said is, we're ready now, right? You want to pull the trigger? The IETFs are ready now. Now, there are a couple of aspects which could slow us down. There are interrelationships between the proposals, and we don't know the answer to what all those interrelationships will be until the names community in particular completes their proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
can I respond just quickly to that? I think that's precisely what I said. Because it's working for names and numbers, don't, based on that, make the assumption that it's working everywhere. And I think, and for all aspects of internet governance. So actually, I think you were right. We're not disagreeing. But I think the interesting thing about this, and about if our goal is to have functional, sustainable, multi-stakeholder approaches to internet policy at all levels, not just naming and numbers, then we do need to think about how we're going to get there. And I think the IANA transition is an interesting example of, and the ICANN accountability question. And I think what we are not doing effectively often is having indicators. What is accountability? How can we apply it? What is democratic multi-stakeholder governments? What is participation? And have principles that can actually then be used at a broader, more general level to help us assess whether we are actually succeeding in transforming decision-making processes more widely.
Thank you. So I would like to go back to one tweet, which unfortunately is not here. Oh, no, it's here. So it says, my understanding so far, we have nice, agreeable ideas on how to run the internet, but we're inherently doomed because of politics. So taking on from that tweet, and I think one of the things that we all agree is that the IANA transition process is highly technical. However, inevitably there are some politics. So Jan is turning into you. What are the messages you think that we need to take on as we move into WSIS? And what are the messages that this group of people that have tirelessly worked and have exchanged so many emails and have stayed up long hours, what are the messages that we need to communicate to governments that do not necessarily know about this process and about all these hours that have been spent on this process discussing the IANA stewardship transition?
Actually, I was listening to this discussion and I caught myself to a thought that we're not talking about IANA function at all. IANA function works, as I heard here, and then the communities are happy. Actually, I have not heard many complaints from named community that IANA function wouldn't work. All that we're talking about is the oversight over IANA function, and I think that this is something that didn't come across in this conversation. Coming back to what I said at the beginning, 2005, the oversight of United States over ICANN was the key political issue. And of course, ICANN at that time had different level of maturity as organization, and therefore there was a very tight linkage with the NTIA. We had ICANN had a memorandum of understanding with a 6-month reporting obligation, with a 6-month performance benchmark establishment, and then these type of things. So then, something around 2007-8 came a memorandum of understanding, was replaced, and then in 2010 it was again replaced by very loose affirmation of commitments. So on that side, and a commitment of United States government to work through the GAC, to exercise influence. From that perspective, every aspect that we discussed in 2005 over the role of United States government in internet governance and overseeing ICANN was taken away, in a sense. So IANA, oversight over IANA was the only remaining issue that has not changed since 2005. And when I'm talking about WSIS, I'm always referring to the framework that we discussed, because we need a reference point. And then of course, now we see that the accountability question become very important, because until now, the US government was seen as a guarantor that IANA function as such will be performed in the best possible way. And hence we have this conversation, which is very political, because accountability is, in a sense, something that people measure in a very subjective way. It cannot be measured in zeros and ones. Some actions can be, but not everything. It's all about perception. And as far as I see, we're talking about this 0.1 or even 0.01% of probability that things will go really sour. And that takes so much time. Because if we would be rational as individuals, we would agree that let's talk about what is possible, not what is hypothetically possible, and do it, and that would be very quick and simple. Now we're trying to project what may happen if something would go sour, and that takes much more time. So it is political, and I agree, and we're looking for the balance that every community would feel reasonably comfortable or reasonably uncomfortable, but equally reasonably uncomfortable. So that takes time. But what is very positive, that the community is engaged, and there are no anyone who stands out, as it used to be actually with the Government Advisory Committee, when policies in ICANN were developed without participation of the GAC, and then GAC came in at the last moment and said, hey, by the way, the public policy is not taken into account. Today, GAC is much more involved in policy development throughout the period, throughout the policy development process, and that also ensures that everybody has its own sort of pie in the steak from very beginning.
Thank you. Any questions from the participants? So I will ask one question. Christina, going back to you. So the Commission, as you said, is a big supporter of the multi-stakeholder model, which of course is the model that we currently see in the IANA process. How, moving into WSIS, and I'm going because there is this bigger picture that is happening on the side of the IANA stewardship transition, how would the Commission facilitate the multi-stakeholder model, especially in terms of convincing other governments that are not so much in favor of the model because they don't know it or because they don't agree with it. So how would the Commission, stepping into the WIS10 process, make sure that the model is supported?
Of course, it's not an easy task. I think also linking up to what Yanis was saying, we have to acknowledge the complexity of the issues, but we also should clearly signal that we are going towards the right direction. So this is very important to signal this and to continue efforts in that direction. At the same time, we have to do more homework on different fronts. I think that, for instance, this year IGF will be very important to show, again, that another important actor in the internet ecosystem is able to evolve, is able to show that it is, delivering on the expectations that the global community has. And at the same time, another layer is, okay, the WIS negotiation. So now that we have member states in Europe that have agreed on concrete guidelines, this will help us a lot. This will facilitate our work. It will help Europe, the EU, to have a united voice during those negotiations. And there, the main challenge will be to bring the discussions back on developmental issues, to ICT for development, ICT for sustainable goals, and not too much into discussions about internet governance, because there are other structures, other layers where these issues are better addressed. And so these are our arguments to also explain this to those countries that do not share this view. Another issue as well is the how to make the multi-stakeholder model more inclusive, more democratic. And here we also are trying to bring our little piece of contribution, which is the creation of a global policy observatory on internet governance as a way to facilitate the spread and share of information for those who are not able, for instance, to follow all the thousands of emails on the ICANN and IANA transition, or to devote hours, hundreds of hours, I think, on these processes. So this is yet a little effort that we are trying to offer to the global community as a way to further explain the benefits and the advantages of the multi-stakeholder model, and to also try to fill in some of the gaps.
Thank you. Nurani, how can communities like the Numbers community facilitate friendly governments and actually enhance the multi-stakeholder model?
Ooh, that was a curveball. I was going to make a few other points, but I'll try to address that. How can the Numbers community help governments support the multi-stakeholder model? Well, I always find it a little bit difficult when you talk about internet governance and multi-stakeholderism. It gets talked about as if it's this this thing of its own, and. So first of all, I think you can't talk about, so here today we've talked about a few different things. We've talked about the IANA transition, its impact on and what it means. And no, it won't impact your lolcat blog, thank God for that. Regardless of what will happen in this transition, that will continue to work. We've talked about trust and accountability, and actually, I'm going to make myself look smart by quoting my co-panelist, something she said at the latest RIGHT meeting. And she said, accountability is important to achieve trust. But unless you have trust, it doesn't matter how many accountability mechanisms you have. You'll never have accountability. And so when we talk about this multi-stakeholder model and internet governance, I think you fool yourself if you think that you can apply this multi-stakeholder model to all things internet governance. There's certainly principles that you can apply, such as inclusiveness and transparency and participatory processes and equal representation. But not everyone on this planet has a stake in every issue that gets defined as internet governance by someone. So I really think it's about finding what stakeholders are have a stake in what issue, and you need to find models for that. So how can the RIR communities help governments support the multi-stakeholder model? Well, I think what the numbers community can do is to provide expertise, not just technical expertise, but also to show what works and what doesn't work for them in the structures that have matured over the years. Doesn't mean that you can take the IETF model or the RIR model and say, okay, we're going to apply that to every internet governance issue out there. I think if you think that, you're fooling yourself. So by working together with not just governments, but with civil society, with business, with all the different stakeholders, and sharing that experience, I think that's the only way you can find that right multi-stakeholder model for that particular internet governance issue.
Thank you. Henriette, please.
Just, I know we don't have much time left, but just to come back a little bit to the issue of the transition and the WSIS, I think what's really interesting and what will be important as well in terms of its broader implications is how the global audience will respond to this. I think with the INA transition, there's the community itself, those that have been very engaged and that are submitting comments. So that's a very important audience. I think US politics and US legislators, that's another very important audience. But then the global community is also an important audience. And how, what state the transition is at and how it's represented and described and viewed in December during the WSIS review is in fact going to be very important, and I think can either be a bottleneck to having the broader development-oriented discussions that Christina is talking about, plus the broader democratizing, how do we institutionalize multi-stakeholder inclusive approaches to internet policy at national level, or an enabler. And I think that is what I'd actually like to get a response from fellow panelists and people in the audience, how at this point in time they anticipate that global audience, considering all the changes, as Yanis have pointed out, since 2005. How can we anticipate they would respond? Or how?
Bill.
Well, thank you. There are indeed many audiences, but certainly one of the most pressing ones are those representatives of governments that come to the UN General Assembly. And those representatives, particularly from the G77 in China, who come to New York meetings of the General Assembly, are probably likely not to be deeply versed in the ins and outs of internet governance, and are potentially likely to view things in kind of straight geopolitical terms. How do you do tactical bargaining, tit for tat, get resources, make demands, buy off demands with other counter proposals, etc. This is difficult. What you need is a real debate that is two-level, both at national, as you said before, and at the global, and I suspect that what will happen is that a lot of the government delegates that will come into the room will not have engaged in that domestic level or multi-stakeholder kind of discussion at all, and will be making decisions based on the usual ways in which that bargaining is done in that space. So then things could go bad, and you could have governments trying to play any pause or extension in the process as, see, this proves that the multi-stakeholder thing doesn't work, and something else needs to be put in place, everything's inadequate, blah, blah, blah. There could be a lot of that stuff again. And Christina, the one thing I wonder about is, you know, during, and I'll stop in a second, during the WSIS a decade ago, there were a lot of efforts to try to say, when governments were pressing oversight of critical internet resources, to say, you know, we're focusing on the wrong issues. The WSIS should be looking at the global information society generally. We should be talking about ICT for development. We should be talking about what really will work to change the quality of life on the ground in countries for people-centered development. And who signs the root is really probably not the most pressing issue. And they weren't having it. The governments that were there were not having it. They were going to focus on this issue because it had symbolic significance. It was easy to address. There was a lot of larger contextual factors, such as the Bush era. So I hope that we can get the direction of the discussion pointed correctly, but I'm not sure that that's going to happen. I think there's a lot of risks ahead, actually.
Thanks. Quick reaction, Christine, and then Olivier.
Quick reaction. I totally agree with you on the risks. So it will be, quite difficult and important to be united, at least as European, at the same time to reach out to some of the middle ground countries, because the G77 bloc is not a bloc after all, so there are some countries which could move. And then also we have this time the possibility to show what has been done in the last 10 years. So many of these countries are not developing countries anymore. For instance, in Latin America, there has been a lot of progress and advancement, and so we need to focus on developing a positive narrative, convincing them that thanks to this model, these positive developments have taken place. I agree, it's not going to be easy, but at least we have a starting base, we have the experience of 10 years. We also have to be ready to show where we need to focus next and, for instance, try to avoid the creation of new digital gaps, like we were talking today about broadband development in another session. There is the risk that some of the developing countries will be in a new digital gap because they don't have access to high-speed broadband. And we need to be ready also to help them overcome these gaps.
Thank you. Olivier?
My usual 2 minutes or 2 seconds. The naming proposal went for consultation, and there have been a few governments that have responded to it. Some have been critical of the actual proposal. Some have been critical of the process, saying it wasn't inclusive enough, etc. Some have been actually supportive of the process and supportive of the proposal. I really hope that governments, when they meet later on, will actually judge the track record of WSIS and the track record of all that's been done so far based on the actual record of what we've done so far, and not based on geopolitical reasons. There's always a danger that this could happen.
Thank you. And I think we should close, and I think this is a great message as we are thinking of these processes. The IANA transition process has demonstrated an amazing amount of transparency in terms of the information sharing and the inclusive of the community. I would encourage you, as all panelists here, to, if you're interested, to get included in the processes through the ITF, through the RARs, and the names community through ICANN. And of course, we have the IGF and the WSIS +10, so watch the space. Thank you very much. Thank you all for participating. Thank you all for your questions. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much for that panel. And I would like to ask you kindly, or those who are still in the room, just please stay for another 15 minutes, because this is actually the point where the people who did the work get their sort of feedback and revenue. And I would like to invite all the EuroDIG institutional partners on stage. Christina can actually remain in the seat, but I would like to ask Lee Hibbert from the Council of Europe, Thomas Schneider from the Swiss Office of Communication, Chris Buckridge from RIPE NCC, Frederick Donk from ISOC. And what we are going to do now is a very, very short 15 minutes wrap-up. So we have 5 institutional partners, and everybody will have 3 minutes to summarize. I know that's challenging for you. Yes, and the EBU, I'm sorry, Giacomo. Giacomo, please apologize. This was 2 very long days, and you get an extra minute. No. So I would like to ask all the institutional partners, Giacomo, please come in the middle. I would ask all of you individually, You were involved in different activities during this preparation of this EuroDIG conference, and you all had specific tasks. You were involved in specific dynamics, and I would actually like to ask you to quickly sum up what are your conclusions from the perspective you had during this EuroDIG. And as I missed Giacomo, I would like to invite you maybe to start. Is that okay, or do you feel right now on the spot?
As a user and consumer of EuroDIG, I'm quite happy with what I've seen and listened, because it was very useful and interesting. Of course, I missed most of it, because if you go at one initiative, you miss the others. So there is always a choice to be made. For what I followed, I think that we have a good level of participation and very useful exchange. The media section was full of interesting remarks, and I think that we can build on that. The net neutrality experiment of the statement, I think that is very interesting and frustrating as all the experiment, because you never get the results at the first essay, but I think that is in the right direction. And I think that this could mark the difference between EuroDIG and other initiatives like the IGF, because we are less institutional, and I hope that we will keep this even in the future. And this could give us a competitive advantages on the other initiative.
Okay. Thank you very much, Giacomo. Just pass the microphone to Chris. It's okay. Actually, there is no order or...
Okay. Yeah, my name is Chris. I'm with RIPE NCC. And so this is the first year that RIPE NCC signed on as an institutional partner for EuroDIG. We've signed on now for 3 years, and so for the coming 3 events we'll be contributing to the organization, helping out. And we've done that because we've taken part in EuroDIGs really since they began, and see them as a very important forum for our community, for Europe, and for people from beyond even, to come together and discuss these internet governance issues. And I agree. I think when we look at EuroDIG in comparison to other internet governance forums, it really is sort of standing very tall in terms of the kind of discussion, the kind of interaction that it gets from people. So from a RIPE NCC perspective, we obviously go around talking a lot about IPv6, IP addresses, and it was really interesting to see in the opening panel this week, the opening plenary, how much those issues like IPv6 and DNSSEC, sort of issues very important to the technical community, but often lost in the mix with internet governance. But they really came through in the conversation. The conversation was really very well-informed, intelligent and wide-ranging discussion, and so that sort of highlights one of the very positive aspects of EuroDIG. As one of the organisers of this last session, I think a real challenge for EuroDIG is the proliferation of issues. I mean, there are many issues now that really are of great importance and are going through quite key moments. So net neutrality is one, IANA stewardship is another. Cybersecurity, privacy, all of these things, there are really very important developments happening that we need to be discussing. Finding the time, finding how to actually get all of that into a EuroDIG program is a challenge, and it's going to remain a challenge. The other thing that was discussed, I was discussing a lot this week on Twitter, was actually the Twitter wall and how Twitter works. I think that's really a very valuable part of this meeting as well. I think the Twitter wall and the Twitter discussions really contribute to how vibrant the participation is. And that's something that I hope will keep working with the organisers on making sure that still works and improving that where possible.
Thank you, Chris. Lee, you were involved in the EuroDIG from the beginning. You basically organised the first one, more or less, within the Council of Europe. What are your reflections on this one?
Okay, thank you, Sandra. Yeah, so I work at the Council of Europe, and we've been involved since the beginning. We were one of the sort of founders, if you like. I would say that, I have 2 hats on here. One is Council of Europe, one is EuroDIG, because I see them as separate and also mingling functions. I was involved in the policy menus session, developing policy options for digital access and inclusion, which I think was very good. I think we have a lot to say from Europe to the global IGF, and I was also involved in the Net Mondial side event and other meetings. But my takeaways are, first of all, I think we need to improve on the gender balance. Still, I think we still have to make efforts there. I mean, you don't look at me like that, Sandra. But I mean, also in the conception and design of sessions, I think we can still do more to try to create more balance. That's something still on my mind. I think that we've discussed happily more about economic factors in internet governance, which was great. This is a change this year, and I liked it. Yet still, when we talk about economic factors, the non-economic factors kick in, and they're all mixed together. And they're almost inseparable, so they have to be brought together somehow, some way. I think that expectations are rising. I see that with net neutrality work, with other sessions. People are demanding more. They want more. The numbers are up in the sessions, I find, and it makes me realize that we need to do more work to make these processes more robust in terms of being multi-stakeholder, in terms of being transparent and inclusive. We need to do more writing down things. And I think my last point is innovative formats. I think we need to strive to be even more innovative. We need to look at new ways to talk to each other, talk with each other in new settings. There are more connections, but I think I keep talking to people outside the rooms about things, and there is a need to talk in different ways, and I think we should experiment even more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee.
Both with EuroDIG Secretariat and the other institutional partners has really been great. This is really the first year that I've been on board since the very beginning in the organization of this year edition. And I also look forward to continuing this work in view of IGF. So I think that there it will be important also to show, to bring some of the results coming out of this global scale. I think the small exercise we did together with Frederick and Lee to contribute to a specific request coming from the multi-stakeholder advisory group of the IGF to produce some policy options on digital access and inclusiveness is something positive and a good contribution. Something to be improved on, in addition to gender balance, I think that it would be great to have more young people, innovators, people who really can come and challenge our ideas and our views. And finally, also the European Commission is glad that this year we were able to, we are going to provide some funding for EuroDIG, although it's not enormous, but it's still something. It's a concrete sign of our commitment, and we hope to do more in the future. Next year, EuroDIG will be in Brussels, so I hope to see many of you there and many others as well. Well, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much also for the money in advance.
Thank you, Sandra. So three points. I will be very quick. I guess we have a common ground that we're all exhausted and would like to have a drink. So I will be quick on this one. First, you know how the Internet Society is committed to this governance process, multi-stakeholders, inclusive governance process, not only at international level, regional, but local level. So my understanding is that there was a very high attendance, I don't have the statistic, but a very high attendance from this part of Europe. And this is great, because it means that we keep inspiring local communities, and I feel it's very important. So that would be my first point. My second point would be that from an ISOC perspective, we're happy because we were able to contribute to some very critical issues for the internet. So we had many colleagues here. I want to thank all of them because some of them came from far, outside of Europe. So we were able to contribute to issues that for us were really key: cybersecurity, the AI transition, we just talked about this, the Net Mondial initiative, equal access, digital divide, and network neutrality. And I would like to say a few words about that and share my thought both at personal and professional level. So I had the chance to be requested to share this experiment on one of the most contentious issues, not only in Europe but at worldwide level. And I had the chance to work this out with real good experts, and I want to thank them again. I was witnessing and contributing with them in a very professional way. What we have got today, not only this morning, early morning, but during the panel, is a very fair conclusion. So I'm very happy with this. We have got a strong signal from this community that even though this is a very contentious issue, we want to keep working on it. So we were able, and this is a very fair conclusion, to have a draft open document that we will continue to work. So this is really something that I'm happy because we keep showing to the world how the multi-stakeholder work in practice. So we keep inspiring communities. And from an ISOR perspective, I'm also happy that I will be able to continue contributing to improving this document from my organizations. All to say, inspiration is a key word, and you said it, Christina. Brussels will be the next stop, and it's my favorite city because it's my home city, so I will be glad to welcome you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederick. And now the last in this round is Thomas. He is also involved from the very beginning. So Thomas, you have the last word for this round.
Thank you. First of all, one thing that I thought was great was the EuroDIG. I learned a lot about things that are maybe slightly different in this region than where I come from. I also appreciated the way the discussion were held among the people from the region and with people from other regions in Europe. That was something that we will try and find a way to continue this special dialogue. At least I would very much support this. I was amazed by the quality of and the interactivity of some of the discussions we had. And I want to end with also, again, making one point about this document, statement, whatever you call it, exercise. Some people were surprised by this, which is natural. Some people have missed it, some people were angry, some people liked it. What values or what happens, what is the most important to me is that this is really a contribution of Europe to the global debate on how to further develop multi-stakeholder dialogue processes. We've heard for years now by many people, in particular from Europe, that the IGF, that EuroDIG, these are all talk shops, that is a traveling circus, they keep repeating the same issues, nothing happens. Net Mundial was the precedent. We tried to build on this, we tried to experiment on this, and we knew that it would be a challenge and that it would not be easy because there's no real process, no real structure for this. And I'm very thankful for Frederick having had the courage to lead this so far, and we hope that you will continue to lead this, because if we will need to step up with a structure, with a process, that will take some resources, which we will need to share. But I'm convinced that this is a contribution that will be taken or has been taken note of already by other IGF structures, by stakeholders from outside Europe, and that will contribute to the debate on how to develop an IGF after 2015 and other IGF structures. So this is, to me, is fundamentally important. And you need a little bit of courage to do new things because you don't really know how to do them unless you start doing them. And I really liked also the engaged discussions that we had about this. So thanks to all who participated in the discussion and to who hopefully will continue to participate in this. And then I will just end by saying that since Strasbourg and then Geneva and then the others, EuroDIG has continued to grow. The expectations have continued to grow. So far, we more or less managed to live up to the expectations. There were also some small things that didn't go as they should have this time, and this time it was RIPE, whose session fell a little bit in between the overtaking of schedules. We continue to try and improve this, and also the Secretariat is also eager to get your feedback on other things that can continue to be improved. And we will need to have more resources as we grow. Brussels will probably be a very big EuroDIG, and very happy that after 8 years, where one country out of the 47 in Europe, plus a supranational organization or two, there was one country who gave money to EuroDIG. I don't say which one, you may guess which one it is. So we have now a second one, and I'm really happy, and I hope that will encourage others to also contribute financially, because somebody needs to pay for this. And I think also there we should show that the multi-stakeholder model works in the funding of this exercise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas, and thanks to all of you for this feedback. This is definitely valuable. We also give opportunity for focal points and for those who were involved in the session organizing to provide us a feedback, because you were in close cooperation with the Secretariat, with the community to set up the sessions. Usually we meet on the day after for a breakfast. This is a very open thing, so if you just want to provide us your feedback, just come to this breakfast tomorrow here in this hotel. If not, we will provide other opportunities to gather your feedback towards to the EuroDIG Secretariat. Didn't I say 9 o'clock? 9 o'clock in this hotel in the breakfast room. We will reserve a bigger table. And then I also want to remind reporters to submit your report within the next 48 hours. We are not want to have written text. We want to have 3 to 5 bullet points which go into the messages as they are. We won't edit them, we won't shorten them, but they should be very, very short. We only have very small messages, 1 A5 page for each session, including a picture. So there's really not much more space than something like this. And it should be bullet points, have a European focus and forward-looking. And then last but not least, I would like to thank all those who made this possible. First of all, it was Ilya Basilankov from Unicard. I had to convince you a little bit to do it in Bulgaria, and I'm very happy that you accepted to do so. Ilya's team, it's Tanya and Katja. Please come here. Come here. Katja was the one who was managing all processes in Bulgaria, catering, technique, hotel, everything. And Tanya was, I think, the left and the right hand of Katja. Can I say so? Then I would also like to ask Lorena to come on stage. Besides sitting behind the computer and managing Twitter walls, she was also organizing the first new media summer school, which was organized by the EuroDIG Secretariat entirely. We had no youth organization partner this time, so it was all on her and her team, her partners in Bulgaria. And she did a really great job. Yeah, they come, don't worry. So then I want to ask Wolf. Wolf is in the Secretariat. For quite a while. Wolf is the one who is looking after the org teams, that they are doing, that they are following the session principles, not too many speakers on the panel, that the remote moderators and the moderators, the reporters are all there. So he is actually the one who has sometimes the very hard job to say, I'm sorry, your panel is not the way it should be. Then I want to ask Sorina to come on that stage. Beside organizing the CEDIC together with the other team from this region, the EXCOM, she was helpful on so many issues, setting up a WebEx, having the connections to the IGF WebEx platform, helping with the New Media Summer School. And she was everywhere, and she helped us to distribute the funding which we received to fund participants from this region. So she was actually almost a part of this secretariat at that point. Thank you. Then I want to ask Bernard to come on stage.
Bernard actually is a old, well-known, he's not old, but he's a well-known, no. He is well known, and he contacted us, hey guys, I'm around in Europe, I might be there just to help you, and I think without you, without your help, it would have been much more difficult. I guess Lorena wouldn't have slept at all. So she had at least 2 hours. So thank you, Bernard, for doing this. And then I would also like to ask Annelia Dimova to come on stage. She was our contact person. She was the contact person in the ministry. I know she sometimes had a very hard job to sell this strange concept to her administration, to her minister, to her boss, and we had some heavy email exchanges, and I also recognized that you were working till late on EuroDIG. I think it was more or less on top of your job. Thank you very much, Annelia, and thanks to all of you. Usually or in the past, we distributed flowers or book vouchers or something like this. We said, okay, some people of you have to go on the plane tomorrow, so what to do with the flowers? So we decided that all of you are going to be invited for a dinner tonight. It will take place in the Captain Cook restaurant right here in this hotel, and we will meet at 8 o'clock. Some other people, founding members, EuroDIG partners will also participate in this huge dinner. It will be sort of a wrap up and very informal, and I hope you are all able to participate.
Sorry, Sandra, to interrupt you from the off. I have to do this because, of course, you would never thank yourself, so we will do it. Sandra, it's great having you as the anchor of all this when everybody's occupied and busy. Sandra is there. And manages the whole thing, keeps the whole thing together, alerts others that they do their job, including all of us. So we're really happy to see how you play your role, and thank you 1,000 times. Thank you, Sam.
And with this, I declare the meeting adjourned.